It is not truly appearing favorable for Chun Bai this evening. While he positions himself, visibly gasping for air preceding his alabaster demon key, while an alluring figure is menacingly looming above him. Evidently Chun Bai botched an assignment, which rendered her somewhat temperamental. Thus she resolves to dispatch Chun Bai to the inferno for botching a single task amongst over 100 triumphant endeavors. The unfortunate fellow implores for one more opportunity, citing his prior achievements as his rationale. He ought not to witness his final defeat display just now. But this female remains obstinate and informs him that inferior mortals, such as he, possess no claim to solicit chances. Therefore he retains utterly no alternative save to perish gradually. Yet he will not descend into perdition solitarily. His magnificent keep is fated to be splendidly erased also. Instantly, ebony substance akin to tendrils erupts from the earth, shredding and cubing his fortress into morsel-like building blocks, simultaneously demolishing the terrain whereupon he is positioned, pulling him under to plunge to his demise. While Chun Bai descends into the infinite void, he is reminded of the numerous missions he had completed for her, and she was preparing to eliminate him because of a solitary blunder. And the reason for he was merely an inferior mortal. However, Chun Bai is not someone to meekly embrace his destiny. While the gloom has enveloped him, he issues forth a peal of maniacal mirth while railing against Heloise, yet prior to him completely fading away and disintegrate into the emptiness. The timepiece pendant upon him shines brilliantly, while an undoing incantation becomes engaged. Quite suddenly Chun Bai rouses himself in a stacked bunk, uttering profanities and extending his central finger in sheer wrath. His vision sharpens while he surveys his surroundings in total bewilderment. Was he not perishing at the woman's hand? Whither had Heloise vanished? Where did he reside? He discerns his environment and comprehends that he has returned to his university era, though he yet fails to grasp his predicament entirely. Whatsoever he witnessed transpiring prior to awaken had seemed exceedingly authentic looking downwards. He observes the time-keeping pendant yet upon him. It was an artifact he acquired 2 decades prior, following the advent of the cosmic volition, at which point the ordeal initially commenced. It stood as the singular artifact he had ever beheld, for it could neither exhibit any properties nor could it suffer ruination. He recollected that the particles were situated at the base formerly, and it would not have moved even if he had turned it fully upside down. Yet presently it rested at the apex and streaming in reverse. The timekeeper could indeed have aided his regression. However, he does not grasp anything more beyond that specific fact. The present day was the 5th of June, which was only 10 days prior to the emergence of the universal will and the commencement of the ordeal. 10 days subsequently, on the 15th of June, the cosmic volition was slated to formally appear and initiate the ordeal. Upwards of 90% of mankind would perish, transforming into assorted undead and fiends. Every standard armament would prove ineffective, and the globe would behold complete devastation within the span of one solitary evening. With tremendous risk also arrived substantial openings. Those enduring the ordeal would rouse inherent powers and possess an opportunity to acquire diverse enchanted gear and artifacts. These fine boons would eventually entice even deities who govern the laws of the cosmos. Though they are unable to meddle directly within the ordeal, they might lure mortals to perform their will and reap advantages through them. In his former existence, Chun Bai lacked might and had endeavored to gain goodwill from the matron of shadows, Heloise. He had frantically executed all assignments that she had entrusted to him to seem commendable, but had not once foreseen being forsaken on account of a solitary botched assignment. While perusing the reports, his attention shifts toward contemporary happenings. Individuals at a medical facility were becoming frenzied and assaulting others. Meanwhile, a cadaver in the midst of scientific dissection, to the complete astonishment of the investigator, had astonishingly managed to stir again. While he scans the news summaries, he resolves that he shall grow sufficiently powerful on this occasion, such that he does not need to be beholden to any god, enabling him to even vanquish the deities beneath his tread. A decade following the ordeal's commencement, an individual had asserted to have unearthed the sole method to enhance inherent powers. He had stated that 10 days prior to the ordeal, the powers had previously grown potent, and any individual who could unearth them could then employ and further enhance them also. Chun Bai resolves to rise and proceed toward the medical center, wherein the initial contagion was recorded in the reports. In his former existence, Chun Bai's inherent power was E-rank contagion immunity that could be enhanced and fortified by activating it via contagion. Having covertly evaded the physicians and caregivers, he arrived at the section wherein the purported individual who assaulted others was confined. The individual was secured by the wrists and ankles unto a cot using steel restraints. Verifying that it was indeed an undead, Chun Bai procures a needle, extracts fluid from it, and scrutinizes it intently. The fluid appears a morbid hue of vivid violet, rather than the crimson red it typically ought to appear. He transports it back to his university lodge, which is currently vacant. He has surmised that his inherent power has already activated, and should he infuse the undead's ichor presently, it would aid him in fortifying his contagion immunity, notwithstanding awareness of the mortal peril that might materialize should his suppositions prove false. He accepts the injection, his expression all puckered up. He refuses to be the same frail being from his prior days, and thrusts the syringe into his flesh, while he administers it with labored gasps. He collapses to the ground as the contagion overwhelms his whole system, and his vision blurs within his consciousness. He perceives total blackness enveloping him, while a likeness of Heloise materializes in his most vulnerable instant. It entices him to surrender and accept the void, for that is the extent an inferior mortal such as he could achieve. However, Chun Bai will not succumb so readily. On this occasion, his gaze resolute. He gazes upon her and proclaims that he shall vanquish her regardless of all. Following many hours, the darkness recedes and dawn arrives. Chun Bai stands upon the veranda, gazing from the casement, his vision blurred, and prominent veins surfacing all over his countenance, as crimson trickles from his lips. His roommates have returned and are terrified out of their senses. Beholding him in this condition, he perceives their arrival, and pivots towards them, a ghastly look upon his visage, as they exclaim his name in terror. He breaks from his reverie and regains his awareness, while his vision clears. He quivers with exhilaration upon comprehending he has triumphed. He offers regrets to his companions and proceeds to the lavatory to cleanse himself. The undead contagion had not slain him. Thus he felt certain his power had been enhanced. Yet the query remained unto what tier. Abruptly, an odd violet luminescence bathes him from above, while his awareness is pulled into a shadowy realm. An enigmatic tone, which he identifies as the cosmic volition, commends him for his designation as a trailblazer, and rousing prematurely accessing the designation panel. He appears to have acquired the trailblazer designation that grants a constant enhancement of 5% to all his statistics. It further provides a 10% boost to acquired knowledge. As he at last inspects the inherent power display, he discovers that his power has attained the triple S tier and has evolved into the Contagion Sovereign. Contagion Sovereign stands as the supreme power within the Contagion domain, able to assimilate, employing, commanding, altering, and indeed generating contagions nevertheless. Chun Bai currently possesses the capacity to assimilate contagions in a restricted vicinity. At this juncture, he requires a multitude of contagions to augment his power. Therefore, he proceeds toward the prime location for contagions, the medical facility. Yet, by the doorway of the infirmary, individuals are fleeing from it, yelling in disarray that undead have emerged. Chun Bai recalls that 3 particular events had occurred just preceding the ordeal's arrival, and one among them was the quarantined medical facility. And it seems he arrived precisely on schedule. Several undead surge from the infirmary. Yet in place of escaping with the remainder of the throng, he sprints toward a single undead and slams its cranium against the earth, using maximum might employing his ability. He assimilates the contagion from the undead that is recorded as one contagion unit within his interface. These units may be utilized to fortify his corporeal powers. While he rises again, he announces that he shall permit none of them to elude him this day, and charges into the throng. As all this transpires externally, the facility's administrator and a caregiver are trapped within a lavatory cubicle, the entrance secured to bar an undead sentry. Perceiving that it cannot endure for much more time, the administrator resolves to yield to his impulses and attacks the caregiver, who is terrified witnessing his conduct. He can make contact with her, The entrance shatters and the undead bursts through, forsaking his base urges. The administrator seizes the caregiver and shoves her toward the undead. To preserve his own life, he tries to leap away and bolts for the casement, with another undead in close pursuit. Making a frantic yet useless leap, he collides with the casement, the undead tumbling out and upon the earth. Some moments thereafter, Chun Bai reaches the location. As he assimilates the contagion from undead successively, he observes the previously mauled caregiver sprawled on the lavatory tiles and infers that she has yet to transform into an undead. An opportunity should yet exist to rescue her, as the armed forces would shortly arrive on location. He required an individual to navigate him through the infirmary, so he could procure what he sought at the soonest moment. Using his contagion assimilation talent, he extracts the entirety of the undead contagion from within her system to prevent her transformation into an undead. The caregiver, who is just spared, awakens with a jolt and surveys her surroundings bewildered. She pivots and expresses gratitude to Chun Bai for her salvation. She had evidently not lost awareness throughout the entire ordeal and remained cognizant of what transpired. He states he requires her assistance with a task, but she conveys her desire to don attire first, as her present garments were shredded due to the undead's biting. Since there is limited time, he disregards her plea, seizes her wrists, and instructs her to lead him to the area in the infirmary. With the most contagion swiftly, they arrive at the laboratory, where all medical specimens from patients are analyzed, observing him combining whichever viral samples he could locate. The caregiver is perturbed and inquires precisely what he intends to do. With numerous contagions in a solitary flask, he places his hand above it and commences absorbing them, as one system notification appears after another, apprising him of the diverse contagions entering his being. After this is accomplished, he endeavors to distinguish and choose a specific one among those, which can best fortify his undead contagion. Currently discovering the ideal amalgamation, he settles on the umbral light contagion. That elevates all his statistics by 10 and his self-regeneration capacity by 200%. It is a contagion primarily centered on consumption and metamorphosis. Abruptly, the caregiver warns him of approaching undead, to which he instructs her to remain stationary where she is. With a solitary motion, he is at the doorway, grasping the undead by its throat. Resolving to evaluate his new powers on it, he starts consuming the undead with his ability. From the umbral light contagion, a sickly violet-tinged gloom envelopes and devours the undead, as it is assimilated into Chun Bai's physique. The caregiver is utterly astounded to witness what just unfolded. Before her very eyes, he is unperturbed and asks her if anything is amiss. She exhales, as the circumstances are beyond what she could logically comprehend. Knowing that he has genuinely rescued her, she believes that he will not injure her, and chooses to maintain his abilities as a confidence. They finally present themselves to one another as Chun Bai and Su Exile. Suddenly, there are vociferous sounds outside, as Chun Bai deduces that the military and the constabulary are likely present already. Grasping her, Chun Bai requests the quickest route to the rooftop, where they would depart the infirmary from. In the infirmary passage, a colossal undead materializes, leaps directly into their path, and lunges for a bite. Perceiving the peril swiftly, Chun Bai shoves Su Exile from harm's way, but is bitten himself instead. It appears there will be no recourse but to contend. Crimson splatters across the floor from Chun Bai's arm, as he glares down the enormous, incredible hulk, resembling undead, obstructing the corridor. While inspecting the injury, he seems troubled for an instant, but then grins, somewhat captivated by the spectacle of a mutant before him. He is pondering what manner of wild metamorphosis the dark light contagion might instigate by assimilating this one. Without forewarning, the undead propels itself from the ground, aiming directly for our protagonist. He anchors his feet into the flooring, prepared to counter as the undead smashes its limbs down. Chun Bai vaults into the atmosphere, evading just in moment, twisting in mid-flight. Our champion strikes the undead's cranium with exactness. Still suspended, the undead's eyes gleam. Realizing Chun Bai is poised to land behind it, it whirls around, rapidly brandishing its huge arms to strike him. But our champion curves his spine and jerks his head upward, narrowly eluding the assault. With impeccable timing, Chun Bai alights smoothly on the surface and squanders no moment, seizing another undead by the head. As our champion assimilates vitality from the other undead to replenish, he observes that the mutant's general prowess seems to equal his own. Without reluctance, Chun Bai brandishes his arm, unleashing those tendril-like emanations from them. He smashes his clenched hand into the mutant undead's torso with such vehemence that the creature is hurled backward, impacting into the partition. The collision leaves a noticeable concavity in the undead's chest, securing it against the partition. Chun Bai remarks how resilient this entity is, impressed yet unruffled as this is simple exertion. He withdraws, skidding somewhat on the surface as the mutant undead resists, clearly infuriated, wrenching itself free from the partition. It is even more incensed now as it focuses on our champion, its fury only intensifying further as Chun Bai mends himself. He rapidly discerns that the harm he has been inflicting is not sufficient to dispatch this fiendish undead from its agony just now. And handling it will consume much more time than he anticipated. Precisely then, Susan shatters the crisis container. She seizes the hatchet from within the compartment. Her palms are trembling yet prepared for engagement. Sushin brandishes the hatchet, summoning her recent companion, subsequently flings it across the space, causing it to gyrate like an expert. Concurrently, the altered undead dashes at Chun Bai with astounding velocity, surprising him unexpectedly. Chun Bai leaps precisely in moment to evade the mutant's talon and plucks the hatchet from the atmosphere. As he touches down, he commends her for her superb hurl and employing the altered undead's shoulder as a springboard. He provokes it, challenging it to approach him, so they might conclude this swiftly. The instant of collision materializes as our champion. Hatchet collides against the mutant's talons. He succeeds in delivering a truly solid blow, wounding the beast, yet the mutant retaliates, raking its enormous talons across our champion. They both maneuver like flashes, exchanging strikes as if they were in the contest of might. Chun executes a colossal step backward, then brandishes the hatchet with his utmost power, shouting for the undead to journey to Inferno. As the altered undead dashes at the champion, he flings the hatchet directly toward it. They both falter as they connect, and the hatchet gyrates through the atmosphere, targeting the undead's cranium. Chun Bai is rather astonished. The mutant can yet maintain its position in that manner. He sprints toward the undead, wrenching the hatchet from its cranium, while treading on the beast's dome for advantage. As he extracts the hatchet fully, Chun Bai jests regarding not neglecting injuries unaddressed, and cautions the undead to anticipate its demise commemoration. Abruptly, the mutant's orbs become crimson, its vessels distending wildly. The champion fails to perceive it approaching when a mutant seizes him and smashes him against the partition, inducing him to expel some crimson. Su Xin becomes terrified as she beholds her recent companion's abrupt takedown. She recoils when the hatchet falls to the surface beside her, concurrently as the altered undead embeds its talons into Chun Bai's midsection. He is chuckling internally, musing that when you are confronting mortality directly, you may as well savor it. He boldly inquires of the undead if it truly desires to dismember him. The altered undead appears both surprised and bewildered by Chun Bai's response, and query unexpectedly. A tendril-like emanation erupts from Chun Bai's midsection, seizing the undead's extremity. The mutant panics, attempting to withdraw. Yet the tendril merely continues expanding and grasping its limb with even greater might, employing his talent metamorphosis consumer. Chun grins as the tendril envelopes the mutant's whole physique, looming over the undead. He inquires if it is fearful presently, proclaiming that it is far too belated for that. Su Xin observes in terror as her recent champion companion consumes the altered undead with his talent. Notwithstanding her apprehension, she encourages him, applauding her palms and deeming it splendid. Concurrently, Chun Bai's interface informs him that the consumption is finished, and he has just ingested a phase 2 taloned undead. A short time subsequently, Chun Bai alights on the surface, and the interface apprizes him that his umbral-like metamorphosis is transpiring. His talons become dusky and keen, and the interface states he now possesses the taloned undead power, named Osseous Talents. The champion feels exceedingly gratified as he examines his talents, musing about all the consuming and metamorphosing he can perform. Experiencing pride, He believes selecting the umbral light contagion was a shrewd decision. Abruptly, the armed forces materialize. They discern Chun Bai and the female and aim their firearms toward them, inquiring if they are truly animate. They instruct them to elevate their hands or be fired upon. The champion becomes somewhat unnerved when he beholds the armed forces. They caution him they will enumerate to 3, and if they observe no movement, they will fire. The enumeration commences. Su Xin becomes alarmed when Chun lifts her up, stating that they must depart from that location. Precisely as the armed forces commander concludes enumerate, he yells to commence firing projectiles. Begins soaring as Chun Bai starts sprinting. Su Xin instructs him to veer right up ahead, because there exists a secure path to the summit. While they sprint, some projectiles strike him. Su Xin frets concerning him, stating he has been struck, but he nonchalantly just dismisses it and instructs her to remain silent and motionless. Some instance subsequently they arrive at the summit, and Chun Bai boots the entrance ajar while yet bearing the female. She is taken aback when he abruptly inquires where her dwelling is, yet she swiftly informs him it is in the Rongfeng district on Northern 4th Boulevard, Nanbei thoroughfare, and he affirms that he understood it. Su Xin becomes exceedingly astonished when they commence moving at blinding velocity. She shrieks as Chun Bai vaults from the summit, clutching him firmly as he continues sprinting. A short while thereafter, in the Rongfeng district on Northern 4th Boulevard, an individual is unlatching an entrance. It is Su Xin, and once they are within, she indicates to her champion where the lavatory is situated. She proposes to assist cleansing and bandaging his injury. Yet Chun Bai states the projectile did not lodge and is nearly mended. Thus he is alright. Su Xin nevertheless maintains she must have an inspection. The champion grins and concurs, commencing to remove his attire in the lavatory. His blouse and coat land upon the surface, and he positions himself before her unclad above the waist. Su Xin experiences a degree of discomposure, yet endeavors to indicate that there remain some indications of harm on his palms. She flushes even further when she beholds the injuries on his abdomen and torso that have not mended, yet he inquires of Su Xin if he will recuperate shortly. He engages his charisma abilities, inquiring if she desires to immolate herself for him. Susan flushes and responds that he would not consume her, because if he intended to, he would have performed it previously. Chun Bai inclines, near astonishing her as he amends her, stating she was mistaken. The rationale he had not consumed her sooner was merely because the surroundings were not suitable. Sushin is stunned when Chun Bai rends her garments, stating that presently the ambience is ideal and considerably more fit. He reiterates his prior inquiry, pondering if she is amenable to being consumed to aid his recuperation. Abashed, Susan averts his look and, rather than responding forthrightly, implores that he bathe and cleanse her initially so she will be prepared. The charisma adept concurs and rapidly inclines down to embrace her lips. They exchange a fervent embrace beneath the flowing water of the cascade. Engrossed in the instant subsequent to that, matters undoubtedly become intense and serious in the chamber, concurrently beyond the lavatory. Chun Bai's device hums with alerts. One communication is from Xiao Mu inquiring his location because Song Gu, the campus belle, is seeking him. Another alert materializes from Song Gu herself, pondering if he remains animate. As his companion stated, he proceeded to Zhang Chung First Infirmary. The subsequent day, Chun Bai recalls the peculiar occurrences that transpired in Zhangcheng. Prior to the ordeal's commencement, the quarantined infirmary, the outlying detonation, and the fiend abattoir. These episodes yet mystify him, as there is not abundant data accessible, and individuals merely allude to them cursorily in transit. He believes it is vexing and causing him cephalalgia, attempting to decipher it unexpectedly. Su Xin summons him, and as he responds, he nonchalantly states that he has procured morning meal and will return shortly. Su Xin nevertheless relates that 2 males arrived seeking him, asserting that Song Si Kyung desires to see him. This captures his focus. Su Xin, observing the males via the aperture, states they do not appear reliable and proposes it could be a deception, as Song Si Kyung is virtually nobility in Zhangcheng. She appears anxious and inquires what course to take. The champion serenely informs her the males are not prevaricated and counsels her to have them tarry externally, to which she consents. Chun contemplates the reality that Song Si Kyung is the progenitor of Song Ge, a peer with whom he has shared some intricate past. As he reviews the many summons and communications from Song Jae, who has been inquiring his well-being and anxious that he might be deceased, he deems it intriguing that Song Jae might have visited her progenitor. As Song Zichong is aware where Su Xian resides, it is evident she is cognizant of something significant. Concluding it is requisite to encounter her, he departs a brief time subsequently. An automobile arrives at the outlying refrigeration depot. Chun Bai is seated in the vehicle, contemplating Song Zichong's ascent to eminence. She originated from obscurity and culminated as the wealthiest individual in Jiangcheng, flourishing in both legitimate and clandestine aspects of commerce. Following the ordeal's advent, she roused as an A-tier aptitude and swiftly constructed her personal dominion. Chun Bai recalls how she consolidated Jiangcheng amidst a vehement tripartite contention, justly acquiring the designation of the sovereign of Jiangcheng. In his former existence, she was an individual he could solely esteem from afar. Yet presently, with the circumstances reversed, he contemplates how precious it would be to possess an individual such as her. On his faction before the ordeal completely impacts, when they reach the outlying refrigeration depot, Chun Bai traverses through the passage. A female stands before him, and the male accompanying him promptly inclines, saluting her as Song Ziqiang. The instant he advances, Song Se-kyung expresses regret for compelling him to journey entirely there, and concedes she has encountered her personal tribulations. Without reluctance, she proposes him a position at her flank, even intimating that if he is intrigued by her offspring, Song Ge becoming her kinsman by marriage is a possibility. Chun Bai is dubious, pondering what her true intention is. She nonchalantly asserts that, following witnessing his remarkable exhibition at the infirmary, any individual would develop affections for him. Chun Bai is astounded when she alludes to the infirmary. He rapidly grows uneasy, recollecting how he demolished the observation and energy provision there. He inquires how she located him so swiftly. As she depresses the lift control, she nonchalantly reminds him not to misjudge her. She clarifies that her personnel still succeeded in trailing him from the entrance hall to the observation chamber before the interfaces failed. She subsequently presents him her device, disclosing communications from a female named Alan, who had been confined in section 523 at the infirmary. Alan had originally requested assistance, yet subsequently dispatched a communication stating she was alright, because an exceedingly potent individual eliminated all the undead. Song Ziqiang believed it was a jest, yet Aline transmitted a recording substantiating, displaying Chun Bai and Sushin sprinting concurrently through the infirmary passage. Song Ziqiang informs him her fortune ameliorated when she met Lu Feng, Suction's associate among the endurers the armed forces salvage. Perceiving Lu Feng's designation rouses something within the champion. He recollects the evening at Su Shine's residence, when she stated that Lu Feng was the individual who attempted to attack her. Subsequently, the vanquished one endeavored to flee by leaping from a case, however, ultimately becoming ensnared by the undead creatures and crashing his cranium hard against the glazing. Susan articulated she wished he had perished as she utterly detested him, and Chun Bai had concurred rather disconcertedly. Susan had endeavored to simply move onward. Yet Chun Bai had proposed they have a brief intermission, observing that he did not anticipate her being a complete newcomer, and that her prior outcry had been remarkably potent. Susan offered apologies, but Chun Bai placated her. It was quite alright, affirming there would be abundant opportunities in the time ahead. Nevertheless, Su Shin then ascended atop his very person, adamantly stating she felt compelled to gratify her savior that very day. Returning to the suburban cold storage depot building, stationed beside the large industrial freight lift, the central figure queries Song Ziqiang directly if she could divulge to him where the maroon survivors are situated. Song Ziqiang pledges to impart the crucial information, but exclusively if he consents to then become her own. Those are quite some propositioning stratagems there. A flawless success, Recression asserts that Song Ziqiang is misjudging him. Yet she concedes this point, adding that while her intelligence is indeed precious, it is insufficient to truly rival his immense strength. However, prior to her being able to elaborate further, Chun interjects, clarifying implying that she had misinterpreted his meaning. He implies she comprehends far too little about him, and if her knowledge were greater, she would grasp why he could not be her man. To drive this assertion home, Chun unveils his formidable bone talents, affirming that it is she who ought to yield before him. Alan rapidly intervenes to try and shield Song Zikian, while Song Zikian, quite captivated by this display, ponders if his extraordinary mutation is linked to the zombie contagion. He showcases the sheer power of his osseous weapons, thereby rectifying her previous incorrect assumption. He proposes to elucidate precisely what his unique endowments are, provided she consents to become his devoted female companion. Song Zikong, remaining entirely unperturbed by him, advances forward, prompting Alan to exhibit some worry. She counters that Chun Bai is greatly underappreciating her worth. Those talons alone are not sufficient to win her over completely. Additionally, with a youthful and comely young nurse by his side, she cannot fathom why he is so interested in someone like herself. A more mature, matron figure, the central character, takes a prolonged observation of Song Zi Chong now, conceding that no individual could possibly resist such a captivating and developed female presence. He elucidates that every person has their distinct advantages and disadvantages, and in the era prior to the devastating apocalypse, she could accomplish much more for him than simply bestowing comfort. When Song Zichong perceives him referencing the great apocalypse, she appears rather dubious about it, downplaying the present circumstances as a mere minor undead scourge. But Chun then corrects her statement, stating the undead are scarcely even a prelude for what is impending. Comprehending how much Chun Bai truly understands now, Song Zichong says that he seems more knowledgeable than she had envisioned. She states that she and her associates are not ones to readily submit to others, and suggests that they should collaborate productively instead. Her valuable assistance in return for his profound knowledge. She extends her hand toward him, inquiring about his thoughts. After some deliberation, Chun resolves to clasp her offered hand, acknowledging that subduing the queen of Zhongcheng will not be simple. Song Ziqiang grins, saying that is only to be expected, inclining somewhat nearer to his form. She admits that she is anticipating the forthcoming challenge, requesting him to maintain his diligent efforts. They abruptly perceive the distinct sounds of gunfire erupting, and Chun Bai, quite startled by this, inquires what is currently transpiring. Song Suk-yong clarifies that the gunfire probably originated from the depot, where the commander, Huang himself, of the Jiangcheng Armed Forces had deployed a partial platoon. The previous evening, Captain Zhao had been dispatched to parley with her, and they had then requisitioned chilled storage facilities to house both living undead specimens and rescued individuals from various isolation medical centers. She remarks that it appeared peculiar for matters to go awry, since there were merely about 30 undead confined in the cold repository, scarcely capable of movement in the frigid temperatures. Chun Bai then states that he did not foresee the undead being found so rapidly, owing to their lethargy in such extreme environmental conditions. However, he indicates that the general populace would not realize that particular fact. Harsh environments can elevate the probability of undead transformations occurring. As he contemplates the conceivable link between the suburban cold repository, the undead alterations, and the recent detonations, the central figure swiftly assembles the disparate pieces together. He conjectures that the location they currently occupy could be connected to the suburban detonation that transpired previously. Both Song Ziqiang now, and Alan also, are astonished when Chun Bai insists they should venture to investigate, feeling quite exhilarated about the potential discovery of transformed undead creatures. He speculates what manner of alteration they will soon encounter. Concurrently, the armed forces confront a truly colossal mutated undead horror. Enlisted men bellow directives to hurl hand explosives into the undead's maw in sheer desperation. The resulting detonation generates a vast plume of smoke, and the massive outline of the undead is still discernible within the obscuring haze as the dark smoke dissipates. The enlisted personnel are utterly aghast. The transformed undead monstrosity stands entirely unscathed by it. It snarls with great fury, clutching a soldier in its gigantic hand. Evidently extremely irate this time, and more perilous than previously seen. Captain Zhao proclaims that their armaments are wholly ineffective against the truly gargantuan undead creature. He commands his enlisted men to divide into smaller units, disperse widely, and draw the behemoth's attention individually now. They are required to persevere until reinforcements can finally arrive. And he then inquires if everyone comprehends the strategy. However, he is taken aback when Song Zixiong steps ahead, requesting him to have his personnel cease their fire and withdraw. Quite bewildered, the captain demands to understand what she implies. Song Zixiong clarifies that they are squandering their valuable time and lives, attempting to injure that exceptionally towering, formidable creature, counseling Zhao to desist, sending his brave men to perish futilely. Rather, she directs him to concentrate on safeguarding the employees from her own cold repository establishment diligently, and the survivors from the isolation medical facility they relocated there. She commands him to extract them all securely now. Zhao demurs, insisting that it is wholly unfeasible. The transformed undead creature is excessively swift. No one could possibly abscond without someone detaining it effectively. Meanwhile, a staff member designated Luli is nearly apprehended by the undead. Disregarding Zhao's voiced apprehensions entirely, Song Zixiong calmly instructs him to adhere to her directives and not to fret concerning the menacing behemoth, reassuring him that an individual will indeed manage it, as if precisely on schedule. Chun Bai materializes, grasping the transformed undead's hand with his bone talons, rescuing the terrified Luli in the very same process. And the He soldiers swiftly draw Luli to a safe haven. Chun Bai casually remarks that he merely gave the undead a nonchalant grab, but he nearly displaces his own arm in the said endeavor. Comprehending that the transformed undead is substantially mightier than anticipated, he discerns it cannot be overcome by sheer brute force alone. The undead swings its truly enormous arm towards Chun Bai, but he maneuvers with incredible swiftness, lacerating its appendage multiple times with his sharp bone talons. The sheer impact of Chen's blows throws the creature off kilter, while it struggles desperately to recover its proper footing. The hero alights gracefully upon the solid ground, standing quite composedly before the enraged, undead creature, almost as if deliberately goading it to advance on him once more. Captain Zhao and then Song Zixiong observe the mutant undead swinging quite erratically around and colliding into a nearby edifice heavily, sending fractured concrete and large chunks of flesh cascading downwards, obliterating everything in its immediate surrounding vicinity. The captain instantaneously pivots towards Song Se-kyung and demands who in blazes Chun Bai truly is, and whether or not she is concealing a behemoth of some nature. In a rather nonchalant fashion, Song Se-kyung queries what he is even debating, indicating that the central figure is a genuine human individual, and more importantly, her valued, esteemed partner. The foolishly altered undead monstrosity returns to the Fae and then abruptly freezes, upon comprehending that Chun Bai is positioned triumphantly atop the very flesh, preventing it from consuming any further sustenance. Chun remarks about how terribly profligate it is for the undead to permit all that prime meat to go to utter waste, before initiating his special skill evolution devour now. The undead creature, thoroughly angered by the spectacle of the protagonist consuming the flesh it urgently requires to recuperate its strength, swings its massive arm again with unrestrained fury. The sheer power of the blow propels a great gust of wind towards Song Zixiong and also Captain Zhao. Akin to a windmaster, however, Chun Bai moves with exceptional agility, evading the undead creature's dangerous onslaught by vaulting out of the structure and into the open air. In mid-trajectory, the system informs him that he has completed devouring the frozen beef supply, and the black light contagion within him has advanced somewhat significantly, enhancing his raw strength and his overall endurance. Chun Bai grins, broadly acknowledging the superior quality of the beef, and not only replenished his depleted energy, but also bestowed upon him a notable upgrade. He observes that the undead now scrambling to recuperate inside the edifice, appears to be genuinely fatigued and devoid of much energy. The prodigious hero positions himself strategically behind the transformed undead. With a serene yet distinctly ominous vocal tone, he proclaims its imminent destruction, extending his formidable bone talons. The undead, sensing the unavoidable outcome, attempts to react, but is far too sluggish. Chun Bai impales it directly through the very head, delivering a truly conclusive and fatal blow. Song Zikia. And the captains stand there in quite astonished quietude as the truly towering creature topples to the hard ground, vanquished by Chen's unyielding and overwhelming might finally. Chun Bai stands resolutely atop the transformed undead's massive cranium, driving his sharp talons deeply into it as he withdraws his hand. He is quite startled to observe the undead's hand still twitching. It very nearly pulverizes him between its truly enormous fists. But the central figure just considers the timing could not be more opportune. He dispatches forth his tentacle-like powerful aura, enveloping it securely around the undead's gigantic hands to restrain them. Captain Zhao, observing all of this, is becoming extremely agitated. He is utterly convinced it is unfeasible for anyone to manage that thing. Chun Bai utilizes his evolution devour unique capability, and the aura constricts tighter still around the undead horror. Encompassing its whole physique, Captain Zhao gazes in utter terror, comprehending there is no possibility Chun Bai is merely human. Song Zichong is genuinely surprised now when Captain Zhao commences to mutter aloud about how the undead are not meant to be capable of movement. He appears to be formulating some sort of plan. Quite anxiously, Captain Zhao radios urgently for vital backup, inquiring if the necessary reinforcements have indeed arrived yet. He is prepared to grant the authorization to launch a projectile, even commencing to relay the precise target coordinates. But precisely then an individual taps him on the shoulder. Captain Zhao appears terrified, completely out of his wits, when he pivots and perceives it is Song Zikyung and Al, bestowing upon him very grave, meaningful expressions. Song Zikyung advises him to compose himself and consider it carefully, because Chun Bai is assisting them at this very moment. He preserved their very lives, and she cautions Jiao not to undertake anything foolish, or it will prove detrimental for every single one. A brief period later, all personnel lock and arm their rifles. The requested reinforcements had materialized and swiftly encircled the central figure. Song Zikyung is quite astonished when Captain Zhao then over. The radio network commands everyone to load their armaments and remain vigilant. She hastens over to him to reiterate their prior mutual accord, and he reassures her that he has not forgotten it. He pledges not to issue the assault directive as long as Chun refrains from making any aggressive maneuvers. Meanwhile, the central figure is intensely concentrated now, eyes firmly shut as he assimilates the transformed undead creature. The system alerts him that he has acquired a novel capability, the variant named Flesh Mountain Strength Configuration indeed, along with 500 contagion points and a new aptitude termed Virus Injection. Chun Bai then opens his eyes as the intricate system proclaims that devouring the uncommon Flesh Mountain undead has substantially augmented his blacklight, contagion inherent abilities. He commences to evaluate his newfound powers, brandishing his formidable bone talons through the ambient air. The system informs him that he has obtained yet another skill, designated Heavy Hammer, specifically for his formidable left hand. Evaluating it thoroughly, he perceives the sharp talons in his right hand and the truly immense power of the heavy hammer in his left. Chun Bai feels genuinely proud of his remarkable evolution, observing that the heavy hammer possesses an absolutely incredible force. However, he feels a trifle let down concurrently, because there is nothing nearby to assess its genuine potency on just yet. The central figure senses the might of the heavy hammer diminishing as he reaches deep into his trouser pocket. Comprehending this was undoubtedly the most significant triumph of the entire day. He retrieves the precious Flesh Mountain core item. Gazing at it intently, it is exceptionally rare, exceedingly valuable material, and he knows he could utilize it to fashion some amazing gear. He is already contemplating how indeed, if he can decipher how to truly control it. He could even manifest a flesh barricade that just expands perpetually. He speculates for a brief moment if he should just nourish it more and cultivate another entire flesh mountain right then and there to test his current strength. But then Song Se-kyung's distinct voice extricates him from his deep thoughts, and he rapidly secretes the valuable core back into his pocket. Song Se-kyung is gesturing for him to approach her now, stating she has an individual to introduce to him. Luli approaches him with a radiant, welcoming smile, and Chun instantaneously recognizes her familiar appearance. She is that renowned media correspondent from Zhongcheng City, the very one widely known across the internet. He ponders if it was she who clandestinely recorded him back at the infirmary. When Luli affirms it was indeed her doing, she is all beaming smiles, thanking him profusely for rescuing her on 2 occasions. Chun Bai dismisses it, casually stating it was all merely a pure happenstance. He then inquires if she succeeded in capturing him in decisive action. When he successfully vanquished the formidable flesh mountain, Luli concedes she did capture it, but swiftly proposes to erase it if he is not comfortable with it. The central figure instructs her to retain it safely, but just do not disseminate it. He has his own intentions for it. She concurs, readily comprehending what his intentions truly are. Then the captain calls out directly to Chun, informing him their superior commander, Huang himself, desires a comprehensive elucidation regarding absolutely everything. Who Chun Bai is, and precisely what he truly knows. Chun observes Zhao positioned behind the defensive barricade a few yards distant, and feels momentarily bereft of suitable words. The designation Huang Xin Qiu instigates some truly profound recollections. Chun recalls this particular commander from after the Great Trials commenced. How Huang habitually coerced the less powerful awakened individuals, regarding them like mere refuse, like they were simply farm animals. Initially, they would attempt to embellish it with patriotic fervor and all that, but shortly it just devolved into outright blatant mistreatment. Chun Bai recollect being one of those individuals barely subsisting, starving terribly, not even receiving adequate daily sustenance. What impacts him most profoundly, however, is how utterly preposterous it all was. Any individual who even contemplated absconding was branded a vile traitor, and the armed forces would pursue them relentlessly like common fugitives. It is a vivid flashback period, and our hero remembers how all this terrible turmoil compelled him to depart. Zhang Cheng returning to the present moment. He pivots to face Song Ziqiang, inquiring if he should just proceed to clarify everything to Captain Zhao. But she rapidly dismisses that particular notion, stating he most assuredly should not do so. She remains quite uninformed concerning numerous subjects yet. Chun Bai grins, slightly endeavoring to rationalize with her. However, she interjects, asserting she will indeed manage it. Song Ziqiang advances with assurance toward Captain Zhao when he perceives her distinct approach now. He mentions how he trusts they both comprehend their civic obligations as populace members, but he is swiftly silenced then when a formidable woman positions herself directly before him. She instructs him to cease spouting such utter nonsense and to desist from acting like some petty bureaucrat. She is entirely uninhibited now, stating he is merely a unit commander and unentitled to order her about. If Wang Xinkyu possesses any actual grievances now, he ought to engage with her personally then. Captain Jia is rendered quite mute by her sheer effrontery, and precisely then a fellow approaches him quite hastily, stating the sequestered individuals are fomenting considerable bedlam, and inquiring what course of action they should pursue. When Chun Bai perceives that very statement, he interjects, inquiring if an individual named Lu Feng is among them. The captain queries the fellow, and the man verifies that yes indeed. Lu Feng is the primary disruptive and most troublesome deadbeat. Chun then addresses the captain quite directly, stating he wishes to behold the dim-witted, washout young lad. Captain Jiao commands the fellow to escort him over immediately, and the man renders a salute and promptly departs. Shortly thereafter, Lu Feng appears looking exceedingly arrogant now. He perceives the captain and inquires if he is the one seeking him, boasting about how his father is the deputy head of the premier infirmary. Lu Huanong then abruptly, our hero taps the individual on the shoulder and ere he could respond. Chun Bai employs his unique contagion infusion ability, infusing the undead contagion directly and squarely into him. Our protagonist nonchalantly informs Lu Feng that he had been seeking him because an individual requested him to convey a specific message. Lu Feng then inquires who he is precisely, and Chun Bai divulges that Su Xian informed him yesternight quite intimately that she desires Lu Feng's demise due to his transgressions with the ghouls. Lu Feng grows frantic as he apprehensively questions how Chun Bai knows, asserting Su Xian could not conceivably still be living. Abruptly, Chun Bai then retreats a pace, and everyone becomes motionless when he cautions them to withdraw, because Lu Feng is poised to be of significantly greater utility by transforming into an undead creature, that witless moron. Disbelieving it, he contends that Chun Bai is the one about to transform, and alleges he is merely toying with his very person. He cannot fathom that Su Xian would consort with such a contaminated lad. His fury mounts, and shadowy veins commence crawling up his very cranium, engulfing it as he shrieks that Chun Bai shall surely perish soon. He commences to make guttural, snarling noises. He is metamorphosing into an undead and assaulting the heroic figure. With no precious time to squander, Chun Bai engages his massive hammer technique and lands a mighty blow that utterly annihilates the foolish imbecile. After the resulting debris finally settles down, he surveys the scene, experiencing considerable self-satisfaction with himself. He remarks that the technique was more formidable than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Captain Zhao stands there utterly immobilized by pure astonishment, drenched in gore, pondering if he just beheld a transformed inhuman hand, and if Chun Bai is some manner of extraordinary metahuman being. Our heroic figure then turns towards Song Ziqiao, and she starts slightly when he informs her she acquitted herself well, proposing he might divulge some intelligence once they do get back. She then draws quite near to his person, proposing he could address her as Ziqiang or Song J henceforth now. This piques Chun Bai's distinct interest, and he inquires why the alteration. She clarifies she deems it insufficiently valuable to merely be his collaborator. Alternatively, she now ponders if it currently remains a feasible option for her to become one of those desiring to be closely with him. Our hero is temporarily quite bereft of any words, but swiftly responds it all hinges on her merit and her execution. A pale vehicle traverses the deserted thoroughfare with Alan piloting. Luli, Chun Bai, and Song Ziqiang are all its occupants. Song Ziqiang then addresses Chun Bai directly, stating it is an ideal moment and invites him to dine with her. Chun Bai then replies she ought not disturb him until they reach her very abode, and Song Ziqiang concurs while they journey onward now. Chun Bai resolves it is opportune for the chance drawing now, to ascertain if he secured any excellent recompense from it. For vanquishing the colossal meat creature, of course. He accesses his repository and is astonished to discover 2 skill manuals. Experiencing good fortune, he remarks that his serendipity appears to be persistent. One of the skill manuals houses the dynamic technique Savage Bloodthirst, which augments all statistics by 3 points for a 10-minute duration, but possesses a diurnal reset time wherein all statistics diminish by fully half. Chun Bai contemplates it and concludes that technique is not truly beneficial for him. He inspects the remaining tome, which contains the innate aptitude known as muscular augmentation. This one substantially expands all of his brawny tissue and duplicates the advancement pace of raw power and his overall resilience. Chun Bai then gestures negatively with his head, stating it would be ill-suited for him since from his clear memories, every user in his past existence transformed into excessively overmuscled, aberrations thereby forfeiting considerable crucial suppleness. Although the techniques are not beneficial for his own personal direct use, he conjectures they could possess quite considerable overall value for an individual newly embarking upon the forthcoming great tribulations. Chun Bai commences contemplating the establishment of a powerful faction and assesses his present monetary standing carefully. He observes that the recompense for vanquishing the meat mountain amounts to 6 golden currency units, precisely adequate to inaugurate a communication collective. He reasons he could employ this communication collective to assemble pioneers and assist them in constructing a robust foundation before the trial initiates, as he is on the verge of sanctioning the communication collective's creation, which necessitates 5 golden currency units. Chun Bai then muses upon how the factions in the latter phases of the trial were remarkably intricate. He recognizes that the alliances forged quite early on are pivotal for ultimate triumph. The system apprises Chun Bai he is poised to establish Chat Group 1. It requests him to designate it, or he can permit auto-generation of a name. Chun Bai opts to nullify the naming process, and the system proceeds to christen a Chat Group 1 automatically. As he contemplates the chosen designation, he reminisces about Hellwaz and vows to himself resolutely he is absolutely going to reconstruct his White Emperor metropolis and transform it into a veritable divine dominion. He is thoroughly invigorated now, proclaiming that Hellwaz will be naught but a subservient cur beneath his feet. 3 hours subsequently, they arrive at Song Si Kyung's exclusive private villa. She commences discoursing about the impending cosmic trial, highlighting that over 90% of humanity will become either monstrosities or gifted evolutionary beings. She further states that firearms and most electronics will become utterly useless. Chun Bai informs her that is all he can impart for the present and inquires if that is adequate for her to secure an advantage. Song Zichong declares it is insufficient and proceeds directly to the matter, asking how she might become one of his devoted people. Chun Bai delineates it firstly. She must possess some genuine tangible abilities, because he desires no ineffectual individuals around it. Secondly, he demands unwavering absolute fealty, akin to a devoted canine to its revered master. Song Zikyong interjects, stating she can unequivocally furnish that kind of loyalty. She confidently asserts her substantial influence now. Finances and societal standing in Zhongcheng render her more than competent. But Chun Bai retorts, saying that, however, the regulations and principles following the trial are going to be entirely novel. Her present authority and social status and wealth will not signify much, apart from rendering the notion of retaining her as a thrall quite alluring. Song Zikyong begins to experience anxiety, visualizing herself and her sibling. Song Ge bound securely upon a platform, whilst an announcer proclaims the subsequent auction offer. The erstwhile queen and the young princess of Jiangcheng. She queries Chun then by what the distinction would be between being a loyal canine to him and being a mere amusement somewhere else entirely. Chun Bai elucidates then that there will be a grand stage where she can exhibit her true strength, and a superior who will not impede her out of apprehension. He assures her that he will consistently be mightier and above her, making it evident that his leadership entails its own unique form of power. Song Zikyang abruptly feels as if she is about to forfeit a momentous opportunity. If she demurs any further now, without squandering a single second, she genuflects and bows low before Chun Bai, proclaiming she is prepared to minister to him as her revered master. Chun Bai is taken aback, but exceptionally gratified by this very gesture. He reflects upon how Song Zikyong's renown and societal stand render her a truly valuable and prized asset, and he is somewhat quite thrilled about it. He elevates her chin and instructs her to reveal her allure in person, because he possesses some specific assignments for her to undertake. A short duration later on, Alan and Luli appear to receive a communication from Song Se-kyung via the established chat collective. She is directing Alan to have Luli transmit Chun Bai's video to her and to escort her residence so she can recuperate after all that has transpired. She also desires them to locate someone to maintain Chun Bai's posts actively upon major online forums, particularly the one designated to the esteemed pioneers, with the unique post identifier Pioneer White Emperor. Alan approaches Luli, informing her that Song Sikyong indeed wishes her to dispatch Chun Bai's video and convey her home. Luli, hearing that very message, ponders if there is anything she can possibly do to assist. Alan relays that particular song. Se-kyung feels Luli has endured a great deal in the past few days and simply needs to return her home. reset her composure, and relax for a short while. Luli concurs, observing that even though she was nearly devoured by undead, the shock was not as profound as when she initially encountered one. She reflects upon how Chun Bai rescued her previously then, and she wonders if it is because she has reconciled with the notion of perishing at the very hands of undead creatures, or if it is Chun Bai's formidable strength that makes her feel secure. A few brief moments later, an individual calls the phone Chun Bai is holding. He instantaneously recognizes it is definitely Song Ge, calling from Song Ziqiang's personal telephone. As soon as the communication is established, Song Ge interjects, immediately asking if everything is alright, since Alan indicated she desired her to return home. Chun Bai answers the incoming call, and when he reveals it is he, Song Ge sounds exceptionally quite surprised. She inquires why he possesses Song Se Kyung's phone and where her mother is. Chun Bai informs her that Song Se Kyung is occupied working and dining, so there is no opportunity for a conversation. He insists she should just return home to converse, because it is exceptionally quite important. Song-ah concurs and tells him to await her at the residence, since she dispatched him numerous messages without any single reply. But to her utter astonishment, Chun Bai just disconnects on her Song Go, feels quite abashed, and mutters some imprecations under her breath, vowing to make him kneel beneath her pomegranate garment one fine day. Meanwhile, Song Jitsong is still genuflecting humbly before Chun Bai, addressing him as master and inquiring if he could also safeguard her daughter. Chun Bai disparages Song then, stating she is deficient in genuine ability and that her disposition has been marred by excessive pamper. But he reassures Song Jitsong that if she exerts the required effort, there is a substantial probability Song Ge will not transform into a monster. When the great trial commences, Song Se Kyung smiles with profound gratitude, thanking Chun by the subsequent morning. At a clandestine depot situated out in the suburban periphery, the location is entirely deserted within a motor car. Song Ge is interrogating Song Zi Chong rather intently, speculating if she is being deceived by this Chun Bai, and how she can possibly credit something so utterly outlandish. Serenely, Song Zi Chong clarifies then that she prevented Song Ge from seeking out Chun Bai the preceding evening for that very specific reason. She informs Song Ge that once they alight from the vehicle, rendering Song Ge astounded. Concurrently, beyond the storehouse, Chun Bai is positioned with Alan at his rear. Alan relays that she inspected all the locations, reputed to harbor undead and beasts across the metropolis. Ultimately, the depot is the sole spot that yielded anything. Alan then apprises Chun Bai that the venue was formerly a subterranean casino, but presently, both the establishment and the punters within have become ghouls. There are approximately 160 of them, yet she discovered no unique revenants like Meat Mountain. Chun Bai contemplates it, speculating if this might be the ghoul abattoir. He deduces it's improbable since the infirmary event transpired indoors, and Meat Mountain was arduous to vanquish. This location is secluded, so if something occurred, it would be challenging for anyone to recall or circulate news. He queries Alan if she surveyed all the alleged sites with undead and monstrosities, and she affirms that this is the solitary one she located. Chun Bai observes that it appears someone is still amassing ghouls, akin to Pokemons. The facility where they house them ought to be the ghoul abattoir. He highlights that the armed forces are merely courageous, sufficient to manage a few score undead at one go, whilst this individual is attempting to congregate them all. He questions if this person is just an inquisitive explorer, or a trailblazer who possesses more insight than the remainder, and the notion of it energizes him greatly. Chun Bai readies himself and bellows for them to unseal the entrance. Two chaps wrench it ajar, and it becomes truly tumultuous as a throng of ferocious zombies burst forth. The fellow opening the gateway looks petrified as ghouls jostle to scratch their passage out, each striving to be the foremost to assault Chun Bai. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Bai punts the initial ghoul that pounces at him. Su Xin winces, documenting the entire spectacle. While Song Ge appears, she might swoon from terror. A short while after, Chun Bai's deeply engaged, employing virus absorption on one of the undead. He's already vanquished a mountain of them, and as he concludes with the final one, the system commends him for attaining the designation of zombie hunter. After dispatching over 300 undead, It informs him the title enhances all his statistics by 5 and escalates his destruction against ghouls by 5%. It also states that he's amassed sufficient specimens of zombie-class contagions to trade for a ghoul contagion serum blueprint. Utilizing his virus credits in the aptitude hierarchy, the protagonist becomes exceptionally intrigued at the reference of the serum blueprint, pondering how invaluable it is. Even those with awakened aptitudes could grapple against ghoul contagions. He acquires the blueprint for 300 virus credits, reminding his own self that not everyone possesses aptitudes that render them impervious to contagions, or features an ultra-formidable physique. He summons Song Se-kyung and directs her to assemble everyone, verifying if they all recall what he relayed before they depart. She affirms she's prepared while Alan and Susan seem somewhat apprehensive, and Song Yi has a repulsed expression on her countenance, like she might retch any moment. Susan advances and clarifies that employing cold armaments against ghouls substantially diminishes the probability of them transmuting into monstrosities. During the ordeal, she stresses that slaying undead without injury is crucial to averting transformation. Chun Bai, clutching a ghoul by the nape, surveys around and orders them to exhibit their prowess, inquiring who wishes to proceed first. Alan steps forward, donning her gauntlets and offering for the endeavor. Once Chun Bai frees the ghoul, Aline lunges ahead, grabbing its limb and hurling it up into the atmosphere. As the ghoul smashes down, Song Zikyang continues with a rapid strike from her cudgel. Dispatching it, Chun Bai observes. Shaking his cranium, he notes that their might is inadequate. Song Zikyang fells it in a single blow, but it requires them over 10 blows to conclude it. Next, a ghoul lies splayed on the terrain, and Su Shin succeeds in dispatching it, but she's completely winded lying beneath it. Chun Bai laments again about their feeble might. Su Shin only slays it owing to her familiarity with human structure, having been assaulted by the ghoul. Song Zikyung declares it's Song Gae's opportunity, but Song Gae appears thoroughly frightened, droplets streaming down her visage as she elevates her cudgel abruptly. She wets herself and crumbles to the terrain, conceding she cannot accomplish it. Song Jiqing hastens to console her, perceiving that Song Gu requires additional reassurance. Meantime, the protagonist examines his mobile and sees that there are multiple remarks on the entry he crafted, but they are all a heap of gibberish. One respondent even inquires which mental institution he absconded from, and if he desires to compose a narrative. Chun Bai feels aghast, shaking his cranium in incredulity at the standard of this peak heckler. Abruptly, Chun Bai observes a dispatch from someone with a handle. "I'm not a stooge, this chap," says he's genuinely a trailblazer, and is querying why Chun Bai isn't responding. He asks what Chun Bai comprehends and if he's even viewed his dispatches. Chun Bai understands not everyone in this collective is from Leslie, which is a victory and not a stooge, then queries what precisely a trailblazer is. The protagonist reverses the inquiry back, asking what manner of aptitude he has. The chap finally confesses he possesses S-tier psychic dominion, but panics a tad concerned he shouldn't have divulged that. Chun Bai calms him not to fret, stating he won't reveal the information either. He tells the fellow to inspect the interface for communication selections and to search for Chat Collective 1, where some fundamental info is presented. If he has more queries after that, he can just contact him as Chun is reviewing the Chat Collective. He sees a fresh participant materialize, someone identified as Han Zhao. This fellow remarks wanting to alter the collective designation. He then asks Chun Bai if he can include someone additional. Chun Bai queries who it is, and Han Zhao states it's someone named Shui Chuan, who seemingly has dispatched Chun Bai previously. Since Shui Chuan was unable to connect, he approached Han Zhao for a private discussion. Han Zhao clarifies that Shui Chuan was inquiring what he understood, but since he possessed no intelligence, he just disregarded him. Chun Bai is quite intrigued at the designation that has to be him. He recollects the immensely potent fellow known as Shui Chuan and gets a bit enthused, typing rapidly. He concurs and tells the lad that if he identifies any other trailblazers, he can include them to the protagonist chuckles with contentment as the Chat Collective receives their new participant. Later that twilight song, Ziqiang phones Luli to check if there are any developments on the Ghoul Amass. Probe, she confirms their findings. She discloses it's the Jiansheng overlords, personnel behind this ghoul amassing, and that they've dispatched all the congregated ghouls to the Monica freight yard near the Jiansheng Quay. Luli mentions further that she sent some individual to amass more intelligence. But it's time to rendezvous, and they haven't come back. She believes tarrying any longer is futile. Abruptly, two figures plummet right before Luli, and she inhales sharply, cupping her mouth to stifle a shriek. She gazes up to see a male chortling at her from overhead, distinctly entertained by her being frightened, and he doesn't appear like a positive sign either. Luli is still quivering as she murmurs that she's been exposed. Meantime, at Song Se Kyung's residence, someone identified as Lu Huai transmits a dispatch to Chun Bai, stating he just entered the collective and has perused the collective files. He gleaned much, but still has some queries. Since the aptitude directives were somewhat ambiguous, Lu Huai asked the protagonist if he could assist him to comprehend. Chun Bai requests him to forward the specifics. He replies and reveals that his aptitude is the Een Timber physique, which clarifies that Een Timber is the most Een of timbers and is a fountain of boundless vitality. When the Een psyche infuses the physique, it becomes a domain of perpetual vitality. When Chun Bai observes this, he understands an SS tier aptitude. He notes that the expenditure of initiating capabilities is somewhat elevated, considering the typical starting capability of a regular individual only endures about 3 rotations. With 5 credits, Lu Hui concurs, stating that it's why he's been reluctant. Chun Bai counsels him that if his essence isn't below 3, it costs essence to initiate the timber physique. He clarifies that the constitution is the bedrock, so he shouldn't be a fragile attacker. Lu Huai replies that he has 5 essences and expresses gratitude to Chun Bai for the intelligence. Abruptly, someone hurries towards the protagonist. It's Song Ziqiang, and she appears concerned. Chun Bai queries what's amiss with her in such a haste. She says that Luli discovered all the amassed ghouls have been transported to the mannequin freight yard. Regrettably, Luli was apprehended, and they're requesting her to parley. Chun Bai rises, inquiring if the abductors have reached out to her, alarming Song Ziqiang. She's appalled at the notion of Luli being double-crossed. She swiftly inclines her head before Chun by asserting that she nurtured Luli herself, so she's confident she wouldn't betray them. Besides, Luli was directing from behind when this transpired, so the problem stems from the individuals she sent to probe. Chun Bai says that in that circumstance, they need to rescue Luli. Meantime, at the Mankai freight yard in Sector B, Luli finds herself bound by the male from previously. He speaks to her by designation, identifying himself as Zheng Ming. He says that she seems somewhat oblivious about the circumstances. He hasn't harmed, yet her out of deference for Song Ziqiang. But he makes it unambiguous that if Song Ziqiang chooses to yield, when she reaches here, Luli will become her underling. The wicked fellow cautions Luli that if her lady doesn't acquiesce, they'll all become his amusements. Luli quakes, writhing against the tethers as Xing Ming offers her a beverage, proposing they salute again, and that she shouldn't expel it so heedlessly. Luli declines, gazing away in revulsion. Abruptly, a sound interjects, observing that it's salute and not imbibed, and that penalty libation isn't agreeable. It's our protagonist, Chun, by nonchalantly carving into a beefsteak, one appearance by our champion. He says that there's no courtesy in the circumstances, so perhaps she doesn't favor imbibing. Both Xing Ming and Luli are astonished to observe him. Xing Ming is extremely bewildered, puzzling when the protagonist sat down. Chun Bai addresses his woman, inquiring if she's famished, and presents her a portion of beefsteak and tells her that he's sampled it, and it's quite good. The adversary, now vigilant, asks Chun Bai who on earth he is. Chun Bai nonchalantly clarifies that he's there to escort his lady home, while she savors the beefsteak even while still bound. Xing Ming sits down and asks if Song Ziqiang dispatched him. He nods negatively, then observes that if he approached so near without being detected, he must be a forerunner too. Just like that, the tethers confining Luli drop to the ground. Chun Bai tells her that she can depart, since her mistress is anticipating her in the vehicle beyond. She rises immediately and departs. Xing Ming says that it seems Song Ziqiang is already under Chun Bai's dominion, and our champion affirms it with the most composed demeanor known to mankind. Xing Ming then states that it's improbable the matriarch of Jiangcheng would capitulate readily, so Chun Bai must possess some intriguing techniques, decanting libation into 2 goblets like some sophisticated undead antagonist. Zheng Ming suggests they share insights, since he's very keen on those matters. he observes that in the major three factions of Jiangxi, he has overthrown the overlord and Chun Bai has the matriarch on his side, with only the general remaining. He offers his counterpart a goblet of libation, suggesting that they collaborate so he can become the monarch of Jiangxi, making Chun Bai a staunch supporter. But Chun Bai immediately declines. Xing Ming is astonished, letting fall the goblets and making them shatter on the floor. He tries to calm Chun Bai, saying not to fret because he has S-tier aptitude. The pinnacle there is. He even inquires if he wants to accompany him for a sip of penalty libation. Chun Bai ponders it and observes that he has seen Xing Ming not just amassing ghouls, but also transforming humans into them. He says that with such a potent but perverse aptitude, Xing Ming is better off not being allowed to exist. Chun Bai proclaims that Xing Ming doesn't merit his assistance because he has SSS tier aptitude. Xing Ming just scoffs, displaying his razor talons and elucidating his aptitude slaughter progression, which lets him irreversibly pilfer portions of a target's traits. After eliminating them, he notes that while Chun Bai's aptitude is SSS, he is still concerned that his own S-tier capability could deify him instantaneously. Chun Bai muses that Xing Ming's capability is perilous, a sheer fighting aptitude that could expand infinitely. The adversary assaults our protagonist, calling him an insolent whelp. He is keen to vanquish Chun Bai and hopes to augment his own stats. With the triumph, their mighty blows collide in the atmosphere, with Chun Bai utilizing his bone claws to parry Xing Ming's assault. Abruptly, Xing Ming's physique swells. Ripping his garment asunder, he basically transforms immensely like Broly does. He perceives Chun Bai has a metamorphic ability, which is rather intriguing. But he surmises Chun Bai still doesn't possess sufficient power. Meantime, Chun Bai detects Xing Ming employing a technique, suspecting that Xing Ming hasn't completely disclosed what he can perform, while Chun Bai is cautious, uncertain of the repercussions of Xing Ming's technique. The fellow bounds into the atmosphere, poised to attack, and bellows for him to perish. Chun Bai engages his heavy hammer technique, steelings against the force when their assaults clash. An immense energy shield explodes forth around them, rattling the surroundings. When the protagonist lunges toward him with his bone claws, Xing Ming gets flung skyward like a discus, but still succeeds in alighting on his feet. He swiftly seizes Chun Bai's arm, and they are set to trade blows once more. Abruptly, Xing Ming unclenches his fist, parrying his fist with an open hand instead. He asks Chun Bai if he is unharmed, taunting that he doesn't believe he has significant power remaining, as they vie to overpower each other. Xing Ming asks him whether he truly is an SSS aptitude. He requests him to cease concealing and reveal his genuine might. Chun Bai serenely answers that he is presently employing his aptitude, but he simply doesn't perceive it. Xing Ming thrusts him aside, instructing him to cease the nonsense. But then Chun Bai becomes apprehensive as he sees Xing Ming brandish his talons, hurling him crashing into one of the shipping units. Xing Ming derides that his vigor, physique, and celerity are all beneath his standard, and proclaims how Chun Bai is merely feigning resilience. Nevertheless, Xing Ming's assurance plummets precipitously when he abruptly starts expectorating crimson fluid. He appears bewildered and petrified as a deluge of system alerts assails him, disclosing that diverse contagions have overcome his corporeal defenses. His characteristics diminish rapidly, and he gets afflicted with adverse debuffs like photophobia and aquaphobia, abnormal body warmth, sluggish cognition, lethargic locomotion, and heightened energy depletion. Amidst the debris of the shipping unit, Chun Bai ridicules the boastful vanquished foe, remarking about how formidable his physique is, that it requires so much duration for the contagion to manifest. He inquires how it feels to be contending with numerous afflictions simultaneously. Xing Ming is incensed, branding his adversary a deceitful scoundrel as he charges towards him. But Xing Ming is already enervated, rendering it simple for Chun Bai to transfix him with his osseous talons directly through the thorax. Chun Bai activates his capability Evolution Devour, boasting about how he informed Xing Ming. He is distinctive, and it's regrettable he didn't trust him, as the tentacle, like effluvium, completely envelopes him. Chun declares that he is going to assimilate him and reserve the plunder for a later time, not wishing to dishearten Xing Ming. As a nefarious vanquished foe's talon drops to the terrain, Chun Bai receives a system alert that the metamorphosed human has been assimilated, and the black light contagion has finished its primary awakening, enhancing its characteristics substantially, and becoming the foundational attribute of the contagion. Sovereign's physique, at least that's the conclusion of that irksome noisemaker. The system hums in Chun Bai's cranium, informing him his black light consumption ability just advanced. Now he can glimpse into his target's recollections and acquire some of their desirable capabilities. Speak about an enhancement. Chin's thrilled, because the advantages from the black light contagion transition from being dynamic to foundational attributes, which is like striking the mother lode. He can't wait to see what he's procured. Previously, he was operating with a 30% augmentation to vigor, 20% to spirit, and an astounding 100% for recuperation. But now the system displays his vigor. Celerity and physique got amplified by 50%, spirit by 40%, and vitality recuperation by a massive 200%. His persona summary even grants him the designation of the foremost metamorphosed human. He examines his statistics and is exceptionally gratified. Each characteristic increased by 20 units, adding some substantial brawn to his foundational stats. Then he discerns Xing Meng's discarded talon and understands he can't be trifling around any longer. Ordinary individuals with rudimentary stats below 5 are essentially brittle. To him presently, he gazes at the system display and considers how fortunate Xing Ming is to possess all those impressive armaments and items. He deduces Xing Ming must have eliminated some altered ghouls, because there's no possibility he could have those types of stats and equipment. Otherwise, Chun seizes the ghoul talents, which are E-tier equipment not much to commend, and also procures a C-tier fabrication blueprint for a biological calamity. He's rather astounded and thinks Xing Ming's fortune is extraordinary. After dismissing the system display, he resolves that everything present is now his possession. Under the illumination of the waxing moon, he takes a moment to appreciate the devastation from their conflict. As he ambles away, he contemplates how much progress he's made. His aptitude leaped from E to SSS, and those accounts about the 3 peculiar occurrences absolutely yielded results. Additionally, he's got Song Zikyung under his dominion, who's destined to be the prospective overlord of Jiangxin. Just then Luli and Song Zikyung observe him and swing the vehicle portals open, beckoning him inside. Chun Bai states that with his current mind, pursuing arbitrary monstrosities before the ordeal would be an inefficient use of time. Alternatively, he proposes they utilize the final few days before the ordeal to coordinate and get ready for what is impending next. A few days thereafter, the eve at Song Zikyung's manor is cool. Chun Bai positions himself by the expansive glass panes gazing out over the metropolis. He comprehends the ordeal is about to commence. Abruptly, there's a rap on the portal. He invites them to enter, and the portal groans ajar and walks Luli, Su Xin, and Song Zikyung. With Song Zikyung declaring they finalized everything he requested, just punctually Luli conveys they've secured the topography and populous particulars surrounding the apex villa precinct. When catastrophe strikes, they'll be poised to purge everything, assume command, and commence asserting their dominance immediately. Su Xin, appearing somewhat discomfited with her notations, mentions further that they've concluded the material acquisitions and transmitted the inventory over to Chun Bai. Chun Bai gives them an approving gesture, observing that they've validated their preparatory endeavors. Since duration is swiftly elapsing, Song Zikyung queries what additional tasks he desires them to undertake. Chun examines his mobile and states there's nothing further. Everything's prepared for action. He deduces it's time to reveal all the intelligence. So he dispatches a communication in the collective chat, apprising everyone they've got merely 10 rotations until the ordeal's initiated. He cautions them not to become too complacent. With their initial benefit and uncommon aptitudes, they've got to remain composed, because the ordeals are about to unleash some extraordinary phenomena, and he doesn't desire anyone vanishing in 10 rotations. One of the collective participants thanks Chun Bai for the notification. Another says thank for the prompt, and observes that there are 9 rotations remaining. Someone else interjects, stating 8 rotations persist, and they're eager to commence. Another participant advises everyone to relax because there are still 7 rotations on the chronometer. Then a female concedes she's extremely apprehensive, calling out to Chun Bai Maestro of lightning interjects, stating there are only 5 rotations remaining, and tells the female not to worry because they've got each other's support. Crow chimes in saying there are 4 rotations left, and he's enthused for what's impending. Tin is just positioned there utterly mute, probably engrossed in the instant. Abruptly, Chun Bai instructs everyone to observe the metropolis as the tally reaches 9 ticks. He says that shortly this tranquil vista will be a relic of bygone times, with 7 ticks remaining. He theatrically proclaims that the sphere is nearing its conclusion. Songgye commences quivering, calling out to Alan and admitting she's somewhat fearful, with just 5 ticks persisting. Alan calms her, telling her not to be alarmed. With 4 ticks remaining, both Su Shin and Song Sikyong are anxiously fixated on the casement, and Luli appears exceedingly agitated with 3 ticks to go. Meantime, Chun Bai is vibrant with anticipation as the chronometer reaches 2 ticks. When the chronometer finally reaches 0 on June 15th, the ordeals commence. The entire metropolis ignites in a blazing crimson. Like the infinite Tsukuyomi is unfolded, and everything disintegrates in an instant. The Azure Star Cataclysm trial officially initiates, and it was genuinely dreadful, appearing like a ghoul cataclysm set to extreme. Enduring humans metamorphose, acquiring inherent capabilities and advancing levels by accumulating experiential units. Other species that emerged during the ordeal are now participating in this chaotic contest for existence. The Azure Sphere becomes a crucible, replete with clandestine domains and worldly fissures, where it's anyone's conjecture whether they'll discover peril or prospect. Chun Bai gazes out as the metropolis crumbles, observing an aircraft descending to its destruction. Abruptly, the system informs him that the clepsydra of chronology is identified and is presently conjoining. He frets somewhat as he understands his companions are still in the chamber. That clepsydra shouldn't be known to any individual, so he pivots and bellows for them to depart immediately. But his utterances catch in his pharynx. He's astounded by what he perceives. Everyone else is immobilized in chronology. Chun Bai stands there flabbergasted. He gazes back out the casement, where everything is also immobilized. Even the airplane hangs suspended in mid-flight. Like Father Time just grew weary and fell asleep. And then it strikes him profoundly. Chronology has ceased. No kidding, genius. Luminescent spheres of vitality start twirling around the clepsydra, and there are multitudes of them all advancing toward Chun Bai. He observes in amazement as the clepsydra commences to assimilate these vitality spheres. Then the system provides him the details. The clepsydra of chronology is a psyche conjoining artifact that's now fruitfully conjoined to him. It has the extraordinary capability to revert to any instant in the past and eradicate everything procured in that forfeited timeline. But it comes with a substantial refresh period of 72 solar cycles, 6 lunar cycles, and 7 diurnal periods. And there's no method to adjust that refresh period with any capability or apparatus. Chun Bai experiences immense exhilaration and also apprehension at the might he now wields, understanding that it could alter everything. When Chun Bai perceives the alert, he understands. He might have just chanced upon a paradigm-shifting prospect to fundamentally be regenerated thanks to the clepsydra. He gets overwhelmed by the capabilities it bestows him. Status preservation and status retrieval. Status preservation designates his current corporeal, psychic, and capability status with no refresh period, while status retrieval lets him access the preserved status, but it doesn't interfere with any artifacts or recollections he possesses. The refresh period for status retrieval is merely 1 rotation, and both capabilities necessitate psyche conjoined. This makes our afflicted entourage chieftain very joyous, as this is an incredible lifesaver with only a 1 rotation refresh period. When chronology recommences flowing, Song Zikyung abruptly says that she senses like Chun Bai called out to them. She asks if he has any directives or if she just misconstrued Chun. Bai confirms she apprehended him correctly and instructs them to verify the manor security as swiftly as feasible. He states that the twilight is exceptionally perilous, requesting everyone to remain vigilant and commence clearing the manor precinct. At first light, Song Zichong, Su Shin, and Luli assent to this. prepare to support him the subsequent day. The metropolis appears like Omni-Man was just finished with conflagrations erupting ubiquitously. Back at Song Si Kyung's manor, a throng of ghouls charges towards them without a moment's pause. Kyung activates her amethystine orbs, an S-tier aptitude that can transmute objects into amethyst, or cause them to radiate for offensive and defensive maneuvers, its potency escalating with her invocations. She materializes a rapier from the amethyst effulgence and surges onward, employing her insight crystal faculty to scrutinize the approaching peril. Concentrating on one ghoul, she discerns it's merely a common adult human, yet it's been contaminated with the zombie contagion in its gnaws and lacerations, and its vulnerability is clearly its cranium. She swiftly decapitates the ghoul in a very fluid anti-ghoul manner, but as she regains her composure, she detects someone positioned on elevated terrain behind the throng, observing them like a skilled shinobi in the Umbra. It's undoubtedly performance hour it reveals itself to be Yahello, a slayer with the designation Assassin. Her class aptitude permits her to render her presence imperceptible, virtually ethereal, while augmenting her vigor and perceptions. She's perilous in the dimness, acquiring a 30% celerity enhancement and a 100% surge in assault velocity for her initial onslaught on any objective. As she descends from her lookout station, she carves through the ghouls in her trajectory with exactitude, her dagger glinting like she's vying for a Samurai Jack confrontation. Back at the manor's vestibule, a sentinel hurries in transporting an incapacitated male, proclaiming that they discovered an injured survivor. Su Xin, who's B tier, accelerated recuperation aptitude enables her to swiftly mend injuries and replenish stamina. Essentially being Sakura, yet highly effective, is occupied attending to the afflicted. When she observes the recent arrival, she quickly requests the sentinel to apply the ghoul antidote, assuring to medicate him immediately. By twilight, the manor is tranquil, the preceding pandemonium diminishing as they secure the vicinity. Chun Bai nears Luli, stating that circumstances appear quite stable at the present. Luli concurs, highlighting that with Chun Bai's earlier strategy, they've consolidated domain and possess the personnel they require, observing the sentinels stationed around the manor. Luli states that no significant occurrences have transpired thus far. Chun Bai reassures her that Hell entrusts managing the manor to her, since he has more crucial endeavors to concentrate upon, which astonishes Luli, though taken aback. She hesitantly consents to assume command of the situation, distinctly uncertain but confiding in his assessment. Luli's garment flutters upwards when Chun Bai abruptly vaults into the atmosphere, owing to the powerful gust he generates. A short interval later, on Zhangcheng Summit Thoroughfare, Chun Bai dashes like a champion. He reflects on how vexing it is that items like vehicles and firearms are ineffectual in the initial phases of the Cataclysm trial. But with his velocity now, he deduces he can reach his destination rather swiftly. Song Si, when he observes that emblem, suspended in the firmament above Zhangcheng City Institution, it requires him some duration to decipher its significance, and by then it's excessively tardy to act concerning it, but he is resolute. Now he must seize that opening. A brief while later, he accelerates into Zhangcheng Institution, dispatching a multitude of ghouls that attempt to assault him with his capabilities. Gazing upwards at the heavens, he can sense something momentous about to occur. The luminescence radiating above feels like the beacon all evolvers aspire to see. It's present. The divine emissary is about to manifest, and it's directly before him. Just then, an enigmatic individual captures his focus. He informs Chun Bai that there aren't numerous individuals as formidable as him. In the initial phases of the ordeal, he informs Chun Bai that he's a purveyor, and inquires if he would be amenable to transacting with him. Chun Bai responds that he would be exceedingly delighted to transact with him. In reality, he would be privileged. The purveyor responds that there's not to be privileged about, as it's merely an uncomplicated exchange with a modest purveyor. Chun Bai tells him that he has the distinction of hearing his appellation after observing his insignia, as he's been eagerly anticipating meeting him while approaching him. Chun Bai calls him benevolent, equitable, magnanimous, affluent, and influential, and ultimately identifies him as the deity of commerce, Lord Ladio. who just stands there appearing like an even more astute Arsène Lupin. Lord Ladio presents Chun Bai a token and says he's profoundly complimented. He says they must be fated to encounter and gives him his Oris affiliation card for the Gremlin Mercantile Guild. With this token, Chun Bai will receive a favorable 12% reduction on wares. Chun Bai reminisces to his prior existence when he encountered Lord Leto. He was impervious to adulation then, so he values Leto's gracious utterances now. He thanks Leto, saying he's just as munificent as everyone stated. Leto concurs and commences displaying his merchandise. First showcased is the Grand S Thunderstrider Codex, a tremendously potent vocation that channels lightning to obliterate adversaries and is excellent for close quarters combat. The valuation is substantial 500W gold currency. Next is the S-grade Reaper's Caress mythical marksman rifle, fashioned by the dwarven deity, which can only be wielded by firearm specialists. Chun Bai is astounded. He recognizes the Thunderstrider Vocation Codex from his antecedent existence. He recalls acquiring it along with numerous other prized possessions. He apologizes to Lord Leto, conceding he desires to procure everything, but simply cannot manage it presently. Lord Leto beams, stating he's heard intimations about a relic in his possession that every deity covets and no evolver could spurn it either. He tells the protagonist that if he capitalizes in him, he won't lament if the gremlin Lord materializes a perch and sits down. Appearing solemn, he clarifies that any capitalization must be lucrative, something all deities desire. He asks Chun what makes him believe he can provide him more than its value. Lord Leto gazes fixedly at the protagonist, making it unambiguous that even esteem doesn't assure a favorable commercial arrangement. Abruptly, Chun Bai activates his capability Osseous Talons on his right appendage, and then he employs Heavy Mallet on his left. He showcases his SSS class aptitude to Lord Leto, requesting him to take a thorough observation. Lord Leto becomes exceedingly astonished as he perceives the SSS aptitude. He is distinctly impressed and states that it's a singular aptitude, unlike anything he's witnessed previously. Leto notes how captivating and alluring the Azure Star trial domain is, but says he's not prepared to capitalize just yet. He rises from his perch and resolves to grant the protagonist an opportunity. He cautions him to value this prospect, because if he weren't so endowed and didn't bear the emanation of another deity, Ladio wouldn't be contemplating this whatsoever. Chun becomes genuinely exhilarated and keenly asks Ladio if he can obtain that invaluable capitalization. Lord Ladio gestures a digit at him, shaking his cranium. He clarifies that aptitude alone is insufficient, because it doesn't assure triumph. He mentions that among the divinities, some possess less than level aptitude, but still flourish. To secure Leto's elevated capitalization, he needs to demonstrate his merit through might and advancement. Abruptly, a directive alert materializes from the system. It states that the deity of gremlins and commerce, Leto, has dispatched an SSS-rated directive designated the ultimate capitalization. Chun doesn't dither and swiftly concurs. Leto tosses a piece of money in Chen's trajectory, clarifying that once he fulfills the directive, he can utilize the piece of money to summon Leto's specter. He hopes Chun Bai won't make him anticipate too long. The protagonist adeptly seizes the piece of money and calls out to Leto, requesting him to reveal the relic that all deities covet. Leto beams and unveils the SSS tier unique artifact, the Bifurcated Vocation Codex. This codex permits the wielder to have bifurcated vocations, bestowing them characteristic advancement, enhancements, and capabilities from both vocations concurrently. Chun Bai became exceedingly thrilled at the spectacle of the codex. Ladio proclaims that the exchange is finalized, and it's duration for him to depart. As he commences to vanish, he mentions that this day's acquisitions were quite agreeable, and conveys hope that the protagonist can fulfill the directive. Once Leto is absent, Chun accesses the directive panel. The summary delineates what he needs to accomplish. To secure Leto's invaluable capitalization, he must locate a unique duplicate at Zhang Chung Institution, vanquish the entity within that Ladio is intrigued by, and procure a segment of its physique to offer to Ladio. But Ladio gets to determine the recompense, and Chun Bai thinks that's rather shrewd for a deity of trade. He recollects how Lord Ladio had a steadfast renown in his past existence. If he performs performs commendably, he deduces he won't emerge unrewarded. Still, he questions if there's a clandestine domain concealed in the institution, since he never heard of one previously. The protagonist commences moving, deliberating where to initiate his exploration. Meantime, at the Yungqing Institution arena, disarray prevails within. The portal is obstructed and 3 individuals oppress a collective of scholars. A large brawny male Tom dominates over the vanquished males on the floor. He's insisting the scholars disrobe and supplicate to be his thralls, menacing them with demise if they don't acquiesce. He calls them inferior simians, chortling as he shoves them about. One of the vanquished males, infuriated, calls Tom a porcine scoundrel and proclaims head sooner perish than yield. Tom smirks, cautioning them they'll endure agony before they perish. A curvaceous female, standing with Tom, admonishes him he's proceeding too excessively, but he smacks her across the visage and tells her to be silent. Just then, the arena portal detonates, hurling particulate and rubble flying ubiquitously. Everyone gasps in astonishment. Chun Bai stands in the entryway, having demolished the access point. He calls out Tom, interrogating him about the scholars. Tom, feeling vainglorious, concedes to it and defies Chun Bai, not perceiving that Chun Bai has already vanished from his position. Abruptly, Chun Bai materializes directly before Tom, employing his osseous talon capability. He slashes at Tom, instructing him to descend to perdition. The other fellow with Tom panics and charges at Chun Bai from the rear, launching a fist. Crimson fluid sprays ubiquitously as Chun Bai swiftly dispatches him. Some of the crimson fluid spatters on the female's visage, and she stares in terror, while he's still clutching the male's cranium with his osseous talons. Chun Bai queries the other scholars if any of them were in the medicinal department, and states that he requires assistance from someone who is acquainted with the medicinal department. As the scholars rise, one of them asks if anyone is from the medicinal facility. One fellow shakes his cranium and says he's a structural engineer, while another fellow mentions he's just a foreign linguistic scholar. Then someone indicates the female with Tom, and they all recall she's from the medicinal facility. When Chun Bai turns to the female, she recoils backward, imploring him not to slay her because she hasn't harmed anyone. She appears exceedingly frightened and says she adores Dragon Realm Cafe and she's Caucasian with a yearning bosom. It transpires she's an international scholar who can't speak Mandarin proficiently, and she utterly garbles the utterances, rendering it profoundly mortifying. Chun Bai just gazes at her, bereft of utterances, while the males chuckle and one of the females averts her gaze, feeling discomfited. The female implores Chun Bai to spare her, stating she'll perform anything. Another female scholar interjects, contending that the female didn't injure anyone, and was even endeavoring to halt the 2 males. Chun Bin concurs with it, stating he comprehends. A brief while later they all emerge from the gymnasium. Chun Bin indicates the female, instructing her to remain stationary while the others can depart. He clarifies that when they exit, they should pursue the ghoul cadavers to Zhang Cheng Dongshan Manor and state his appellation Chun Bai, so the individuals there can assist them. One scholar asks if they're genuinely departing with ghouls still present, and another asks how distant Dongshan Manor is. Another scholar confirms it's quite a span. Chun Bai reassures them that he's dealt with most of the ghouls on route, so they don't need to fret excessively. He reminds them that they're all sentient and have become endowed evolvers. Also, then he challenges them, asking what they'll do when the ghouls and monstrosities begin to proliferate. If they're too timorous to confront them now, when he says they'd be tantamount to deceased, everyone becomes silent finally. One scholar breaks the quietude, thanking Chun Bai and stating they'll depart immediately. A few instants later, after the scholars depart, the female asks Chun Bai if she can accompany them, and wonders why he's detaining her there. Chun Bai just stands there speechless. The female flushes as she abruptly realizes something. She suggests that perhaps she comprehends now. Scholars in the Dragon Dominion cherish foreign females. Chun Bai tells her that she profoundly misconstrued him. He says that he's not intrigued by a mare that's been mounted by 1,000 individuals. He only requires materials from the medicinal department. Vicious quip. She stands there disconcerted, but tells Chun Bai that he can't disparage her like that. She tells him that she hasn't been mounted by 1,000 individuals. Neither has she been mounted by any individual at all, and she's got attestation. Chun Bai smiles in accord, and off they proceed. They arrive at the Institution Coliseum, and the female tells Chun Bai that they need to take a respite. As she's very fatigued, she's been even ambulating unshod this entire duration. But Chun Bai dissents. He seizes the female by the midriff and tells her they need to depart. The female gets startled as Chun Bai propels her, and she exclaims when her blouse gets left adrift. A few instants later, they're outside the research edifice, and she's breathless. She starts lamenting, saying that Chun Bai is too coercive, and that she nearly forfeited her blouse if she hadn't snared her foot in it. But Chun Bai disregards her and asks if this is the research edifice. The lady clarifies that there's a research chamber on the tertiary level that only faculty members can access. She says it's replete with specimens and intelligence about microbes and contagions. As they enter the edifice, she adds that the lateral portal leading subterranean isn't a vehicle depot. It's Mr. Ashi's domicile and the combustion unit. If there's anything concealed in the medicinal division, that's the sole location she can conceive of. Chun Bai concurs and tells her to accompany him. A brief spell later, they enter a research facility brimming with assorted specimens and apparatus. Chun Bai is astounded when they venture inside. He appears incredibly gleeful considering he never anticipated Zhangsheng Institution to possess such a prize. As he commences assimilating specimens from the containers, the interface materializes, informing him he's procured a thermally reactive, altered grip D-contagion for the initial occasion, accruing 5 contagion credits. It persistently alerts him about distinct variants of the grip contagion, and he amasses minor credits with each instance. Chun Bai observes that it's predominantly grip contagions, which is logical since it remains an academic establishment. Abruptly, the interface tells him he possesses sufficient grip contagions, and the credits required to elevate grip to a capability diminish. Chun Bai feels diverted when he sees he can elevate grip to a capability, so he resolves to attempt it. The interface alerts him that the elevation is triumphant, and now he possesses the grip capability. This faculty unleashes a grip contagion that afflicts an objective within its vicinity, diminishing all their characteristics and adding a state-designated sternutation. When this activates, it disrupts all probability-based maneuvers, accumulations, and targeting. The repercussions hinge on the objective's species and corporeal state. Chun Bai is thrilled and thinks it's exceptionally potent. The disruption and dominion aspect of sternutation is remarkable. He recalls not concentrating much on the contagion when he was perusing the aptitude hierarchy, and now he understands he should have given more heed to it. 4 elevations the SSS tier aptitude he has is quite formidable. Chun Bai comprehends he still has some contagion credits remaining. The ordeal from Lord Leto won't be fast, so he deduces it's time to augment his vigor. He accesses the black light contagion capability hierarchy. A brief spell later, he acquires some inert elevations. The initial one, aerial maneuver, permits him to adhere to any plane with a black light contagion, which truly augments his equilibrium. The subsequent elevation, focus, enhances his kinetic eyesight, reflexes, and dominion over all his musculature. Chun Bai elevates his fist, sensing his musculature resonate, and he's astonished to discover he can command them all. So he extends his appendage to evaluate it, and abruptly, the partition of the research facility starts to fracture with numerous fissures, and the female is astounded. The lady ponders how Chun Bai achieved that with merely a gentle fist, and as she recollects what transpired earlier, she thinks that it was fortunate Chun Bai didn't employ it previously, or she would be deceased while on the other side. Chun Bai thinks that he could perceive that, if one could command their musculature, they could deliver a blow irrespective of dimension, and even a minute fraction is adequate to deliver a full might. Fist when Chun Bai ambles towards a female. He observes her response, so he asks her what she was suffusing about, and when the female responds, it was not Chun Bai, says that there's not for him there, so they should proceed to Mr. Ashi's location. A brief spell later, they're at the subterranean in the contagion research facility, at the instructor's archive, and as they enter there, the female appears frightened, as she called Chun Bai and says that there was no electrical power there, so it was so umbral. Chun Bai abruptly halts in admonition that the female shouldn't shift, because he could sense it. But the female couldn't halt punctually, and she collides into Chun Bai's posterior. Evidently, they are positioned before the combustion chamber, and Chun Bai proclaims that it was precisely there. Chun Bai unseals the portals to the combustion chamber, and as he enters, he requests the female to remain there. But she concedes that she was frightened. Chun Bai pays no heed to what the female is stating, and as he stands before a gateway, the interface asks him if he's certain that he desires to enter the enclosure. The frigid combustion unit, which has a suggested tier of 510. He extends towards the matrix and says affirmative. And in an instant, Chun Bai finds himself in a chamber full of pallets. The interface alerts him that he's entered the unique enclosure. The frigid combustion unit can become a permanent location if he clears it, but if he doesn't accomplish it within 2 diurnal periods, it will vanish eternally. Chun Bai understands that's why he never heard about this location before. And abruptly the physiques under the covering start shifting, emanating eerie, dwelling sensations. Chun Bai immediately employs his capability, Asia's talons, and says that it was approaching. Some altered ghoul aberrations start descending from the overhead. Some even possess multiple appendages, like some manner of ghoul echinoderms. One of the altered ghouls is affixed to the overhead, like superannuated Spider-Man, poised to assault Chun Bai from above, while another one rushes at him from the front. Chun Bai swipes at the terrestrial altered ghoul with his Asia's talons, bisecting it apart. The interface alerts him that he's just slain a tier 5, reanimated physique, and accrued 400 experiential credits. He gazes upwards and sees the altered ghoul on the overhead, amassing vitality in its maw. It discharges a potent vortex of vitality at him, but he evades it just punctually. Chun Bai beams. Thinking it's no astonishment, they didn't both assault concurrently. That's their stratagem. He vaults off the terrain, noting that the overhead ghoul's propulsion is quite sluggish. He employs his heavy mallet capability and utters his customary catchphrase, instructing the altered ghoul to descend to perdition. His fist sends the ghoul crashing into the overhead. The interface alerts him that he's just slain a tier 7 amalgamator, juvenile arachnid, and accrued 1,000 experiential credits. As he alights back on the flooring with the deceased ghoul, he displays exhilaration about how unique this enclosure is, teeming with experiential credits like some Minecraft XP accumulator. Observing the other altered ghouls awakening from their pallets, Chun Bai thinks it's time to accelerate. He's feeling invigorated and bellows that the greater quantity, the more enjoyable, as he assaults and dispatches the altered ghouls one after another. The interface persistently chimes in, bestowing him 401,000 experiential credits, like it's a digital diversion. A bit later, the interface tells Chun Bai he's advanced to tier 4 and accrued 2 unallocated characteristic credits. But then he hears something battering forcefully on the combustion unit port. Chun Bai moves nearer and derides it, stating all its underlings are deceased, and wonders if he should come assist it out. Abruptly, the portal bursts open from the interior. Chun Bai's heart pulsates as he observes a colossal mass of a monstrosity exude out of the combustion unit. He's thoroughly aghast, wondering how that piece of flesh gives him the disquietude. As the mass starts to develop appendages, he comprehends he has to slay that vexing piece of grotesquerie before it fully metamorphoses. When Chun Bai initiates the assault, the mass appendages swiftly develop and obstruct him, not retreating. He employs his altered grip contagion and directs it right at the mass, as it starts to form a midsection. The interface materializes and says his capability has no effect. The mass assaults back, sending Chun Bai flying into the overhead. He clicks his lingua, observing his grip contagion dissipate. Transpires he's up against a biological fanatic that can mend itself. The biological fanatic gazes up at Chun Bai and vaults to assault him. Chun Bai charges back and they commence trading blows. But regardless of how much devastation Chun Bai inflicts, the biological fanatic just mends up instantaneously. Chun Bai thinks he hasn't combated at full vigor since being regenerated, and if he doesn't regain his form soon, he might become unpracticed. He resolves he's going to utilize this biological fanatic to regain his rhythm. One rotation elapses, and Chun Bai is still in the midst of it, but the biological fanatic just persists regenerating. Chun Bai, finding it diverting, asks if it possesses limitless regeneration. He employs his capability status retrieval, which restores his physique to immaculate condition, and he thinks it's time to evaluate if this entity is genuinely eternal. After another rotation, Chun Bai succeeds in severing one of its appendages. He observes it's requiring a lot longer for the biological fanatic to mend now, and asks if this entity is ever going to cease being a nuisance, and desist mending at some juncture. Another rotation extends, and the biological fanatic's quivering like a folio, collapsing to the terrain. Chun Bai, looking disheartened, sighs, thinking he didn't get to have sufficient amusement. A rotation later, the unfortunate entity has shrunken back to its mass form. Appearing all vanquished, Chun Bai deduces yet. It's finished, he steps on the mass, and it spatters ubiquitously, like rupturing a repulsive liquid container. The interface transmits an alert, all formal-like, telling him he just slew the Tier 8 Chieftain Biofanatic and secured a substantial 10,000 XP. Advancing him to 5, he gets 2 unallocated characteristic credits and an intimation that the enclosure's clear, so he can depart anytime. The interface also lets him know the cooled combustion unit enclosure's now permanent, but ITLL have a 3 diurnal period refresh period before he can re-enter. Then the interface nonchalantly asks if he desires to share his enclosure run as a monetized video tutorial, offering him the chance to obscure his visage, identification, and appellation. Chun Bai asks it to share it, but obscure his portrait. Meantime, over at Song Zikyong's manor, Su Xin is unwinding with her, mending her up. Song Zikyong looks astounded when something alabaster catches her oar, leaving Su Xin bewildered. Then they both receive an alert in their collective chat. Transpires someone designated Evolver Alabaster. Evidently, Chun Bai has released a hellish tier, enclosure clearing, video of the cooled combustion unit, for the minimal cost of just 1 bronze piece. Without pause, both Song Si-kyung and Su Shin concur. Yup, they must observe that. And while they aren't the sole ones, everyone in Chun Bai's collective chat is viewing in too. Some of the collective participants look exceedingly energized, while others appear agitated. Alan is absolutely astounded when she sees the video. She has to decelerate it just to comprehend what's transpiring. One young fellow in the collective is over the moon invigorated, thinking the conflict was monumental and intense. Then there's the brawny fellow who's not so certain about matters. He's quite bewildered, wondering how the monstrosity's recuperation seemed superior to Chun Bai's. He's thinking perhaps Chun Bai shouldn't have combated that manner. Meantime, a young lady is feeling assuaged, delighted to see that Chun Bai had fully recuperated during the conflict. Messages start inundating the collective chat. Everyone abuzz one individual known as successor to the 5 lightning scourges. That's one extraordinary moniker, stating they'll perpetually be prepared for him. Someone designated Foliol concedes they've misbehaved and inquires when Chun Bai's arriving in Ingchun, assuring to extend him a cordial reception. Despot transmits one and in, observing that Chun Bai's capability to instantly mend appears virtually insuperable. Corvus contrasts, realizing they grapple with merely 10 ghouls, and ponders if there's genuinely that significant a disparity between SS tier and SSS tier aptitudes. Am genuinely not a blade fairy, is experiencing difficulty comprehending their intellect around how chieftains at tier 5 or 10 could be so formidable. They're thinking it doesn't even seem plausible, inquiring how they're supposed to attain that tier. When they reach tier 10, the soul refuse and the collective interjects, wondering if there's some clandestine stratagem to vanquishing the enclosure that Chun Bai just bypassed with his overwhelming capabilities. Authentic emptiness thoroughly concurs, stated. Chun Bai's vigor is so preposterous that he's virtually demolished any conventional method of resolving the enclosure. Chun Bai concludes assimilating all the altered ghouls he just annihilated, and the interface materializes with some favorable tidings. Transpires he's consumed some unique, intricate altered being, which signifies he just accrued 300 blacklight contagion advancement credits. He swiftly clarifies to himself that the blacklight contagion has its own credits for advance, distinct from his regular contagion aptitude credits. Sole distinction is those credits only augment his blacklight contagion capabilities and faculties. But alas, it's still quite advantageous. Then the interface transmits another alert. This instance, it's favorable tidings his black light contagion advances, causing his recuperation velocity to surge by 300%. On top of that, it activates an inert capability, procuring the biological fanatic faculty, supreme cellular regeneration. The interface says this inert faculty permits him to regenerate exceedingly fast by expending some of his stamina or vitality. And if he ever forfeits an appendage presto, he can regrow it back. He can even toggle the regeneration on and off. Chun Bai is thrilled, thinking this is magnificent because acquiring an inert faculty is uncommon. And this one is an entire tier up. Ultimately, he's eager to see what treasures the hellish tier chieftain drop. He ambles over to the flooring, where 3 lustrous artifacts are just awaiting him to collect them up. Chun Bai examines the plunder and discovers a tier unique biological fiend vocation codex. It's a nefarious vocation that permits you to assimilate other sentient beings, to advance, boosting your vigor and recuperation astoundingly. But there's a stipulation: assimilate excessively, and you risk your genetic makeup disintegrating or altering in ways you can't foresee, likely transforming you into a grotesquerie yourself. The codex necessitates an evolver to be tier 10, with a physique over 15 to employ. Chun Bai's impressed, thinking it's a perilous but potent class, though he's already got the black light contagion operating for it. Next, he discovers a grade C genetic quintessence. This diminutive file promises to provide a massive augmentation to corporeal stats, but can only be employed once by each evolver. Not wishing to squander any duration, Chun Bai unseals it open and consumes it down. The interface tells him it's performed its function, irreversibly augmenting his vigor by 2, physique by 6, and celerity by 3. Chun Bai thinks that it's not unfavorable at all. Then he retrieves the final artifact, quite a peculiar one holding it aloft. He's not certain if it's a piece of apparatus or some manner of unique artifact. The interface clarifies matters, telling him it's a grade D unique defense featureless integument. It's got numerous genetic markers and is excellent for defense, providing enhancements like +10 to celerity, physique, and defense additionally. It has a multitude of eccentric advantages, like assisting with flaccid integument and letting you sculpt your physique however you desire. The longer you don it, the more it refines your physique, with supplementary benefits for females. It even permits you to alter the hue or contour of any part of your physique. After you apply it, Chun Bai pauses for an instant, deliberating over the summary of the kinetic integument. He wonders if it's more of a physique alteration instrument or just a genuinely impressive piece of apparatus. Right as he's about to deposit the featureless integument in his repository, something resonates in his recollection. He had retrieved some other artifacts earlier too. Chun Bai surveys the remainder of the plunder, observing that most of it is just fundamental inner armor apparatus. Not exceptional, but it will suffice. Then his orbs alight on a capability tome and he animates. The interface tells him it's a D-tier active capability. Active cells which augments cellular activity for a brief duration, massively enhancing recuperation. But it has a 10 rotation refresh period. And since the protagonist already possesses the advanced cellular regeneration faculty, the tome is virtually superfluous to him. He deduces he can exchange it later in the chat chamber. Life-preserving faculties like that always command a favorable exchange. He seizes the residual mass of flesh, the chieftain's physique, and deduces it's time to depart from there. The directive's practically finalized. All he has to do is present this to Lord Leto. Chun Bai's considering how impressed Leto will be with how swiftly he concluded everything. As he's about to tap the interface display to depart, something resonates in his intellect, and he halts Chun Bai, understands something's amiss. Leto isn't some arbitrary purveyor meandering aimlessly in the diversion. He had a rationale for coming here. He recalls what Leto stated when he departed. That Chun Bai was just an unforeseen advantage. That signifies Leto's genuine objective had to be something different, perhaps even connected to this unique enclosure. But if that's accurate, why dispatch a divine emissary down for such a trivial matter? Chun Bai wonders if he's overlooking something. His gaze shifts to the combustion unit beside him, and he stoops down, crawling through the portal. If there's anything in this enclosure that he hasn't discovered yet, it's likely inside that combustion unit. as the protagonist steps into the combustion unit. It's nothing too elaborate, just ferrous sheets, oleaginous partitions, and fire apertures for incinerating physiques. He takes a swift survey and deduces there's nothing unique about it. But when he gazes upwards and observes a colossal aperture above, he wonders if perhaps what he's seeking is up there in the conduits. He immediately vaults up and starts navigating his way through the enormous metallic conduit a bit later. He's traversing through the conduit, and it's far more extensive than he anticipated. It extends far beyond the chamber he originated from. Just as he's acclimating to the cadence of traverse, he abruptly halts in his progression. Something is obstructing the passage. A cul-de-sac, he isn't convinced. Evaluating it with an ulna, he wonders whether this is genuinely just a cul-de-sac before he can ponder too extensively. An eerie Horus visage materializes out of thin air directly before him. His reflexes engage, and he strikes the object without deliberation. But then the interface alerts him that it's not an eerie object, but an unidentified visor, evidently connected to whatever peculiarity is transpiring in the combustion unit. The interface says this visor has wondrous functions and repercussions. And now Chun Bai's inquisitiveness is stimulated. He seizes the visor and gazes at it. It's got no appellation, just a question indicator. That's when he understands it's likely a remnant of an SSS class artifact, or perhaps something associated with a deity. As he examines it, he thinks, yup, this is undoubtedly what Lord Leto's pursuing. Now, he just has to devise a method to retain it for himself as twilight descends. At the Jiangsheng Institution Subterranean Combustion Unit, Chun Bai emerges, only to be saluted by an exhilarated female who's been awaiting him. She hastens up to him, effusing about how formidable he is after observing his video, and even blurting out that she adores him. Chun Bai scarcely acknowledges it. More intrigued and asking if she's got any bronze pieces on her, she prattles something about others combating ghouls and having a final desperate assault. But he's already lost in deliberation. Chun Bai doesn't even know how many Horus pieces he's possessed right now, but with the cost to observe his video set at 1 bronze piece. There must be a multitude of individuals observing, as if on signal the interface refreshes him. He's got 869 Horus pieces, 93 argent pieces, and 15 bronze pieces. It doesn't cease there. The tally persists, ticking upwards until it reaches 9. 12 Horus pieces, 75 argent pieces, and 32 bronze pieces. Even then, Chun Bai exhales. It's still insufficient. He requires 1,000 pieces to acquire the repository, which is safeguarded by the volition of the cosmos, and the sole method to securely stow his artifacts without them being detected. Appears like he's got to tarry before submitting his directive. A bit later, Chun Bai and the female are navigating their way back to the Jiangsheng Institution Medicinal Department primary edifice. She asks if they're proceeding to the Dongshan Manor vicinity, which he mentioned previously, but Chun Bai dismisses the notion. Nocturnal duration brings too many unknown perils, so they need to lodge somewhere secure initially. The female suggests they could find an upscale hostelry nearby, since it's not a festive occasion and there won't be numerous individuals. Out of thin air, she transforms into a nursing attendant attire, but Chun Bai just shakes his cranium unimpressed. The female swiftly apologizes, clarifying she thought he selected the hostelry for motives and desired to see her like that. But Chun Bai's already over it. Chun Bai concedes he'd like to observe something like that, but isn't keen on what she's wearing at the moment. The female, eager to gratify, hastens off to alter and returns in a constabulary attire. Chun Bai gazes at her and immediately appraises that she doesn't possess the essence for it. Telling her to attempt again, she transforms into an instructor's attire next. But he shakes his cranium, observing that it's quite paradoxical, since she's actually a scholar and not comporting very instructor-like at all. Duration for another alteration next up. She slips into an academic uniform. He elevates an eyebrow, wondering if there isn't something a bit more intriguing in her assortment. After another swift alteration, she appears in a quite refined-looking feline costume, giving Chun Bai a little pirouette for approbation. He pauses for an instant considering it, and finally seems gratified. He concedes it's not unfavorable, and proclaims that she'll be his companion for the twilight, requesting her to come nearer. A bit later, the female is soundly asleep on the pallet, while Chun Bai sits erect, Feeling it's time to return to attending to affairs, he resolves to enable the repository function, and the interface promptly alerts him that his repository area has been unsealed, costing him 1,000 Oris pieces. It also tells him that the area is thoroughly secure, safeguarded by the volition of the cosmos, and he can designate his legatee. The interface adds that no one can detect the repository, employing any capability or faculty, rendering it completely private and clandestine. The unidentified visor is now securely stowed within, observing the alerts. Chun Bai deduces it's time to proceed to the subsequent phase of his directive. He tosses the piece of money Lord Leto gave him, and in mid-flight, it starts creating a gateway. The interface alerts him that it's summoning our very own deity of Gremlin and Trade, Lord Arsène Lupin Leto. Chun Bai is stoically awaiting Lord Leto to materialize, positioned outside a hostelry, reflecting on an ancient adage from his past existence. When transacting with Leto's sentiments are part of the negotiation leverage, signifying Leto adjusts the recompenses to correspond with the sentimental capitalization of the individual involved. Of course, this only pertains if you're sufficiently valuable in Leto's estimation, and Chun Bai deduces he's done enough to be eligible. He clutches the mass of flesh in his pocket. Prepared for the exchange, Lord Leto finally materializes, stating that he was somewhat astonished, as he wasn't anticipating Chun Bai to summon him so rapidly. He asks if Chun Bai's fulfilled the endeavor to demonstrate his faculties. Chun Bai nonchalantly tosses the mass of flesh over, affirming it's finalized and that this is the attestation, a piece of the entity from the enclosure as requested. Leto gazes at the mass for an instant, somewhat discomposed by its semblance. The flesh is all desiccated and arid. Undoubtedly not pristine. Leto, distinctly inquisitive, observes that it appears like the entity's been deceased for a while. He questions why Chun Bai didn't call him right. After concluding the job last twilight, Lord Leto poses Chun Bai a query about whether he genuinely desired that codex so ardently. Chun Bai, clearly vexed, clarifies that he's been grappling with the circumstances. He proceeds to state how much he reveres and esteems Lord Leto, but asks why the enclosure's difficulty was concealed from him, enacting the persona of the exasperated explorer that wasn't provided sufficient intelligence. Chun Bai feigns displeasure, stating that only when he got inside did he understand it was a hellish tier enclosure without his stratagems up his sleeve. Head had been a casualty for certain. Lord Leto listens, but doesn't apologize immediately. Instead, he serenely clarifies that the challenge was deliberate. It was part of the evaluation. He couldn't just bestow a treasure to someone who couldn't manage an unforeseen difficulty or two. Lord Leto asks Chun Bai if he now comprehends the rationale behind it. Chun Bai pauses for an instant, exhales, and concedes that yeah, he comprehends it. He then asks what the recompense is and what the subsequent endeavor will be. Lord Leto acknowledges that he should have been more candid, but is also impressed that Chun Bai endured. Since Chun Bai has demonstrated himself, he permits him to select his recompense, clarifying that the subsequent directive will be the conclusive round. Lord Leto observes as Chun Bai expresses gratitude for the prospect, and Leto's comprehension. Leto tells Chun Bai to pick his recompense, limiting it at the paramount quality B-tier artifacts. Abruptly, a multitude of B-tier artifact tokens surrounds Chun Bai, catching him unawares after a swift survey. He seizes the Codex of Recuperation. Lord Leto, diverted by Chun Bai's selection, tells him that the Codex of Recuperation is a fabrication blueprint. He commends Chun Bai for knowing what he desires and having distinct objectives, then assigns him the conclusive endeavor. Chun Bai is exceedingly astounded as he perceives an endeavor alert materialize before him. It's a dispatch from the interface, stating that Lord Leto has dispatched an SSS tier endeavor, designated ultimate capitalization, the conclusive round the stipulation. He has to procure 2 SSS tier vocation codices. The protagonist becomes exceptionally inquisitive. 2 of those formidable items, those were undoubtedly far too arduous. He contends that even deities don't just manifest with SSS tier vocations. Leto states that he comprehends after all. His initial vocation was a paltry tier 1. He proceeds to clarify that these codices are his paramount treasures, so they must go to the finest aspirants. If not, he's going to experience difficulty relinquishing. Understanding he's got no recourse, The protagonist reluctantly concurs to undertake the endeavor. Meantime, in the Dongshan Manor vicinity, a colossal, altered being, gargantuan rodent, is hauling a man's physique as it tramples toward the domiciles. This isn't just any rodent, it's a Tier 5 altered being, Master Splinter's remote undead kinsman. And it's rampaging through the location like it harbors a grudge against. Alan is concealed behind some dilapidated partitions. She says that this rodent is far larger than the previous one they observed. She conveys to her contingent that 2 detachments have already been annihilated by it. Song Zikyang states that the rodents' characteristics are 3 to 4 times more potent than theirs. Alan surveys around apprehensively, inquiring what they're going to do about it. Song Zikyang turns to the males, issuing a resolute directive to maintain their distance from the altered rodent for now. They need to maintain surveillance on it, but not confront. Abruptly, Alan's visage becomes pallid. The gargantuan rodent has detected them. It charges directly for the partition they're concealed behind. Aileen instantaneously springs into action, moving to safeguard Song Zikyang, bellowing at everyone to evade the trajectory. Alan's admonition arrives just an instant too tardy, as the altered gargantuan rodent smashes into the terrain, hurling the other males flying like effigies. She hastens to assist Song Se Kyung up very urgently, as she insists they need to depart from there. But Song Se Kyung states that it's already excessively tardy. The rodent is too swift, as if to validate her point. The altered gargantuan rodent abruptly pulls up above them, uttering the benediction for the delectable-looking repast, just when all appears hopeless. A gateway unseals in the firmament filled with discharges of electricity. Chun Bai emerges adeptly, punting the gargantuan rodent back down to the terrain with a force that leaves everyone flabbergasted. Song Zikyang experiences immense assuagement as she observes Chun Bai, calling out his appellation like the principal figure has arrived. Chun Bai surveys the disarrayed scene, stating that it feels like he's returned in chronology. He swiftly instructs Alan to assemble the males, to cleanse the field of battle, and ensure that those who perished are suitably indemnified and recompensed. But they're deceased, how is he going to dispatch them their recompenses? A spectral rider conveyance. He turns to Song Se Kyung, telling her to return with him, so they can deliberate the circumstances in particularity. Back at Song Se Kyung's manor, Chun Bai peruses through a document. He sees that the ghouls have been eliminated, and that they were in the procedure of inspecting the vicinity. When those altered rodents materialized, he observes that the original location of the rodent predicament was eastward of the manors. Luli, appearing discomposed, apologizes and clarifies that the rodents materialized unexpectedly, demolishing 6 storehouses and causing over 100 casualties. Luli presents Chun Bai another dossier, particularizing the specific inventory of detriments and forfeitures. As he examines it, Chun Bai says that Luli has been performing a steadfast job and clearly hasn't been reposing. He tells her to take a respite while he goes out to deal with the remaining altered rodents in the manor vicinity and ascertain where they're originating from. Song Zikyang expresses gratitude for Chun Bai's solicitude, but suggests that it wouldn't be prudent for everyone to repose when he still requires assistance. She offers to commend someone to aid him, to which Chun Bai readily concurs. Song Zikyang calls for someone designated Ling who to enter. The portal groans ajar, and an attractive female enters. Song Zikyang introduces her as Chin Lingyu, stating she was rescued during the manor purification, and that they've known each other for a prolonged duration. She mentions Chin Lingyu is a barrister who can assist with regulations, and is willing to join Chun Bai's collective. Chun Bai permits her to stay and tells the others to go repose now. Only Chin Lingyu and Chun Bai persist in the chamber. Suffusing, she offers to aid him with anything he requires. Chun Bai, recalling she's renowned for being astute-tongued in her vocation, elevates her mentum and asks her to demonstrate just how astute she can be. Chin Lingyu swiftly concurs, very much prepared to commence amorous affairs. After the lingual phallic ministration, Chin Lingyu genuflects before Chun Bai, calling him preceptor and thanking him for the phallic recompense. Chun Bai compliments her faculty, feeling gratified, positioned by the expansive casement. He tells her to come over. She concurs, but astonishes him by inclining while making a solicitation. He questions her about her demeanor, and whether she apprehended what he just stated. Chin Lingyu apologizes, clarifying that her B-tier faculty focus augments her cognition, velocity, and sensitivity, but obstructs external clamor. Chun Bai reiterates that he called her over because she could perceive all 3 precincts of Dongshan, including the manors, upscale locations on the declivity and lower mountain vicinities. He desires her to formulate regulations for each precinct. She confirms she can manage it and asks if he has other solicitations. Chun Bai says he's inquisitive about her capabilities and suggests evaluating how far her perceptions can extend when she concentrates on her sensations. Suffusing Qinling Yu concurs and employs her faculty, inclining once more to indicate she's prepared. The location was reverberating with so much joyous clamor. But by the subsequent aurora, Chun Bai stands at the Dongshan effluent aperture with Song Ziqiang, Aline, and a multitude of other fellows. He clarifies how he discovered the location through structural schematics and vestiges left by altered rodents, ultimately leading to their sanctuary. Even though he could manage the rodents solitarily, he desires to cultivate dependable males who can safeguard everyone and earn his confidence. That's why he brought them along to elevate everyone, including Song Ziqiang and Aline Genuflex, and calls him Preceptor, prepared for the endeavor. Chun Bai finds it peculiar having a multitude of males call him that, so he tells them to address him as Sibling Bai from now on, observing their exhilaration as they concur. He feels gratified. Chun Bai moves onward, positioned before the barrier obstructing the effluent aperture. He adeptly wrenches it off and signals them to commence. Abruptly, the interface alerts him of a unique directive. Effluent proprietors, he asks if the others received it too, and Song Ziqiang confirms they did. Alan clarifies the directive involves slaying all altered rodents, including the rodent monarch, and probing the origin of their alterations. The recompenses hinge on how proficiently they fulfill the endeavor. And one of the males says they also got the directive. Entering the effluent song, Ziqiang talks about how umbral it is. Pleased, she had flambeaux prepared. Chun Bai says that it's cleaner than anticipated, considering the circumstances. Chun Bai hears some susurration ahead and swiftly signals everyone to remain vigilant. He cautions them that the altered rodents are en route, and heavens do they arrive swiftly. Chun Bai retrieves his large mallet and osseous talons, bellowing about how there's far too many of these repulsive little entities. The contingent doesn't dither. They rush in, smacking down rodents left and right. But Chun Bai ensures to tell them not to become careless. Some might still be spasming. Alan's dispatching a few, while some fellow is exceedingly energized about finding rodent integument apparatus, like it's a trophy or something. Meantime, Song Ziqiang gives Chun Bai a refresh, stating they've nearly cleared out that segment of the effluent conduits, like 16 distinct parts or something. And Chun Bai's content with this intelligence. Abruptly, the fellow behind Song, Say, Kyung starts panicking again, indicating ahead, but there's only one rodent this instance. Song Say, Kyung, feeling courageous, volunteers to manage it herself. Chun Bai tells her to employ her reconnaissance faculties first, and she gets right to it. She employs her insight crystal faculty and gets all wide or proclaiming that the rodent's a tier 7 chieftain, with characteristics that are far too high for solace. But before she can conclude talking about its physique, Chun Bai's already charging at the entity. Osseous talons out, not even awaiting the particulars. Song Se Kyung freaks out, telling him to be cautious, but then just stands there in astonishment as Chun Bai absolutely demolishes the chieftain rodent in one blow, like it was some vexing, feeble non-player character. Our elevated entourage possessing protagonist is far too overpowered. Chun Bai hears the interface chime and sees that the rodent monarch dropped some apparatus. Pestilence Petal Extremities, a grade E set of defense. It's nothing extraordinary, but it augments celerity by 5, has Venom Safeguard, and is part of a full Pestilence ensemble. That gives all characteristics a pleasant little augmentation. If he procures them, all Chun Bai equips the Petal Extremities, thinking that even though they're low tier, the full ensemble could be quite potent if he assembles the entire thing. After equipping the Petal Extremities, Chun Bai observes that with the rodent monarch vanquished, the sole thing remaining is ascertaining what's causing these altered beings. A little while later, Song Ziqiang laments about traversing 5 conduits and not observing any more rodents. Chun Bai abruptly tells everyone to halt. The interface throws alerts at him, He's accruing contagion credits for assimilating all sorts of noxious pestilences. He amasses credits for things like fungal pestilence, osseous protuberance pestilence, and even the bubonic pestilence. Like it's some manner of perverse collection diversion. Chun Bai understands that these contagions aren't your mundane, effluent microbes. These entities didn't even exist before the ordeals, and they're potent enough to disarray evolvers too. He deduces the alteration origin has to be proximate. He tells Song Se-kyung that she's not proceeding any further. It's too perilous, and she concurs to return. As Chun Bai keeps moving, more interface alerts materialize, and his contagion credit starts escalating with every stride. He wonders how preposterous the advancement will get. Once he reaches the alteration origin, Chun Bai rounds the bend in the conduits. Nearer, he beholds an enigmatic cadaver with its visage entirely contorted and inverted, resembling a counterfeit Orochimaru enthusiast gone awry, clutching a parchment that is exuding venom. The entire vicinity surrounding it is saturated with poisons, and Chun Bai, rather than feeling repulsed by, grins like he has struck it rich. He remains there gazing at the remains that are secured in position, pondering if this mangled form is what has been generating the transformation. In contagion viruses, he is genuinely astounded by how disorganized it appears. And more troubling is that he speculates this location might just be paradise for him. The protagonist inspects the cadaver. According to his assessment, he was deducing it on the density of the contagion virus. And then it dawns on him the origin is that parchment the remains are grasping. He deciphers the inscription and ascertains it is from some order named the Contagion Order, which he has never encountered in his former existence. He dismisses it and becomes invigorated, believing that after assimilating all those virulent viruses, he will advance significantly in power without a moment's hesitation. He employs his virus assimilation upon the parchment, but precisely when he does so, his hand transforms like a sequence from a terrifying film. He is taken by surprise, muttering profanities beneath his breath, as his hand alters with two kinds of energies swirling about him, like an inferior visual effect. Following a moment, his hand reverts to typical and the cadaver topples. The system alerts him, knowing that the special mission, Drainage Host, is finished with 2,000 experience points conferred. An arbitrary recompense materializes, and he acquires a peculiar artifact named Wall of Flesh. As if that were insufficient, a bizarre emblem manifests on his palm, and the system informs him it is the seal of contagion, evidence that he is presently a central figure of the Contagion Order. This emblem is fashioned from multitudes of lethal contagions, and it is like a sensor responding if another emblem is close by. Chun Bai's rendered dumbfounded, but then the system presents another disclosure to him. He is not contaminated by the contagion, but received the emblem alternatively. And that signifies he has now initiated a fresh mission. Challenge rating SSS. The summary materializes, disclosing that the Contagion Order immolated ancient deities and introduced all varieties of treasures into this realm for their foretold genuine deity. Since Chun by now possesses the seal of contagion, he has a prospect at becoming that genuine deity. But initially, he must locate the Order members, particularly a contagion disseminator, and undertake their trials. Chun Bai cannot fathom. He has an insane SSS mission on his agenda now. Chun Bai examines the mission summary and comprehends it is linked to divine mind. He contemplates becoming the deity of contagion, speculating that would grant him sufficient power to confront anything. He vows he will hunt down the contagion disseminator regardless of what. Unexpectedly, a gateway materializes before him, and Chun Bai observes that a labyrinth is being formed. The system informs him that an Inferno Challenge labyrinth, designated contagion drainage, is being manifested, with a time remaining of 29 days. Noticing the Inferno Challenge designation, Chun Bai contrasts it to the terror level cold incinerator and deduces this one is going to be even more demanding because of it requiring a complete month to manifest. He resolves he will revisit later when it is prepared. Concurrently, Song Zi-cheong is caught unawares by another gateway materializing before her. She proclaims that a labyrinth of the Dongshan drainage zone has been manifested, but this particular one is standard challenge, with advised tiers of 1 to 10. And restricted to 3 participations per day. Chun Bai materializes beside her, stating that it is ideal for her to advance after reassembly. Song Zi-cheong affirms that she has already dispatched notice for individuals to arrive and home. In that labyrinth, since the constraint means no interval should be squandered, and Chun Bai commends her for coordinating matters so swiftly. 20 intervals later, all individuals are gathered at the portal to the drainage labyrinth. Chun Bai assumes command, advising them that the area within is not expansive, so contingents of 4 to 8 should be adequate. He also articulates that preservation is paramount objective number 1, with gain arriving secondarily. All individuals concur, prepare to venture in and advance. Chun Bai informs the 3 women, Song Zi, Cheong, Su Shin, and Alan, that they will penetrate the labyrinth with him. But he is not exerting himself unless it is utterly indispensable. They all consent to manage affairs themselves. Chun Bai proposes they collaborate and enlist in his discussion collective. The system notifies Song Zikyong that Evo, tier number 1, has solicited her to affiliate with White Emperor Palace. She is astounded to discern number 1 is Chun Bai, but he clarifies that the numeration merely pertains to the sequence in which individuals become evolved, so no significant matter. Unexpectedly, Song Gae materializes, appearing extremely vexed. She insists on knowing why she was not invited to the discussion collective. Chun Bai, not even perturbed, candidly informs her it is because he did not solicit her. Typical unconcerned, diseased mind. He inclines over her, making it evident this discussion collective is for his companions exclusively, for those devoted and formidable enough, attractive enough as well. He taunts her for being petrified of an undead, before plainly inferring she does not meet the standard. Song Gae, disconcerted and recalling her apprehension, endeavors to preserve dignity by stating she is not a young girl any longer, and she is prepared to validate herself. Chun Bai hurls some equipment her direction, instructing her to equip herself and venture into the labyrinth so he can ascertain if she has genuinely matured. A short, while later Song Gae stealthily enters the labyrinth, advancing covertly behind a pair of mutated rodents. She confidently halts Alan and Song Zikyong from assisting, affirming that she is managing affairs independently this instance. Concurrently, Chun Bai casually converses with Luli, remarking he still does not comprehend what her and Song Gae's aptitudes are. Luli discloses that she possesses a B-tier illusion capability, which permits her to manifest specters from her imagination, although it is more of a supportive faculty in engagement. She informs him concerning Sonia, revealing that her aptitude is C designated, and enhances her development pace for experience and skill by 50%. Chun Bai states that while development acceleration is advantageous, it is not as engagement ready as Luli's specters. Luli concurs as they both observe Song Gu advancing on the rodents, prepared to validate herself. Song Gu dispatches those mutated rodents quite rapidly, and feeling self-assured inquires of Chun by how she performed, proudly declaring she eliminated 3 entirely by herself, and that those rodents were substantially tougher than undead. Chun Bai nonchalantly states it is not unsatisfactory, and since she is endeavoring so diligently to join his companions, he will make an allowance for her. Song Gae, blushing, attempts to downplay it, asserting she does not desire to join his companions. She merely wishes to validate herself. Chun Bai does not falter and immediately concurs, stating he respects her preference, so he will not trouble sending her a solicitation. This catches Song Gae unawares, and she begins to become agitated. She requests him a pause, and when Chun Bai placidly inquires what is amiss, she becomes quite shy, asserting it is inconsequential. But she simply wishes to participate and asks if she can still receive a solicitation. The Tsundra vibes are looking truly contrived here, but let us relish the companion spectacle. Chun Bai, being his typical teasing self, remarks she appears uncertain, so perhaps he will not trouble after all said. Song Jae, now bereft of words, just remains there gazing. Song Se Kyung intervenes to rescue her, requesting Chun Bai to cease toying with Song Jie. She elaborates that Song Gas' entire demeanor previously was because she was irate about presenting Chun Bai to Chin Ling Yu instead of herself. Someone is envious. Chun, by displaying some compassion, just that for her mother's consideration. Song Gae should simply accept the solicitation. The system notifies Chun Bai that evolver number 10,002. 61,005. 21 Song Ge has formally affiliated with the White Emperor Palace. Song Ge, unexpectedly appearing exceedingly cheerful, proclaims she is departing to slay more abominations, striding away like she just won a grand prize. Chun Bai smiles with an aura, terming her a tempestuous little princess. Song Ziqiang chuckling states that Song Ge speaks grandly, but does not genuinely intend half of it. She advises Chun Bai not to fret, merely to await until they conclude the labyrinth and return to the residence. Song Ziqiang then subtly mentions that she made a pledge to mate. Song Ge addressed Chun Bai father. Chun Bai is somewhat astonished, observing that she is quite resolute. Song Se-kyung responds that she must be. Eras have shifted, and for an indulged girl like Song Ge, possessing someone like Chun Bai to address as father would signify the universe to her. In an opulent suite someplace, an attractive lady is immersing in a bathtub, completely relishing herself. She extends herself, contemplating how agreeable existence has become, particularly with the world concluding around her. She expresses gratitude to her collective leader for all the counsel that made it achievable. For her to exist like this, just as she is fully tranquil, a system notification materializes, capturing her focus. It proclaims that Chun Bai's contingent has conquered a standard level labyrinth in the Dongshan drainage, and there is a recording of it that is procurable for 10 copper pieces. She becomes exceedingly astonished when she observes Chun Bai in the recording preview, identifying him as their collective leader. She is instantly invigorated, discussing how he has conquered another labyrinth. She has never witnessed a labyrinth previously and cannot wait to observe. But when she observes the 10 copper piece cost, she laments that she might become destitute. But at minimum, she is risking destitution. Still, inquisitiveness prevails, and she acquires the recording. As she commences observing, she perceives the visages of the individuals in her concealed, which only intensifies her inquisitiveness. Then she starts to question why there are so many females in the record. Well, our protagonist is a diseased companion's commander. That is the reason. Meanwhile, in another location, a fellow is also observing the record, but he is far less captivated by the females. He bypasses most of their combat, desiring to see Chun Bai in confrontation. He states that the females are gifted, but not all that exceptional in engagement. Another fellow observing about how formidable the abominations in the profounder sections of the labyrinth are, and questions the female's ability to manage them, even with Chun Bai's tutelage. When the overseer finally materializes, this fellow discusses how potent it appears, plainly impressed in a distinct location. A collective of foreign males congregate around to observe the identical record. One of them ponders audibly how mighty Chun Bai truly is. Another fellow states they have experienced misfortune with not discovering any labyrinths yet, but he doubts Chun Bai is mightier than their S-rank combatant Tom. Nevertheless, Tom himself dissents, indicating that Chun Bai vanquished the overseer in a single strike, which reveals much about his overpowering might. Back in the suite, the lady is reclining on her bed, utterly enthralled by what she is observing. She is astounded witnessing Chun Bai casually annihilating a tier 10 overseer, and comprehending just how potent he truly is. She is especially impressed by how proficient the combat methods he instructed. The females appear to be feeling somewhat covetous. She commences fantasizing, desiring she were in Chun Bai's metropolis training under his tutelage, just like the females in the recording. Everyone desires to be a constituent of the companions so desperately. Concurrently in Song Ziqiang's study chamber, Chun Bai commences discussing the labyrinth confrontation and how everyone should possess a multitude of low-tier equipment by now. He instructs Song Ziqiang, Lingyu, and Luli to collaborate and organize the entire bartering framework and economy for their collective. He desires it accomplished swiftly so affairs do not become disorganized. Song Ziqiang concurs, inquiring if there is anything additional they need to perform. Chun Bai retrieves some artifacts and states he has something for her. Song Ziqiang becomes extremely inquisitive when she observes what he is holding. Initially, there are the barriers of flesh and gore. It is some grotesque barrier substance that grows mightier by consuming flesh and gore. If they utilize it correctly, it will become an almost invulnerable barricade, which gets her all invigorated. although to me, it simply resembles the Crimson Bahara from Berserk. She then picks up a teleportation parchment. This one can transport someone back to a designated metropolis in 10 seconds. And she is entirely enthusiastic about that with this item. They could practically manage Zhang Cheng without exerting much effort. The yellow luminescence of the concealed leaf approves. But when she grasps the featureless integument, she is less captivated, yes indeed. It can alter someone's semblance and make them appear like anyone they desire. But compared to the other extraordinary items, it feels somewhat unimpressive. Chun Bai observes her expression and inquires if she is not captivated. Song Zichong swiftly states that everything he provides is significant, primarily because he is the commander and his contentment is what matters. Chun Bai states that he does not truly comprehend women's attire, but wonders if she can astonish him with all these items. Song Zikyong pledges that the astonishment is not solely from her. She has a strategy to make Song Ge finally address him father genuinely, and she even implies attiring her as well. A few intervals later, the entire residence is unlit, except for one chamber where the illuminations are active for very specific motives. Chun Bai saunters in, nonchalantly transporting Qin Lingyu, who is sporting a scanty leopard attire, like some sort of peculiar costume play gone perfectly. Exceedingly perfectly, he proceeds towards the immense bed where Su Xin, Song Sikyang, Aline, and Luli are all unconscious, appearing like they had a profound slumber gathering. Chun Bai positions the feline in the bed with the remainder of them, likely consuming all of their felines. He steps backward, giving them all a glance like he is examining his assemblage. Subsequently, he dons his contagion garment, exuding serious Billy Butcher impressions, likely prepared to shatter some craniums and record identities. The system informs him that he now possesses 2 out of 5 components of the contagion. Ensemble, this adds 5 to all his attributes and grants him immunity to frailty. Impairments. Chun Bai contemplates how sluggish it is to amass these contagion components. 1 acquisition in 3 labyrinth expeditions. He deduces at this velocity, he will complete the ensemble in approximately 3 days. Simple endeavor unexpectedly. The system chimes, and it is a confidential dispatch from someone named Visionary. Chun Bai gazes at the designation, pondering who on earth it could be. He peruses the courteous salutation, wherein Visionary discusses viewing his labyrinth tactics for court and respectfully requests some counsel. Seemingly Visionary is not proficient in engagement, so she's seeking some suggestions. Intrigued now, Chun Bai replies, informing her he must ascertain her aptitude if she genuinely desires his assistance. He asserts if she confides in him, she should convey the particulars. Somewhat reluctant, Visionary consents and transmits him her data. Chun Bai is incredulous at what his eyes behold when he discerns her aptitude, a faculty titled Dream Butterfly, and her 31 phantasm points. He is immediately captivated. Comprehending this is an SSS tier limitless development aptitude, and begins deducing the situation. In his former existence, she presumably perished before anyone was aware of her capability. Visionary clarifies that her phantasm butterfly enables her to access the phantasmal realm, which is akin to tangible reality. She can additionally access the dreams of others, or even manifest items from her phantasms into actuality. She's been developing phantasm crafting, but has not completely perfected it yet. To induct others into her phantasmal realm, she must create a phantasm sigil first. Chun Bai is astonished considering how overwhelmingly potent this capability is. Provided no one discovers her physical form, she is essentially invulnerable. Visionary, enthusiastic, and rapidly proposes transmitting him a phantasm sigil, essentially an image that would enable his direction into the phantasmal realm. Chun Bai promptly informs Visionary he cannot consent to the phantasm sigil arrangement because he would have no safeguards in her phantasmal realm. It is akin to projecting oneself into a simulation, being entirely manipulated by another individual. But Visionary persists, earnestly imploring him to reevaluate. She asserts they can execute an evolver accord, which would formally obligate her to refrain from any detrimental actions toward it. Chun Bai's surprise is evident when he peruses the terms. The evolver accord is acknowledged by the cosmic decree and requires a staggering 10 gold pieces at minimum. Now he is genuinely perplexed. If she has 10 gold pieces readily available, why does she even require his martial council? Visionary elaborates that the creatures she slays in the phantasmal realm perish in actuality, and she can modify the frequency these creatures yield spoils. By manipulating parameters through her phantasm crafting capability, she has successfully accumulated just sufficient gold. But she additionally notes she could enhance the offer by including some additional incentives, such as the DL aptitude manual, spiritual awareness, and a metropolis construction decree from the Grand F. Chun Bai's this capability of hers is truly formidable, genuinely and frankly. It might even contend with his contagion monarch capabilities. Visionary's urgency is growing, elaborating that even though she is virtually omnipotent in her phantasms, in actuality, she is vulnerable. She is persuaded that if she does not enhance her tangible world fighting prowess, she is doomed. Chun Bai concurs with what she is asserting. Her aptitude is extraordinary, but lacking any bodily might or martial skill. She possesses a significant vulnerability. He instructs her to proceed and transmit the evolver accord if she is prepared to execute it. He will assist her, after all. With an aptitude like hers, she would be a precious resource. The system promptly informs Chun Bai that Visionary has transmitted the accord. It stipulates that she will refrain from any detrimental conduct toward it, and that if she violates it, she will forfeit her evolver standing. It is a sound agreement, and it is effective for 24 hours. Chun Bai consents a few intervals later. Chun Bai is reclining upon a bed in the secondary chamber of Song Ziqiang's residence, contemplating the phantasm sigil. Seemingly to gain access, he needs to become tranquil and concentrate for 3 intervals. It would require more time if he lacked such composure, just as he is on the verge of slumber. Visionary, or more precisely Meng, which she clarifies signifies phantasm, transmits him the depiction of the phantasm sigil. Chun Bai considers how extraordinary it would be if this capability of hers progresses sufficiently for individuals to perceive and experience phantasms. Genuinely, that would be unprecedented disorder. Shutting his eyes, Chun Bai is abruptly relocated to a chamber. Meng awaits him there. She refers to him as collective leader Brother Bai and reiterates that she just executed the accord with him. Chun Bai presents himself. Informing Meng she can simply address him by his given name. He surveys the surroundings and inquires if this is her phantasmal realm. The location hardly resembles a martial practice area. Meng manifests a gateway, clarifying that she prepared a training facility close by. And Chun Bai is greatly astonished when he comprehends. The entire metropolis is duplicated in her phantasmal realm. As he peers through the gateway, he observes that this phantasmal realm is vast. But Meng promptly explains that the realm is not truly her possession. She is merely a visitor here, capable of altering elements, but not in complete command. It reflects tangible reality. But his autonomous Chun Bai comprehends and proposes they proceed directly to the training facility for practice. Meng guides him through the gateway. They arrive within a basketball arena. But it is utterly dark. Meng makes a digital gesture and proclaims, "Let there be illumination," like she is about to manifest an entire cosmos. After the entire facility instantly illuminates as if by enchantment, and he remarks that she resembles an adolescent, to which she chuckles, stating she was formerly an author before the cataclysm occurred. Chun Bai dismisses that, focusing on the task. He reiterates to Meng that she desires to enhance her capabilities in tangible reality. So the most effective method to achieve that is through combat. He instructs her not to depend on her phantasmal abilities and to demonstrate her skills genuinely. Meng pauses for a moment, but clarifies that in the phantasmal realm, her attributes are linked to her cognitive fortitude, which is currently at a respectable 48. She cautions Chun Bai to exercise caution, but he comforts her, instructing her to engage him with all her power. Meng charges ahead, attempting a strike. Chun Bai evades it with ease, and she falters ahead, becoming unsteady. He notes that her posture is incorrect, she is overextending into the strike, rendering it difficult to withdraw. He instructs her to recommence and attempt once more. Meng Meng takes a profound inhalation, shuts her eyes and strikes once more. But yet again, Chun Bai effortlessly evades, and she becomes unsteady. Chun Bai gestures his disapproval, informing her she is overly concentrating on the assault and insufficiently on regulation. He positions himself directly before her, advising her she needs to observe her adversary more attentively and cease being overly fixated on her own maneuvers. Meng Meng flushes with self-consciousness, but resumes her efforts. Chun Bai commends her for her dedication, but further states that if she desires to enhance her skills, she must master those fundamentals: regulation, equilibrium, and adversary observation. He acknowledges he was operating at a velocity of 20 previously, which entirely disconcerted her, prompting her apology for her insufficient proficiency. Chun Bai informs Meng Meng an apology is unnecessary and urges her to persevere. In her development, she vows to improve. Resolute in her advancement, fast forward 7 rotations later. It is dusk in the Dongshan residence vicinity, and there is one chamber still illuminated in song. Si Kyung's abode, she is within alongside Chun Bai, informing him how all the recent edicts have been displayed throughout the vicinity. She further states that individuals are positioned at the notice boards, ensuring residents comprehend the regulations. Chun Bai observes that affairs in the Dongshan vicinity are progressing well. Then he nonchalantly mentions that he has been securing the location for the recent days, so she will need to administer it presently, as he is intending to depart early the subsequent morning. Song Zikyang appears somewhat concerned, pointing out to him that she presumed he would remain for an extended period, particularly since his contagion ensemble is still lacking a component. However, Chun Bai asserts that he is unwilling to delay for an E-tier ensemble. There are excessive valuables and prospects available, and he must acquire them while possible. Unexpectedly, Song Zikyung embraces him from the rear, offering gentle persuasion to consider them as well and ensure his return. She jests regarding the sovereign's residence inundated, asserting others would be incapable of managing it. Entertained, Chun Bai inquires if there is truly an inundation upon his domain. He jocularly proposes she assemble all individuals for a conference, so they can determine how to seal the sluice, and she consents, asserting she will execute any directive her master issues. Later that eve, it is an atmosphere of pure delight, as the females in Chun Bai's contingent are reveling in sheer delight. He is employing his tendriless emanation on them, and the entire spectacle resembles a sophisticated narrative-infused phantasm. Chun Bai reclines, observing their contentment, feeling rather satisfied with his efforts. By morn he silently exits the chamber, glancing towards the females, all deeply asleep and slumbering peacefully. He softly shuts the portal and observes Aileen approaching him. Chun Bai inquires of her if she is seeking Song Ziqiao, but Aileen gestures negatively, asserting she is in fact seeking him. When Chun Bai inquires about the matter, Alan informs that someone is instigating conflict at the encampment near the base of the mountain. Chun Bai inquires why she is troubling him with this. Did they not just display all the regulations? He directs her to manage it according to those regulations. Alan expresses regret for the intrusion and informs Chun Bai that the agitator asserts he is one of his peers. This one genuinely captures Chun Bai's attention, so he instructs Aline to lead him to that location. She promptly consents, guiding him to the base of the mountain, where a modest assembly is congregated. As soon as they identify Chun Bai, one of them exclaims, likely identifying him. Aline clarifies that these individuals are displeased with the diurnal charge of 1 copper piece. They desire complementary security and order without remitting any payment. Chun Bai pauses briefly to absorb this information as he continues to move through the assembly. Li Chun, the agitator, advances and presents himself. Chun Bai disregards him, recognizing he is familiar with him, but he addresses the matter directly, contending that the 1 copper piece charge is entirely justifiable. One could obtain it merely by slaying 1 undead, or performing one of the tasks offered in the encampment. He inquires why they are creating a commotion over a matter so uncomplicated. Li Chun, feigning righteousness, asserts it is not concerning the currency. He begins to digress about how, in the cataclysm, individuals should support one another, since Chun Bai possesses assets. You know from the goodness of his spirit, or so forth. He counsels Chun Bai to revoke the statutes, stating it would advantage every person, and they'd wholly esteem him for it. Chun Bai is plainly not inclined to humor Li Chen's address. Without any pause, he summons everyone's focus and declares it plainly. The edicts are remaining as established. If they object, they are at liberty to depart immediately. However, if any individual is still present after 3 minutes, they are destined to be targeted. No exemptions whatsoever. Chun Bai gazes at Aline and serenely instructs her to initiate count. Aline, perpetually compliant, concurs and commences the tally. Concurrently, Li Chun, behaving quite audaciously, proclaims there's no requirement for the entire 3 or 5 minutes. He declines to withdraw, boasting that he's endeavoring to conserve funds for everyone, so they'd endorse and acknowledge him. Yet one of the sentinels is already weary of the absurdity. He retorts sharply, asserting that 1 copper piece isn't a major concern. He criticizes Li Chun for being either excessively frugal or too indolent to procure, and proclaims that individuals like that do not merit safeguard. Another sentinel interjects, deriding Li Chun by labeling him refuse and state if he cannot even amass a single copper piece, he might as readily become a watchdog for 2. A third sentinel, evidently relishing the repartee, instructs Li Chun to vanish since he doesn't integrate with the encampment they diligently constructed. Li Chen's countenance flushes crimson with indignation. He exclaims that he'll depart if compelled to, but cautions that Chun Bai will lament ejecting him. That's the moment Chun Bai, with an icy composure, directs him to pause. Li Chun, presuming Chun Bai is reconsidering things, smugly inquires if he already rues his determination. Yet before he can articulate anything further, Chun Bai utilizes his osseous talon technique rapidly. He brandishes his talons at Li Chun, who lacks even a moment to retaliate, bisecting him akin to a chocolate confection. Crimson fluid erupts widely, and Li Chun collapses to the earth inanimate, leaving the assembly in consternation and trepidation. Chun Bai nonchalantly remarks that Li Chun was indeed accurate. When an individual harbors resentment against him, they truly do culminate in regretting it. Alan declares that there's merely 1 minute remaining. She queries if any other person intends to depart, and one fellow swiftly drops to his knees, imploring for clemency and vowing to adhere to the statutes henceforth. He beseeches for a renewed opportunity. Chun Bai, impressed by the man's survival acumen, tells him he's astute. He then states for 5 copper pieces. Matters will revert to normalcy after a month. The man avidly concurs, thanking Chun Bai repeatedly and profusely. Presently, the others emulate, requesting the identical prospect. Chun Bai entrusts everything over to Al, who assures him she'll manage the predicament. As he ambles away, he gets surprised by a communication from Meng Ming. She informs him that she's grappling to enhance her capabilities in the tangible realm, even though her ethereal energy is augmented. She laments that she possesses no offensive techniques. Chun Bai counsels her to exercise forbearance and pledges to assist her locate some tomes on ethereal energy assaults. When Meng Meng inquires where he's situated, Chun Bai casually apprises her. She's abruptly all invigorated, exclaiming that they're in fact exceptionally proximate. She's residing in Wuchang. Chun Bai, pondering he might as well propose, recommends to Meng Meng that if she desires, he could drop by and encounter her. Meng Meng, disbelieving her good fortune, queries if he's earnest and commences becoming agitated, articulating how stupendous it would be. Chun Bai elucidates to her that in his preceding existence, he acquired an S-tier vocational assignment linked to Wuchang. Certainly it wasn't some extravagant SSS tier endeavor, yet it was still sufficiently precious to barter for resources or some compelling intelligence. He resolves it's an adequate justification to visit Wuchang initially, so he intends to proceed there. Simultaneously, over in Zhangjiang metropolis, circumstances aren't appearing too favorable for a contingent stranded in hostelry. A gentleman is positioned by the casement, manifestly agitated, inquiring how much sustenance they possess remains. The retort from his comrade behind him isn't promising, scarcely adequate for 10 individuals to endure the subsequent 3 rotations. The fellow by the casement, Jiang Lupang, is patently vexed, grumbling that it's entirely due to some accursed, unique undead that resembles a gargantuan behemoth. Evidently, it had eliminated 5 of their compatriots like it was trivial. And to exacerbate matters, this colossal undead's perceptions are so acute that they couldn't even attain the 10th story without it detecting they were present. So escaping out the rear portal, yes, not materializing promptly, Juhi, the gentleman behind him, remarks that it feels as though they're ensnared before they can persist with their commiseration session. One of the females in the chamber wheeish away unexpectedly exhorts them to observe externally. She's indicating something accelerating along the summits. Young Luoping narrows his eyes at the spectacle and speculates aloud. While in the terrestrial sphere that entity is, all he can discern is some indistinctness, like a phantasm, and he begins to be alarmed, inquiring if it's a novel variant of undead. He observes it vaulting between partitions, and instantly infers it must be perilous. He's prepared to draw the draperies when Wei Shui deters him, asserting there's no necessity because it's not an undead. She avows it's a hominid son Jihui. Perceiving that cannot credit his auditory senses, he interrogates how that could conceivably be feasible. Zhong Luoping is dubious as well, and queries if she's positive she didn't misinterpret it. Wei Shui positioned with another female, Zhuang Yik. Shui confidently guarantees them she's unequivocally not incorrect. She reminds them of her distinct aptitude and states that whatever is out there, it's undeniably hominid, and it's proceeding directly towards them. Chun Bai alights upon a structure proximate to where the unique undead is concealed, and nearly instantaneously, the monstrosity detects him and enters complete vigilance status, observing that the unique undead is in reality a despot. Our champion feels genuinely invigorated. He hadn't anticipated encountering a despot, but it's a gratifying revelation, since he just coincidentally possesses an armament schematic that requires a despot's osseous material. As the despot bellows at him, poised to skirmish, Chun Bai swiftly deduces he cannot employ his weighty mouth. Doing so might impair the osseous material acquisition rate, not optimal instead. He determines osseous talons are the superior method and advances upon the despot, murmuring to his own self that beheading appears like the preferable recourse here. Meanwhile, back at the hostelry soon, he cannot discern a particle, and requests Wei Shui for an elucidation on what's transpired. Zhang Yishu nevertheless cautions them both that it's likely wisest not to observe, since it seems exceedingly hazardous. Wei, still riveted to the engagement, informs them that the confrontation has commenced. She perceives that the gentleman's hand has transmuted into talons, and that captures Zhang Luping's notice. He interjects, asserting that he informed them it was a fiend, but she remains concentrated, insisting that they tarry because she's about to discern the gentleman's visage. In the core of the conflict, the protagonist manages the despot with proficiency, making swift resolution of it with his osseous talons. The colossal undead impacts the terrain vanquished. The mechanism in his intellect activates, apprising him that he's just neutralized a transmuted superior undead, augmented for aggression and protection. Chun Bai is recompensed with 2,000 experiential units and also consumes the despot, which empowers all his Umbralite contagion abilities. In addition to that, he acquires 800 contagion units and 500 unique evolution units. The mechanism informs Chun Bai that he's accessed a novel aptitude, musculature augmentation and aegis. Innately, he's got to evaluate this out. Immediately, he's captivated. Musculature augmentation can amplify any segment of his physique without distorting his configuration. And the aegis, its protective potency, is nearly twofold his foundational vigor. Unquestionably a substantial remuneration. Back at the hostelry, Wei abruptly identifies the undead exterminating champion. She hastens to unveil the draperies, proclaiming his designation, Chun Bai, still reveling in the exhilaration from his conquest. Here's an individual vociferating and gazes upward perplexed. He discerns the unfastened drapery in the edifice and speculates who's clamoring at him. It takes him unawares, yet he's inquisitive to ascertain who recognizes him in a locale like this. And I surmise That signifies one additional damsel appended to the afflicted charmer's entourage, notwithstanding possessing all the contagions in existence. It isn't deterring him from securing the vixens. Jiang Luoping swiftly seizes Wei Shuai and silences her mouth, not desiring her to exclaim and instigate complications. He's not. Persuaded that our fiend slayer isn't some variety of fiend himself, and the ultimate thing they require is to contend with more predicaments. They can possess 99 difficulties, but a gargantuan behemoth undead fiend should not constitute one. Yet Chun Bai is already externally vaulting up to the casement, inquisitive after perceiving someone call his designation. The damsel manages to liberate herself from her apprehensive companion's grasp, exuberantly calling out to the protagonist, opening the draperies broadly for him. Chun Bai clambers through the casement and instantly identifies her as an individual linked to Song Ji. He nonchalantly deduces who she is. Wei, patently delighted to see him, avidly inquires regarding her companion, speculating if she's all right subsequently. They're all convened around a table in a hostelry in Jiangsheng. Chun Bai elucidates to the individuals congregated there that he's been occupied founding a conclave in the Dongshan Hamlet vicinity. He speaks about how it's now domiciled to multitudes of people, with Song Zi Chong aiding him administer affairs, guaranteeing that Song Ge is utterly secure. Wei hearkens, visibly captivated by everything he's achieved. Zhang, conversely, is scrutinizing him. He is indeed astounded, but also in uncertainty. His two comrades seated beside him, equally unconvinced, commence interrogating him. They cannot fathom Chun Bai could have established a conclave with multitudes of people, and they find it even more arduous to concede that Song Ziqiao, the sovereign of Jiangsheng, is implicated. Chun remains imperturbable, seated there nonchalantly, his limbs intersected, as he reassures them that they'll perceive for themselves sufficiently soon. He comprehends it's simple to authenticate, so he's not disquieted by their incredulity. Just then the portal erupts open and a youth in an azure garment enters, calling out for our championship pivots to see its Qi Yong, succeeded by two other recognizable countenances, Li Feng and Zhao Mu, his compatriots from the infirmary. Jiang, who had been unconvinced previously, now grins like he discerned something was afoot all the while. Xiao, attired in a crimson garment, appears ecstatic to behold their erstwhile companion calling out to him with alleviation. Chun arises, greeting his compatriots with a genial expression, inquiring what they're performing there. They converge, and Jiang drapes an arm over Chen's shoulder, elucidating how, when everything initially transpired, he had guided a contingent of scholars to assist Wei Xiaolu, who was laboring part-time at a scenario resolution emporium. Jiao states that they were aspiring to encounter Chun, to ascertain if he had any interval to socialize. But Li Feng interjects, stating Chen's likely occupied performing something substantial. Chun merely queries if there are numerous of their compatriots from Zhong Institution loitering about. He nonchalantly summons them to come inspect his conclave in Dongshan Hamlet, but appends that there's a minor regulation they must observe, surrendering a copper piece each rotation. He inquires if they believe they can accomplish that. Shang informs the protagonist if that gargantuan fiend hadn't immured them in this hostelry, they might have chanced upon a repository of orris pieces. But he comprehends the route to the conclave is an utter speculation, so he queries if Chun can accompany to aid them along. Chun informs them that he's got some affairs to address, but he guarantees them that he only discerned one despot on his trajectory to Dongshan, so they should be satisfactory. Zhang queries if that signifies it's not your commonplace fiend. Chun unseals his repository interface and deposits some pellucid azure articles on the table. He distributes them, stating they're inferior tier items he doesn't require. He gazes at them and tells them it's entirely theirs. He's in a rush and needs to embark on his journey. But now that they comprehend where to locate the conclave, he's got to depart. Chun gives Zhang an amicable pat on the dorsal area, who's entirely appreciative, and he gestures farewell as he exits the chamber. His companions vociferate to him, instructing him to exercise caution as he departs. Once externally, Chun vaults from summit to summit like it's no grave matter. Abruptly, a communique materializes, and it's Reverie Damsel entering his confidential dialogue. Her missive indicates that Monarch Han Wang is lamenting in the collective dialogue, and she believes her novel aptitude might assist him out. Chin retorts, telling her there are excessive individuals in that collective, so she should simply inform him. What's the situation meanwhile? Back in the hostelry, the scholars are animated with fervor. Xiao inclines closely to Jiang, murmuring about how they should unquestionably proceed to the conclave. Jiang concurs, stating, a conclave replete with transmuted folk and security. Sounds like a grand prize, but then he becomes grave, reminding Zhao that they need to arrange meticulously for the pilgrimage, since reaching Dongshan from Jiangchen is nearly akin to an enshrouded sojourn. Jia then declared they desired to verify if the champion was available, but Li Feng surmised he was preoccupied. Feng readjusted his spectacles and was poised to articulate something, but Wei interrupted him. She discerned Chun returning and queried why he was present anew. Everyone pivoted their craniums, and Li Feng appeared vexed. Wei ambled up to the chieftain, wishing to know what was amiss. Chun conceded he required a chamber for some purpose. Xiao interjected, proposing his and Qi Zhang's chamber for Chun to lodge in. They jested and ambled towards the chamber, but Zhang stated they could observe him from the reception area. Wei pivoted to the protagonist, desiring to ascertain Song Gei's transmuted identification code. To include her as an associate, Chun promptly informed her it was not 90225. Jiang requested from him his numeral, so he might include him as well. Chun nonchalantly responded it was 001. Jiang was astounded and erupted into mirth, proclaiming they were all transmuted presently. Yet Chin's wit remained as arid as always. Chao informs Chung he would ascertain when he included. Chun Yung, bewildered, dispatched the associate entreaty when he perceived the reply that transmuted number 00. One acknowledged his entreaty, he became agitated and shrieked. Chen merely grinned, accustomed to these sorts of responses, and instructed Qi Yung to hasten and draw near. 10 minutes thereafter, the contingent is merely relaxing in the parlor, conversing and relishing each other's presence. Xiao and Zhang are reclining upon the settee, limbs draped across the border as if they possess the domain, whilst Wei is seated in an upholstered chair, fiddling about with her interface portal. Zhang proclaims that Chun Bai's designation code is genuinely authentic, asserting it's the clandestine key to transforming into a transmuted being. Jay recalls to him the message Chun Bai disseminated in the residence collective. He recollects that it alluded to the institution, shifting the schedule of the corporeal examination to mid-June. His companion states he recollects exceedingly clearly how they ultimately toiled laboriously for upwards of 7 nights. On account of that, unexpectedly, the fellow assumes an erect posture and inquires if Chun Bai previously understood the apocalypse was returning then. Xiao remarks it could simply be a fortuity. Yet, well, at minimum, they derived some vigorous exertion from it, and it readied them for the cataclysm. Jing then glances aside and discerns Wei, entirely stooped near the interface display, flushing and appearing as crimson as a bee. He jests with her, inquiring why her countenance is so flushed. She promptly declares it's inconsequential and informs them that she's returning to her chamber. She recalls to them not to disregard Chun Bai's admonition regarding not venturing a step into his chamber. As she exits into the corridor, Chen's appellation continues resonating within her mind. She recollects her dialogues with Song Gai, wherein she contacted her and she queried her how she recognized her cipher. Wei divulges that Chun Bai informed her. Her companion remarks that she understood had be problematic the instant he departed. Then Song Gai informs her that henceforth, when they congregate, she shall not be the sole individual addressing him Poppy. Weiss orbs dilate, and her complexion emulates the crimson of a halt signal. She prefers not to credit what's within her thoughts. Precisely, then she perceives a sound that extracts her from her reverie. Zhang and his studious comrade were asserting that this entire affair is dubious. She inclines nearer to overhear, remaining concealed. Li Feng is concurring, stating the champion is undoubtedly prevaricating and asserting that there are excessive gaps in his narrative. His companion merely reclines against the partition, appearing dubious. They append that stating that the sovereign of Zhang, Chung, assisting an individual manage a conclave, appears exceedingly preposterous consequently. Chun Bai cannot be deemed reliable. Returning to Somnia's sanctuary, Chun Bai materializes via the roseate Lepidopteran emblem. He states that he executed some preparations in the tangible sphere, which accounts for his slight tardiness, and quips that he's the final individual to arrive. As he enters, he discerns 3 individuals within the chamber. Meng Meng is reclining upon the divan. A youth in a cowled pullover is positioned adjacent to her, and a further youth donning a respirator and a verdant cowl is positioned posterior to the divan. The youth upon the divan arises and removes his cowl, disclosing his identity as Han Xiao, or Monarch Han, with an awkward yet captivating grin. He salutes Chun by proclaiming he's at last located him, and appends that he perpetually understood Chun would be comely. Yet he's even more striking than he envisioned. Hold up, comrade. Meng Meng rotates her orbs, patently vexed by the coquetry. She places her palms upon her haunches and objects regarding the superfluous adulations. Awkward youth remarks that he's merely being truthful. The youth in the respirator at last shatters his emanation's quietude, presenting his designation as Corvus. He elucidates that Meng Meng stated she might introduce one additional associate to the collective. Thus he arrived to complete the tally. Corvus vaunts about his aptitude being the personification of dread, evaluated at SS. Han Xiao gazes downward, experiencing some diffidence between the 2 gifted companions. Corvus with his double S aptitude and Meng Meng with a formidable triple S aptitude. He exhales, comprehending that his cognitive dominion, evaluated at S, is the least potent within the chamber. The champion advances nearer, comforting the youth that even if his aptitude isn't as formidable, his fortune appears to be quite favorable. He indicates that, had this circumstance transpired merely a pair of rotations prior, Meng Meng would not have been capable to assist him. Previously, Meng Meng could solely usher them into the oniric realm, employing her station, yet she ascertained to utilize her reverie as a nexus, to convey everyone to her domicile merely the preceding rotation. Han Xiao remarks that he's perpetually been quite fortunate. The champion informs him that they must proceed to the crux, as Somnia's maiden possesses insufficient duration to sustain all 4 of them within the oniric realm. Han plunges into it, elucidating there's a crypt with a particular assignment for him, and that he'll transmit a visual capture. He appends that the crypt isn't situated proximately, thus they'll converse whilst they journey thither. The assignment delineation materializes. Kinship Enigma Unique Assignment Tier S. It states, he discovered a clinical dossier from the Crimson Luminary Mental Institution, concealed within his sire's belongings, and it alludes to a kinswoman he has never known of. The dossier details a hereditary congenital affliction. That's piqued his interest. He speculates what this congenital affliction entails, why no individual ever alluded to his kinswoman, and if his potent cognitive aptitude is linked to this affliction. The Crimson Luminary Mental Institution appears to be the crux to deciphering this kinship enigma. The collective ambulates through the oniric expanse until they attain the locus where the assignment portal awaits. A crimson gateway is present before them. Han advances forth and proclaims, this is the Crimson Luminary Mental Institution. He imparts that by the moment he located it, it had transmuted into a crypt. He attempted it once, yet swiftly withdrew, as the Tier 12 phantasmal fiends were excessively formidable for him. He could not tarry to elevate and return. Subsequent to abandoning the crypt, he received a premonition from the firmament that some entity perceived him and might seize all. Chun elevates his palm, astonishing every individual, and merely states he comprehends it. The mechanism then dispatches an inquiry, inquiring if he desires to guide the contingent into the crypt of the Crimson Luminary Mental Institution. As a radiant luminescence emanates from his petal extremities, he assuredly responds affirmatively, drawing the collective into the oniric expanse. Presently, in the mystical metropolis, within the crypt of the Crimson Luminary Mental Institution, Corvus narrows his eyes from afar and discerns a diminutive fiend. He voices his disquiet regarding the locale, and Somnia's maiden embraces her own form, stating she perceives a sinister emanation. Awkward youth cautions them that the fiends at the crypt's inception are not feeble, so they had best be vigilant. A being hauls forth an undead female attired as a medic, quivering with a hypodermic clutched, groaning as she ambulates ungainly. They designate her the fiendish medic. Corvus advances and instructs everyone to pause, desiring to assess her potency. The medic abruptly lunges at him with astonishing vehemence. Corvus rapidly conjures a colossal effigy, emanating an eerie verdant emanation, initiating his aptitude embodiment of dread. The medic falters backward, her orbs dilated with fright as she gulps for breath. Patently alarmed, Corvus employs dread aspect and clicks his digits. The medic detonates as if she just suffered an eruptive cardiac event, rendering everyone dumbfounded. The mechanism proclaims that a contingent member has dispatched a deranged medic, distributing the experiential units among. Mung retreats slightly, scrutinizing the remnants, and states that this resembles an antagonist. Chieftain Han is astounded and remarks on how potent Corvus' aptitude is. The champion folds his limbs, merely embodying the nonchalant. Compose persona fellow in all animations. A pellucid azure aptitude tablet descends from the medic's remnants, bearing the inscription Acute Cogitation. Shriek detonation active D, which initiates a cognitive assault with an acute shriek, inflicting cognitive harm within a specific radius. The clamor shall entice proximate fiends. Corvus seizes the tablet, displaying it proudly and proclaiming their fortune in acquiring an aptitude descent. Chun informs Han Xiao and Somnia's maiden that, as they both possess cognitive aptitudes, they ought to determine who receives the tablet. The awkward youth dismisses it, stating he requires it not, and merely desires articles for his unique assignment. He appends that his aptitude already possesses a comparable faculty. Meng Meng advances forth, procures the tablet from Corvus, and expresses gratitude, declaring she shall not abstain. She accepts the tablet, and her tresses sway with a potent roseate and violet emanation. The mechanism proclaims that she's acquired a novel aptitude, cogitation detonation with acute shriek. Chun draws near to her, contacting her limbs softly, and exhorts her to employ the aptitude. Meng Meng recoils, elucidating that the aptitude's detrimental radius isn't extensive, yet the clamor propagates distantly, even luring fiends in separate chambers. Their chieftain comforts her that's precisely what they require, since inspecting each chamber would prove excessively wearisome. He instructs her not to fret. All shall be well. Flushing Meng. Meng ascends and emits an acute shriek, succeeded by an eruptive surge of roseate emanation that disseminates across the vicinity, attracting fiends from each recess. The champion observes as the beings commence to converge upon, proclaiming that this fiend-luring stratagem truly functions. There are multitudes of fiends in this locale, Ancio remarks, apprehensively observing the undead encroaching upon the collective. Corvus instructs everyone to be cautious and not become diverted. Whilst assuming his station, the damsel pivots to the champion, appearing somewhat fearful, and inquires if they can genuinely manage this multitude. Chun, with his palms in his receptacles, remains composed and guarantees her that it's no predicament, stating it's a splendid opportunity to evaluate his freshly enhanced capabilities. He abrades his nape, extending somewhat. Han elevates his palms, conjuring poniards that levitate about him, entirely enveloped in violet force. He feels emboldened by Chen's certitude and proclaims, it's opportune to commence the carnage. He propels the poniards at the undead, achieving flawless cranial impacts. Akin to an adept, Corvus then discharges an umbral emanation from his petals, initiating origin of dread. Umbral appendages erupt forth, seizing the undead in diverse locations. Unexpectedly, there's a colossal detonation in the yonder, propelling detritus airborne its Meng. Meng, who nonchalantly extracts a launcher and eradicates a multitude of undead. Ethereal Maiden proclaims it's quite splendid and they ought to try once more. Han pivots towards her in utter astonishment, witnessing her materialize a rocket launcher akin to some GTA exploit. He muses aloud how potent it is to manifest things in reveries. He jests, inquiring if Mung Mung will manage to construct a Gundam hereafter. Crow appears distinctly amused, but then he glances at their chieftain. Pondering why he hasn't plunged into the fray, just yet. In the meantime, the hero has unsheathed his talons and is simply biding, reflecting to himself that the vitality is at its peak. He perceives the refresh rate for this ability is somewhat sluggish, rendering it challenging to charge it fully amidst the skirmish. At last he declares that the moment has arrived. He smashes his knuckles into the earth and unleashes his terrestrial spikes might. The terrain convulses as dark energy spires erupt upwards, skewering the undead creatures from underneath. An enormous billow of particulate matter whirls aloft, fashioning a copse of pointed projections. Everyone gazes at him wide-eyed and utterly astonished. Double Mung exclaims, deeming him incredibly formidable, while Crow and the other fellows stammer in sheer disbelief, lauding him, but just as the champion revels in the acclaim. Two medical fiends creep up behind him without his awareness. The awkward youth discerns them and dashes forward, shouting that the pair are still animate and he will manage them. Chun elevates a palm, motioning for him to pause. Nonchalantly, clarifying that he deliberately reserved those two minor boss nurses for his own engagement. Chun Bai manipulates his left appendage, conjuring shadowy energy tendrils that envelop the two medical fiends, hoisting them off the terra firma and suspending them in midair. Hans Hao, who had sprinted to assist, halts abruptly in his movements, utterly flabbergasted. He can scarcely falter out a retort. Comprehending their commander just seized them with a single hand, as if it were trivial Crow. Attempting to console him, silently pats his clavicle. The interface then displays a notification to Chun Bai, informing him that his umbral radiance talent has advanced. With this notion, he resolves to make an attempt, and positions his palm atop the nurses' craniums. Their limbs are still fettered by the dark tendrils, and peculiarly enough, their medical attire vanishes, supplanted by ordinary garments. Abruptly, the champion finds himself drawn into an unsettling apparition. He beholds a female, sparsely clad, creeping on the flooring with peculiar symbols etched into her epidermis. Other females are bound to crucifixes, inscriptions upon their abdomens, with barbed strands digging into their physiques. Appearing like something directly from Kakashi and Itachi's Phantasmagoria. Jinjutsu, they are becoming frantic, imploring to be left undisturbed, quivering on the ground as they endeavor to flee. A gentleman in a gore-stained laboratory garment stands in the chamber's core. Grinning sinisterly, he addresses one of the medical staff as Nurse Kong and instructs her to become placid. The apparition flickers anew, displaying another recollection. The identical man, now sporting spectacles, arranges a nurse's coiffure, reprimanding her for her frail psychological condition. He states she was intended to be an oblation to the sovereign, but now she's without worth. Her sole destiny is to be an immolation for the subsequent month. Another nurse with crimson tresses positioned by a counter pivots and converses with a raven-haired nurse, solacing her regarding how everyone is shunning her, owing to Nurse Kang's lamentable predicament. The raven-haired nurse retorts somberly, conceding she cherished Nurse Kong as well. In the succeeding tableau, Nurse Kong is tethered to a medical gurney, flailing about and reiterating the numeral 16 ceaselessly. Nurse Wong, observing from close by, bewails how such a virtuous and comely individual could forfeit her sanity so precipitously. Chun, still grasping onto Kang's cranium, is engrossed in contemplation, piecing all things together. The numeral 16 and the demonic configuration. It all commences clicking. Chun recollects hearing something concerning this psychiatric institution in his prior existence when he was a fiend slayer. The location was renowned for its association with demons, where ceremonies could conjure them forth. Back then, his tier was far beyond the facility's potency, so he never accorded it much deliberation, only perusing posts about it on the Evolutionaries Forum. It is all starting to become coherent now. Chun Bai disengages the nurses and pivots to the assembly, stating it's time to concentrate on discovering leads for Han Shao's undertaking. He instructs everyone to remain vigilant and not to stray, since there might still be some malevolent entities prowling nearby. Following approximately half an hour of scouring the infirmary, Han Shao remarks that all the monstrosities seem to have been dealt with by this point. They haven't encountered any for a spell, and despite traversing 3 levels, they've unearthed 0 indications as they ascend another flight of stairs. Han Shao grumbles about the scarcity of leads, but Meng Meng interjects, reminding him that the numeral 16 continually surfaces. Crow elaborates on this as he ascends further ahead, contemplating how frequently they've observed it in the vicinity. When they arrive at the subsequent floor behind the champion, Crow throws his palms up in vexation, inquiring, who is concerned if it's 16 or 18? He merely desires to know why the antagonist hasn't materialized yet. Perhaps the antagonist is apprehensive of their commander and doesn't venture a maneuver. That's when a formidable emanation suddenly assails the group, like a multitude of bricks brimming with murderous resolve. A chilling intonation emanates from the obscurities, informing them that one of them is somewhat too arrogant. The assembly immediately springs into operation. Crow summons forth his effigy. Han Xiao causes his daggers to hover, and Meng Meng manifests twin blades. Chun casually unleashes some of his vitality, poised to respond, while the group vociferates for whoever lurks in the penumbra to emerge. From the dim recesses, a colossal entity gradually advances. It's a fiend brandishing lengthy, contorted horns, sanguinary talons, spectacles, and a protracted mandible. The fiend identifies himself as the administrator of the Crimson Star Psychiatric Institution and a legate of the 16th demon from the 72 Pillars of Solomon. Meng Meng stands there utterly incensed while Han appears aghast. He remarks that the individual is a fiend. Crow designates the title legate of the demon deity. The fiend, acting entirely conceited, instructs them not to trouble feigning composure, because their sole destiny is becoming immolations for his sovereign. He then scrutinizes Meng Meng, stating, if she's amenable to bear his sovereign's offspring and serve devotedly, perhaps hell preserve her existence. Ethereal Maiden instantaneously retorts, vociferating that the fiend can fantasize on. If he presumes she's going to bear a grotesque demon progeny for his sovereign, the champion, poised to stand preeminently on business, advances and provokes the fiend. He indicates that this inferior tier fiend, who is formerly human, is behaving exceedingly arrogant if the fiend genuinely possesses the metal. He ought to cease with the orations and actually exhibit some might. Shenbei palms ignite in amethyst conflagrations as his talons emerge. Prepared to combat, the fiend deems the mandam ignorant for not comprehending the true potency he acquired from his sovereign. As he elevates his forelimbs, he bellows quite profoundly, and abruptly the entire chamber feels as if it's constricting. A ponderous, terrifying emanation permeates everywhere, causing everyone to feel overwhelmed. Even Chun Bai and the others commence to struggle, the burden pressing them down severely. Han Xiao clutches his cranium, attempting to decipher what's transpiring. It feels as if his cerebrum is going to detonate shortly. Meng Meng becomes hysterical, dashing over to Chun Bai while cradling her visage in torment and anguish, and sensing sanguine fluid dripping from it. Chun composes himself, deliberating swiftly. He knows precisely what they're contending with. A psychic variant fiend, just his fortune. He detests these the utmost, the kind that employs mental coercion to agitate you incessantly. Chun Bai possesses respectable psychic potency, but no veritable psychic faculties to retaliate with. Protracting this confrontation, definitely an unfavorable notion, but he certainly must conclude this rapidly. Chun doesn't squander moments. He charges directly at the fiend. His vitality flaring up, he evades the fiend's assault and smashes his fist squarely into the fiend's abdomen, causing the entity to double over in agony. But the fiend remains unperturbed. Instead, it expels this maniacal, ebony and crimson inferno that diffuses across the chamber like a conflagration. Chun swiftly deploys his aegis to obstruct, recoiling just in the nick of time. That would have been pandemonium. Veritably a fiend in crimson blazes. The fiend, still upright, but patently vexed, derides Chun, stating that it's regrettable how formidable he is and how much he can withstand, but he won't endure long against his Amaterasu technique. He's entirely smug, acting as if the infernal flames and psychic duress will enervate Chun Bai down until he succumbs, and as Chun Bai's vision commences to obscure and his cranium throbs from the mental exertion, the fiend becomes even more arrogant. He's vociferating about how there's no avenue of escape, no egress, and he desires them to writhe in trepidation. But then from absolutely nowhere, Han commences cackling loudly and confidently. He stands erect, grinning as if he's not experiencing any duress at all any longer. Crow glances about bewildered, Realizing the ponderous oppressive sensation has vanished. It's as if the atmosphere has purified. Ming, still perplexed, observes the youth casually touch his cranium, acting as if not transpired. It appears that by unleashing just a trifle of his psychic potency, he can nullify the fiend's coercion. Transpires he possessed it within him all this time, but it just activated now. Superior late than never, the fiend stands at the corridor's terminus, eyeing the lad with so much exasperation for treating his psychic potency like it's a rudimentary Tetris contest. He identifies him as a scion of the Han lineage, a bloodline affiliated with a sovereign, but that doesn't disconcert him. He's assured that even with Han resisting the psychic duress, courtesy of his ancestry, the infernal flames would still reduce him to cinders. Han Xiao just advances and derides the fiend. He calls him out, essentially inquiring why he would desire to slay his sovereign's own kin, since he's as devoted as his fawning canine. He appends that his sovereign might transform him into fiend consomme for that. The fiend just chortles, stating that Han is not but someone who wishes to betray his sovereign. He presumes slaying him would actually not even garner him a handsome recompense. So the fiend reclines, commencing to amass a colossal sphere of flame in his thorax, poised to unleash pandemonium. The group doesn't await and summons. They charge at him with Crow spearheading the advance, vociferating that they need to halt him before he can discharge the inferno. But just as they're on the verge of reaching him, the fiend sternutates instead. Mention being exceptionally anticlimactic. Everyone halts in their trajectories, gazing in utter disbelief. Crow derides the fiendish fellow, inquiring if he's contracted a minor ailment. Han, positioned adjacent to ethereal girl, inclines his cranium, querying if this is some peculiar novel assault. The champion palms on his hips, smiles nonchalantly, stating that it took a tad longer to manifest than anticipated. He commends the fiend's constitution, saying it's not subpar for an inferior fiend. The fiend commences expectorating uncontrollably, struggling to articulate as he demands to know what Chun perpetrated to him. Chun ambles up, drawing extremely near, and placidly elucidates that it's merely a technique he employed. It causes adversaries to sternutate perpetually, but he's enhanced it recently. The technique is now designated influenza and pulmonary contagion. The system interface materializes, unveiling the technique description to be influenza. Technique evolution pulmonary contagion. Evidently, once the technique impacts a subject, it requires anywhere from 1 second to 10 minutes to activate, contingent on how potent the adversary is. And the fiend is infuriated, expectorating more vigorously, execrating and vociferating that it's inconceivable for him to fall ill. But the system isn't concluded yet. The description proceeds, elucidating the secondary phase. If the subject's constitution descends below half, recuperative faculties will plummet to less than 90%. Concentration becomes nearly unattainable, and they'll be afflicted with 5 to 10 additional ailment-related debuffs. Respiration will commence to falter as well. The fiend's countenance contorts in disbelief, realizing he's not merely sternutated. He's in profound jeopardy. The champion observes the fiend reel about, scarcely able to remain upright, leaning on the partitions and struggling to respire. The entity keeps muttering about how it's on a superior plane, how this shouldn't be occurring. But then the system materializes with the ultimate blow. Tertiary phase, forfeiture of the capacity to respire. The fiend collapses, gasping for atmosphere, its physique trembling as it gradually asphyxiates. The champion stands over the fiend, feeling quite gratified with himself. He reflects it was worth all those contagion points he expended. The system apprises everyone that they've vanquished the dungeon antagonist, Zhao Chonglin, and accrued 30,000 experience units, predicated on their contributions to the confrontation. Chun pivots to behold the cadre of scholars all clustered together, quivering and shielding their mouths, as if they're petrified of contracting something. He's perplexed for a moment, until Han murmurs that they're attempting not to respire because of the contagion. Ming appends that she doesn't wish to contract an ailment, while Crow just stands there, appearing apprehensive even though he's equipped with a respirator. Chun reassures them, stating they won't fall ill unless he unleashes the contagion. Everyone unwinds, and Crow even removes his mask, finally becoming placid. Ming slumps down on the terra firma, appearing depleted but alleviated. Lauding Chen's preposterous faculty, Han lauds him very obsequiously, demonstrating that he's profoundly impressed. But their commander dismisses the accolades, stating this only functions on fiends with frail physiques, and not every monstrosity requires respiration. Then, he pivots to Han and inquires about the advancement on his exclusive undertaking. Han inspects his system display, perplexed why it isn't concluded yet. Chun deduces the undertaking's clue is still concealed somewhere within the dungeon, and directs everyone to hunt for it. As they commence scouring, Chun casually remarks he intends to upload the dungeon cleansing record. He queries if anyone desires to display their countenance and achieve stardom. Crow instantly dons his mask once more, imploring Chun to obscure their features. Meng Meng rapidly assents, also wishing to avoid detection. Han remains engrossed in his assignment, urges them to remain composed and examine what treasures the boss relinquished before aiding his clue discovery. Soon after, Chun uploads the footage. It's captioned "The Evolved by Conker's Nightmare Dungeon." Crimson Star Mental Institution alongside squad mates Meng Meng, Han Wang, and Crow the footage, which requires 5 copper pieces to observe, rapidly disseminates digitally. Song Zikyang and her protector receive the alert and hasten to observe, together with multitudes of additional enlightened beings, eager to witness the afflicted fiend confrontation. Within a lodging chamber on the 15th level in Zhangcheng, the assembly is viewing a recording of Chun Bai, clearing the sanatorium's labyrinth. John stands behind the settee while Wei is seated before. John states he identifies those alabaster talons, despite the individual's countenance being obscured. The alabaster silhouette in the footage is undoubtedly Chun. Bai Wei folds her limbs vexed, awaiting another to utter a word. The man with spectacles uneasily comments, endeavoring to substantiate his prior assertion that the champion was not at the lodging. He concedes that perhaps it is he in the footage, yet all it demonstrates is Chen's formidable fighting prowess. Not else Jiang Loping concurs, yet states this renders matters more terrifying. He posits Chun Bai might be exploiting all who visit his stronghold, siphoning them to augment his own potency. That clarifies his incredible power. Wei also stands visibly annoyed. She asserts it's apparently Feng and Chun Bai are not amicable. She charges him with being irate, merely because Chun provided him no gear, and subsequently pivots to Jiang Luoping. Annoyed, he persists in his obstinacy. She swiftly retrieves her device and presents all a recording. Within the footage exists this eerie barrier of tissue engulfing deceased forms. John's conceited countenance vanishes instantly. He's patently unnerved, querying what manner of beast this is. Wei clarifies Song Ge transmitted her this footage, and she demands they collectively view it. The footage proceeds displaying Song Ge discussing the barrier of tissue. He clarifies it is integral to the encampment's protective measures and solely consumes deceased forms. He jests with Shu Wei somewhat, inquiring if she's fearful as she's shown interest in the encampment. Subsequently, her companion offers further particulars regarding the location. The mountain's foundation teems with individuals, and any person may reside there for a nominal charge. However, agitators are managed sternly. The inclines are where kin and dependable allies dwell, and the manors at the apex are secure yet restricted. Songo persists in jesting with her companion concerning Chun, labeling him a deviant, yet states Wei could ascend to the summit ere long. He concludes by conceding he must augment his potency, for even should they all collaborate, they remain insufficiently formidable to confront the champion. The footage concludes rendering the assembly in mute astonishment. They collectively comprehend Chun Bai's might, and the veritable essence of his encampment are far more intricate and disquieting than they presume. As the footage concludes, Zhang loping inclines closer to Wei, inquiring of her if she questions Song Ge, how many alluring damsels Chun Bai possesses in his retinue. Wei's countenance flushes, and she becomes somewhat abashed. She swiftly attempts to dismiss it, shielding her visage and reflecting. She ought to have viewed the footage prior to dispatching it to others. Li Fong endeavors to alleviate the strain, interjecting and asserting it's of no great consequence. He concedes he failed to grasp how potent Chun Bai truly is, and avers he was merely proposing topics for deliberation. However, Zhang Loping will not tolerate it. He abruptly shoves Li Feng rearward, Becoming quite frantic and informs Wei she cannot be Chun Bai's consort. Wei spins about bewildered and vexed, and queries when she ever stated her desire to affiliate with Chun Bai. Jiang Loping flushes crimson, mangling his speech like the hopeless unfortunate he is, and advances nearer, informing her Chun Bai is a philanderer with numerous paramours, and that Wei would not desire involvement in that. He clumsily endeavors to avow, stating he solely desires her, yet Wei has reached her limit. She elevates her palm, motioning him to cease, and with a grave countenance instructs him to retreat. She apprises Zhang Luping she has spurned him on numerous occasions, even preceding the cataclysm. She informs him directly she harbors no affection for him, and dislikes him, making it patently obvious. Behold how they decimated my lad. Concurrently above, aloft and distant in the oniric realm, Chun Bai is positioned on the 4th level of the Crimson Star Mental Institution, currently examining the plunder from the antagonist he just vanquished. His squad observes from afar, somewhat apprehensive as the champion assimilates the entity's substance. Abruptly, an interface notification materializes nearby, to him informing him the entity possesses unique ancestral elements. The interface presents him 2 alternatives. Either he persists assimilating or eject the ancestral elements. Assimilating them would impact his umbral contagion within the vessel, which is indeed myself naturally. As his appendages conclude assimilate, Chun Bai remarks something regarding the fiendish ancestry, pondering if it is the boon fiends bestow upon their underlings. Opting to eject the ancestry, he observes as a petite phial with crimson fluid materializes in his palm. The interface details it as sanguine core of a fiend, a grade A artifact, a concoction bestowing a portion of fiendish ancestry if consumed. The champion is somewhat astonished it genuinely materializes an object, rather than merely vanishing, as he presumed it might. He queries his squad if the antagonist yielded anything valuable. Han extracts 2 parchments. He's elated displaying the plunder, an infernal emissary employment parchment and a tome of umbral flame abilities. Both grade, a Meng readjusts her spectacles and withdraws a document, unveiling a schematic for certain mail and a grade D apparatus. The schematic depicts an illustration of a caprine cranium consumed by azure fires, and is designated schematic of the panoply named from Inferno. Shepherd's Horn grade S. Chun Bai mulls it over unadulterated fiend horns. He assuredly comprehends where to locate them, determining the allocation. Chun retains the schematic for his own use, remarking he'll ascertain how to procure the horns subsequently. Han Shao receives the employment parchment, as he's attuned with the fiendish ancestry. The ability parchment is assigned to Meng. Meng and Crow, who assisted greatly, obtains the apparatus Han, and the remainder of the squad are truly pleased with Chen's method. Manage the plunder while all appear content with the equitable division, with Han awkwardly expressing it anew. Meng discovers an ancient journal and commences reciting to the assembly. She informs them concerning a lady from the Han lineage, who became smitten with the incarnation of Ji-Pai a century past. From that instant, each lineage in the Han kin produces twin offspring, a male and a female. The females must reside in this infirmary upon maturation, becoming companions with GPI's consorts. The males experience their existences, wed, and procreate entirely oblivious to this perverse destiny. She plunges again into the narrative, elucidating how Han's father discovered the verity regarding their family's confounded past, approximately a dozen years prior. He desired not his female offspring to be ensnared here perpetually. Ministering to a fiend, thus, he made a dreadful decision. He attempted to slay his infant female child. The assembly is astounded strain permeating the atmosphere. Meng proceeds, revealing how Zhao Chonglin discovered what Han Yang intended. He intervened to thwart him and subsequently informed JP entirely. Owing to Han Yang's perfidy, he was divested of his lineage. Subsequently, J.P. conveyed Han Shang's sibling afar to nurture her elsewhere, as a perverse recompense for his deeds. Zhao Chunlin obtained fiendish ichor, which simply renders him resembling Kabuto in the 4th Grand Shinobi Conflict. Truly terrifying, the journal they discovered pertains to the headmaster, and it brims with envy concerning the Han lineage, and allegiance to Han Young notwithstanding his unwise decisions. There are likewise portions regarding recompenses, and methods to acquire advantages upon completing specific assignments. Han ambles toward her after she concludes reciting. He expresses gratitude, stating he received his subsequent task from the journal. He confides lengthy passages typically induce cephalalgia for him. Thus he's appreciative of her assistance. Meng beams, stating she relishes seeking indications such as these. Concurrently, Chun Bai continues scrutinizing the effigy. Meticulously orbiting it, Meng queries him if aught is amiss with it. The champion contacts one of the acute points on the effigy and remarks that naturally there is indeed. He tugs upon it, and abruptly the chamber trembles, unveiling a concealed portal in the partition. Crow is astounded, remarking on the unearth. Han Shao queries if it is a clandestine chamber, and Meng discusses how there exist yet further mysteries. And Chun is pleased concerning this novel discovery, and guides the assembly into the corridor. They commence descending a flight of stairs that has newly materialized. At a certain juncture, the champion remarks, "They surely have journeyed from the 4th level to the cellar." Han Shao tallies the risers and deduces they're minimally 2 or 3 levels below presently. Spearheading the advance, Chun remarks they're nearly at their destination. He opines they're proceeding to the location where Zhao Chunlin communes with the fiend, and enacts the ceremonies. They at last arrive at a twin portal. Upon unsealing it, they behold a peculiar ring of inverted crucifixes and arcane inscriptions upon the ground. The assembly advances nearer, and Crown inhales the atmosphere, remarking on the potent odor of ichor at the core. The champion squats low, clutching an object in his palms. Meng queries what he discovers. Chun rises and states he shall reveal it to them. Upon their displays, a picture materializes of a lustrous auric emblem with an inscription. Inferno, translocation, sigil, unique artifact. It states the ring emblazoned with the emblem of Inferno can be employed to recall an uncommon fiend to the infirmary. However, to utilize it, they must immolate existences together with their spirits and ichor. The notation appends the artifact is singular, and cautions any conjured fiend shall be restricted to tier 12, owing to the catacomb's challenge rating. Post-conjuration, the catacomb grows significantly more arduous at Inferno tier. Han Shao is astounded, stating they can conjure a fiend. Crown gazes astonished, comprehending there exists a tier constraint. Meng, on the contrary, though, is exhilarated. Wouldn't that represent a grand triumph? Yet trailing her crown, sways his head concerned. Chun Bai gazes at her and inquires what rank she is. He is tier 8, the rest state that they are tier 5, 4, or nearly at 4. Chun performs a cutting gesture with his hand and indicates that conjuring that fiend would spell immediate doom. For them, with ranks beneath 10, lacking specialization and without gear, they truly don't have a prayer versus a tier 12 fiend. Hao Shao inquires if Chun Bai is present, addressing him as Emperor Bai. Chun Bai modestly steers him by the shoulders and remarks, even he cannot make that occur. The chasm between a fiend and a feeble-blooded fiend is immense, and they must grasp that fact. He advises they should retreat, gain levels, and acquire some specializations. Crown pivots to Meng, requesting her to ensure to include him the subsequent occasion. Meng blinks playfully at him and grins, affirming he shall be given preference. The party journeys back to the sculpture chamber, and Meng queries if the gauntlet is completed. Does anyone possess aught further they desire to pursue? Hao Shao rubs his head and remarks, there exists a matter he cannot decipher. He notes that a fiend's scion additionally possesses a sister, and he ponders whether she shall be distinct or if they will appear alike. He believes it may merely be a happenstance. Yet it seems significant. Chun Bai taps Hao Shao's shoulder and inquires for what reason he raises that. Did aught transpire with his sire prior to the cataclysm? Hao Shao sways his head, stating he does not possess an intimate bond with him. To him, his sire is merely a common individual. The most peculiar aspect regarding his sire is that he transforms into a distinct kind of undead than the rest. In Crown's imagination, he visualizes a crimson undead with horns and alabaster locks, remarking that it appears incredibly awesome. Yet Hao Xiao wears a strained expression and sways his head. He clarifies that his sire transforms into a pestilence undead, coated with violet and emerald mycotic patches. Those patches seem perilous, and he does not venture to contact him for that reason. He swiftly masters mind reading, employing his mental abilities. Is his sire's final teaching. Chun Bai becomes intrigued and inquires whether a pestilence undead is what he implies. Hao Xiao replies, "It is likely connected to the Chinese pestilence malady," his sire researches. He notes that the vicinity dwellers bear marks as well. Chun hesitates for an instant, pondering that this could be linked to the triple S rank pestilence quest. He gazes at Hao Xiao and states he is genuinely intrigued by that chemical facility. Once he arrives in Shanghai, he desires Hao Xiao to guide him there. Hao Xiao concurs, affirming it is no trouble. Crown lifts his hand keen to inquire of Chun Bai regarding his powers. Chun Bai beams, stating all may pose inquiries or impart intel. Now he reflects on how this day's escapade has proceeded favorably, and he also gleaned several hints regarding the pestilence master's quest subsequently. Back in Zhangcheng, in lodging chamber 1503, Chun Bai reclines upon the berth. Gradually, the noises of hacking rouse him back to awareness. Alarmed, he observes 3 youths splayed upon the ground, encircling his berth. All hacking, he inquires what was amiss with them. One of the youths attempts to cry out, yet his vocalization is overly feeble. Chun Bai assists the pair of them externally, inquiring what is taking place. He cautions them that he instructed them to avoid accessing the chamber, as he deployed multiple contagions to avert mishaps. As one youth collapses upon the sofa, he hacks and states he possesses 20 maladies currently. The second youth, appearing similarly unwell, responds he carries 30 and that all his stats are at nil. He laments he is about to perish, and inquires of Chun Bai whether he possesses any remedies. Chun rises and comforts them. He previously eliminated the contagions. He informs them their powers shall return shortly. He instructs them to recuperate whilst he departs to locate Jiang. Wei hurries over to Chun and alerts him that Zhang Luoping is indeed present to assassinate him. Chun Bai becomes utterly stunned, and he demands wherefore. She clarifies that it all commenced as her companion did not credit the outpost. Chun stated she requested Song Ge to capture footage to validate. Yet when she declined, he lost control. He bellowed the hero's moniker, vowing he would slay him. He believes all their woes commenced when Chun appeared, and that slaying him would resolve every issue. They are seated at a table imbibing water, and Chun reclines back in his seat in astonishment. He labels him an imbecile and ponders what sort of reasoning that is. Wei concurs, affirming he is a fool. She reveals how he menaced any female he engaged with, even compelling her youthful companion to abandon studies. She clarifies that if Song Ge had not shielded her, Zhang Luoping would have employed the identical methods against her. She adds that being confined in the lodging with him renders each day to seem like an eternity. The hero hearkens, and Wei confesses she is truly elated, realizing how potent he is currently, and that Song Gu remains yet living. After a spell, Zhang Loping hacks fiercely in the chamber, and the pair rise to move towards the portal. Wei glances back and inquires whether Zhang Loping has remained ensnared for a spell, and whether he is by now deceased. The hero answers nay, stating common pathogens fade swiftly but need longer to be deadly. Wei then conceives a notion and inclines towards Chun. She declares she despises him intensely and desires him to perish. Whilst witnessing terror with his orbs fully open, they unseal the portal to discover him collapsed against the berth, yet hacking. The hero observes the wretched fellow's crimson and inflamed orbs, and grasps the opportunity, swiftly inclining in to embrace Wei. He inquires of her whether an embrace would prove sufficient to provoke him. She answers that it ought to be ample, yet includes that it is her initial embrace. How they butcher my lad for the second instance. 2 sons subsequently in Wuchang. Chun Bai is leaping among tree limbs in the woods beyond the metropolis when Song Ziqiang contacts him. He responds and inquires what transpires. Seated in her workspace seat, Song Ziqiang informs that they have collected Wei Shuai and the companions alongside the river thoroughfare and are on their journey returning. The hero commends them. Valuing the report, then Song Ziqiang continues. There is aught further. She informs him that individuals on the Evolve platform are chattering about an enigmatic discussion collective teaming with specialists. Whispers abound that Chun Bai is the proprietor of this collective, which comprises of trailblazers who manifested their powers prior to the cataclysm. Chun Bai halts upon a limb, contemplating the discussion collective. He affirms it, stating it is chat group 001. He reminds her about the notice he urged her to boost. Prior to the cataclysm, Song Ziqiang beams, thrilled over how numerous specialists are in the collective and how they will be a significant boon in the future. She then inquires how to handle the discussions on the platform. Concerning discussion collective 00, one Chun Bai leaps down to the earth and assures her that she does not need to fret over it. Presently, he intends to review the discussions initially and thereafter determine a course. He instructs her to transmit him the headings of the highly debated threads. She promptly replies, stating that she would accomplish that immediately when she transmits the headings. There's also a mention from the proprietor of Discussion Collective 002, implying that Discussion Collective 001 was probably established prior to the reckoning. As Chun Bai peruses through the communications, he thinks it's time to make chat group 001 prominent. He discerns this might augment their sway and preventative capability, whilst imparting the collective's participants a spirit of solidarity. It will furthermore facilitate simpler enlistment of experts for the collective in times ahead. As Chun Bai ambles somewhat further, the formerly verdant and vibrant locale surrounding him becomes arid and desolate. Shortly, the woodland becomes merely lifeless timber and remains strewn ubiquitously. The heavens become crimson and a notification materializes, alerting him that he has penetrated the clandestine labyrinth, named the Hamlet of the Fiend Adorers. Chun Bai muses inwardly that this is the location he was seeking. He recalls this is the clandestine labyrinth wherein his past existence. He received the quest to transition to the premier rank Fiend Slayer vocation. A roster of assignments displays in front of him. Initially, he must prevent the inhabitants from conjuring the Fiend. Next, he must slay all the tainted inhabitants, which is designated as Challenge Tier C. Lastly, the most challenging phase. Vanquish both the conjured fiend and the surviving inhabitants. Rated as Challenge Tier S Recollection Period. Chun recalls how in bygone days, a dubious appearing fellow called Chun Yi-Chang previously proposed choosing the simpler path. The strategy was to complete Objective 2, subsequently exit the labyrinth, and equitably distribute the spoils amongst the party. Individuals who did not acquire any equipment would be compensated in golden currency instead. Yi-Chang consistently handled his followers favorably, or at least it appeared Chun Bai recalls how he believed Yi-Chang in those days, solely to earn some easy riches, and ultimately enlisted with his squad in this identical labyrinth. However, what he did not realize was that Yi-Chang harbored ulterior designs. Yi-Chang intentionally blundered, allowing the inhabitants to conjure the fiend. Yet he ensured his squad remained unharmed by departing the combat zone. Yi-Chang's true objective was to employ Chun Bai and the rest as decoys. To enfeeble the fiend, he hurled a javelin towards them, informing them the sole path to endure was to enfeeble the fiend, to a degree that satisfied him. At that moment, all understood they had been deceived. Ikiang had by then sealed off the arena and ensnared them. He did not show restraint and eliminated anyone who endeavored to make a bolt for it. He had assembled a contingent of approximately 100, all comprising lone individuals or minor parties, all merely endeavoring to endure. And he double-crossed each individual one of them. None succeeds to mount an adequate resistance soon enough. Once they comprehend, there is no escape route. The remaining individuals possess no option except to pivot and confront the fiend, clinging to the faint prospect they could endure. Yet that prospect rapidly dwindles as they all become fiend fodder sequentially. Only after all are defeated does Brother Chong guide his squad to assault the exhausted fiend. What Elder Brother Chong does not realize is that Chun Bai remains yet living. Aware that remaining would spell certain peril, Chun Bai slips off amidst the battle, proceeding towards the periphery of the fray. He attempts to employ the loophole that finishing the initial two objectives permits one to exit from the boundary of the clandestine domain. Just as he is poised to depart, though, Brother Chang's squad vanquishes the fiend and commences dicing for spoils. As Chun Bai remains yet a member of the party, he is incorporated in the distribution. To his astonishment, he ultimately acquires the Fiend Slayer Parchment, a premier rank artifact paradoxically. The scheme they employed to defraud others rebounds upon them, depriving them the finest prize. Retribution ultimately enjoys the final jest. Jester also though thereafter. Brother Chang embarks upon a relentless pursuit for Chun Bai, compelling him to flee from Wu Chang and seek a fresh sanctuary to conceal himself. Now returning to the current time, Chun reflects it is a pity. He could not witness the expression on Yi Chang's visage when that transpired. He proceeds along his path, only to halt abruptly when he spots a cadaver upon the earth. It is a deceased, tainted inhabitant, prompting him to hesitate and surmise that somebody else is surely within the clandestine domain. He convinces himself that, ere Yi Chang slays the fiend and conquers the clandestine domain for the initial instance in his past existence, there ought to yet remain approximately 2 periods available. Thus there is no urgency, yet nonetheless. He ponders who might have discovered this locale thus prematurely. Concurrently in the hamlet's main plaza, inside the clandestine labyrinth, another group are combating undead. Impaling them down, a notification materializes state. Objective 2 is accomplished and proficiency tokens are granted. They deduce they may exit the clandestine labyrinth from the periphery of the hamlet. One of them exclaims Zhang Long was correct the entire time. Objective 2 is completed, thus they may depart now. The party resolves to depart, intending to return on a future occasion to confront the chieftain. As they prepare to depart, one fellow panics and exclaims, "Someone is approaching," it is Chun Bai sauntering toward them, entirely nonchalant, inquiring whether they are indeed departing and if he may challenge the chieftain. One fellow informs him certainly, which prompts Chun to comprehend my word. It is Brother Chang. He is astonished they discovered this labyrinth thus prematurely. One of them issues a caution regarding the Tier 11 fiendish chieftain. Chun offers him brief gratitude and observes them depart. Then emerges this massive fiend, all muscles and horns thundering like he is authoritative, taunting, proclaiming Chun is already doomed. Chun merely remains there for a moment, reflecting on how long it has been since he has battled a minor fiend. Such as this, typically he annihilates them in hordes. The demon is quite incensed, reviling Chun. Yet ere it could even conclude, Chun is already dicing it as if it were trivial. Vibrant contusions emerge upon the fiend, and it scarcely comprehends what struck it. Chun is utterly unfazed, reminiscing about his tenure as a fiend slayer in his former existence, aware he has vanquished numerous minor fiends, that their patterns are akin to a tedious drill. He discerns precisely where to assail, and the fiend collapses. Chun is quite satisfied, believing he yet retains his skill. Concurrently, Brother Chang's party is utterly astounded. They receive 5,000 proficiency points and an awesome swift dispatch artifact for merely their presence. And they are stunned. One fellow is utterly bewildered, inquiring whether Chun by some means assimilated the fiend's form. Chang instructs them to investigate. They all return to the location where the hero is positioned, and he observes them approaching. He pivots about, inquiring whether they are returned since they desire a share of the spoils. Chang chuckles and extends his arms broadly, feigning utter amicability, uttering some tale about becoming disoriented during his previous excursion and misremembering the route homeward. Chun, by maintaining a grave expression, muses inwardly how adept Chang is at feigning nonchalance. Yet inwardly Chun Bai already discerns Yi Chang's real nature. Chun gathers some of the spoils he acquired, nonchalantly enumerating the valuable items, such as a B-grade fiend lineage elixir, an A-grade one, and also an exceptionally scarce S-grade fiend slayer quest scroll. He's jesting, somewhat wondering if Yi Chang isn't even a tad enticed by all these treasures. One of Yi Chang's companions isn't appearing overly pleased, as he presents several files containing crimson fluid, complaining about how these represent the lineage elixirs everyone just obtained. Yi Chang pivots toward Chun Bai, stating he would be dissembling if he claimed he did not desire them. However, he maintains composure, remarking that since Chun finished the assignment, the spoils are justly his. Chun accepts the files and concurs. Yet he realizes they did not return merely to offer felicitations. He inquires directly what Brother Chin genuinely desires. Yi Chang, yet maintaining that casual demeanor, asserts it is no grave matter, merely wishes to cultivate amity and perhaps inquire where Chun Bai resides. He avows he has been pacifying the western peripheries of Wuchen and would not wish to inadvertently intrude upon Chen's dominion. Chen's countenance remains somber as he contemplates this. The western peripheries, that is where Meng dwells proximate to the athletic arena. Chang may be behaving courteously. However, he is assuredly probing for intelligence concerning Chen's activities. Chun tells him not to fret, stating his stronghold is in Jiangcheng and everything he knows regarding Wu Chang's western peripheries is that an athletic arena is situated there. Yet in his thoughts, he is endeavoring to deduce what Brother Chang's company is truly planned near Meng's residence. Yi Chang answers stating, they recently pacified the athletic arena several suns past and are addressing the encompassing vicinity currently. He proposes the notion of becoming companions and mutually assisting one another. Chun Bai, still grave, is cogitating intensely now if they have already pacified the athletic arena. It is all commencing to become coherent. These individuals are not merely pacifying. They are employing it as a pretext to seize control and annihilate populace. No marvel no one arrived to aid Meng in his former existence. She was likely eliminated by these precise individuals. Under the guise of pacifying, a notification appears for Chun Bai, informing him Meng has dispatched a communication. He swiftly examines it. Meng is terrified, stating a multitude of evolved persons just materialized in her locale. Proceeding domicile to domicile, she believes they will locate her shortly. Chin answers, instructing her not to permit them entry, and that he will arrive there as expeditiously as feasible. Chun Bai sighs and commences emanating his appendage aura. Yukio, perceiving this, becomes alarmed, retreating in apprehension, inquiring what Chin's intentions are. Yet ere he can utter anything further, Chin execrates and projects his appendages at the youthful man, ensnaring him. He activates his evolution consumption and recollection scanning abilities, enveloping Yiqiang within a chrysalis as Chang's physique is partially assimilated. Chun endeavors to assemble the fellow's recollections. However, they are utterly disordered. He cannot ascertain the precise whereabouts of the creature consequence, or where the athletic arena is located. Once he completely ingests Chang's physique, Chun gazes at the remainder of the company, now trembling in apprehension, and comprehends he requires one of them animate to pilot him. He deduces the fellow who cautioned him about the chieftain previously might possess some valuable knowledge. Simultaneously, over in the western peripheries, in structure 16, Meng's cowering in her chamber, clutching a baseball club firmly. Someone is hammering upon her portal, vociferating for her to unseal it. They menace to enumerate to 3, and if no one responds, they are forcibly entering. Meng quivering, attempts to remain composed, instructing them to depart, alerting them not to meddle with her. The fellow externally commences chuckling and informs his companions there is genuinely a female inside. His 2 associates join in jesting Meng, addressing her little sibling and telling her to prepare, because they are entering. Meng, frightened, yet endeavoring to remain valiant, vociferates at them to depart. Her voice abruptly erupts with a peculiar force, resonating through the chamber and striking the men's ears like a concussion. They shriek as vital fluid streams from their ears, and Meng, enfeebled, releases the club and collapses to the ground. She coughs, her palm trembling as she touches her brow, manifestly terrified and depleted from the exertion. Vital fluid seeps from Meng's maw, and she is laboring to respire, believing how her faculty yet depletes her physique excessively. The psychic assault only endured an instant, yet it devastated her pharynx and drained most of her vitality. She attempts to convince herself that with her psychic fortitude, those fellows must be rendered unconscious entirely. Now externally, the trio of assailants are senseless, prostrate in a puddle of vital fluid. However, one of them, immediately preceding unconsciousness, manages to summon reinforcements. He dispatches a frantic communication to his company, informing them about the female possessing psychic abilities and imploring them to proceed to the 12th story of structure 16. He cautions that his squad is vanquished, And though she is potent, her psychic assaults have enfeebled her, rendering her susceptible 10 minutes thereafter. The hammering recommences once more. Ming Ming, yet respiring heavily, hears it and feels apprehension insinuate. Her reflections darken as she comprehends more of them have arrived, and she is overly feeble to continue resisting much longer. The portal abruptly shatters open and a company of men enter. Deriding her, they are disreputable, remarking about how she appears fatigued and perspiring, teasing her about not shrieking this instance, hurling repulsive statements her direction. Meng, scarcely capable of motion, creeps along the partition, aware she possesses merely sufficient vigor remaining for a final assault. She muses inwardly that she will make them all recompense, intending to unleash inferno, conjuring what remains of her potency. She engulfs them in amethyst conflagrations, observing as they incinerate. However, the exertion consumes all from her, and she prostrates upon the ground, gasping for respiration, exhausted beyond measure. She recalls what her mentor imparted regarding how the quadruple attributes, her abilities require to be equilibrated, and currently she observes firsthand that relying excessively on one is not beneficial. Just as she is incapacitated, another company of men enters the chamber. They spot her prostrate there, appearing entirely vanquished, and commence taunting her. They present her a repulsive option: genuflect and implore, or perish, yet even with not remain. Meng Meng's spirit declines to fracture. She is resolute to combat until the very final instant. The fellows are drawing near, chuckling and stating she must have already selected demise. They summon their companions to participate, and commence seizing her by her tresses and limbs, making sarcastic observations about how resilient she is. As she struggles, Ming Ming cries out for assistance in her psyche, desiring someone would deliver her. Just when it appears like it is time to view her game over display, Chun Bai erupts through the casement with flawless timing like a champion, prepared to rescue his damsel. He boots one fellow directly in the countenance, felling him, and then dispatches another, before seizing Meng Meng and drawing her to sanctuary, flinging the assailants aside as if they are a mound of fetid refuse. Meng Meng gazes up at him, experiencing immense solace as she manages to utter he is at last present. She feels remorse for disappointing him, mentioning how she nearly did not endure. However, Chun Bai swiftly comforts her, telling her it is not her culpability and that she performed admirably. He instructs her to recuperate and that he will manage the remainder. He glares up at them, clearly irate, and declares that anyone who interferes with his cherished protégés shall not depart this location alive. Chun Bai tenderly places Meng Meng down upon the divan, yet just when he believes matters might tranquilize, additional armed ruffians surge, and they are all invigorated, vociferating about reinforcements and poised to assault. Chun does not squander any interval. He springs into motion, subduing them with swift assaults from his talon and mallet. After incapacitating a few fellows, he scans about, pondering whether anyone remains to emerge through the port. Then he discerns Meng Meng's unsteady vocalization from the divan, all perspiry and frightened, stating she is yet combat. Chun instantly crouches beside her, solicitude etched all over his visage. He comprehends she is inundated, her cranium throbbing and her psyche deceiving her. Meng Meng extends her hand, inquiring where he is. Chun grasps her palm, comforting her that he is right there. He caresses her cranium tenderly, endeavoring to pacify her nerves. Just then another ruffian intrudes, brandishing an axe. However, Chun is swift. He transfixes the fellow with an appendage, elevating him towards the ceiling like a macabre memento. He tells Meng Meng not to fret, vowing to shield her as additional ruffians enter. They encounter the identical destiny. Subdued air, they even get an opportunity to swing. Chun remains proximate to Meng Meng, resolute to maintain her security. An hour elapses, and now she is reposing with her cranium in his lap. He gazes down at her, believing she appears significantly improved now. The chamber is a shambles with cadavers, and just when he is feeling somewhat composed, he observes someone nearing the portal. A youthful man enters and calls out to him, Chun caresses Mong Meng's cranium tenderly and inquires if that signifies they have annihilated all of Chun Ichang's cohorts. The youthful man genuflects, affirming that they adhered to Chen's strategy and eliminated all of Ichang's loyal adherents and principal associates. Inquisitive Chen asks if that signifies the youthful man has any adherents remain. The fellow falters that he does not possess any loyal adherents or principal associates, merely espouse an offspring. He clarifies he was compelled to join the scoundrel owing to his class. Discernment faculty, true perception, which Ichang employed to coerce him into capitulation. If he had not been so gifted, his kin might have encountered a destiny akin to his neighbors and companions. The hero requires a moment to assimilate everything. He comforts the youthful man, stating he comprehends his predicament and values the caution regarding the chieftain. He tenderly proffers him the opportunity to accompany him to Jiangcheng. However, it is evident he will not compel anyone to perform aught they do not desire. The youthful man stammers initially, yet then he swiftly concurs, mentioning that he was merely reluctant, owing to all the individuals yet ensnared under Chun Ichang's dominion. Chun unseals the casement of his repository, gazing out at the pandemonium externally. He states he can assist those individuals. However, it might become intricate if there are excessive numbers to transport to Chang simultaneously. He advises the youthful man remain in Wuchang for the present to consolidate matters, and presents him an elixir to help augment his vigor. Zhang Long receives the elixir with a thankful beam and expresses gratitude to our hero repeatedly before departing to attend to affairs. With him departed Meng Meng is yet soundly slumbering upon the divan. Appearing serene, Chen remains proximate, maintaining surveillance over her, and then directs his focus to the repository, issuing the directive to unseal it. Within he observes a visor that appears somewhat dejected. He recalls it appeared identical when he retrieved the elixir. He apprehends that what he stashed in the repository previously has not transformed, yet however presently it holds the career switch, quest parchment, and those fiendish lineages. Feeling inquisitive, Chun commences to rummage through the repository. Abruptly, he espies the fiendish lineage elixir, and perceives the visage appears to be riveted by it. He gathers a fistful of elixirs and presents them skyward, pondering if it desires to ingest them, as those substandard lineage elixirs are of no benefit to him. He resolves to observe the outcome if he offers them to the visage. Grasping the visage in his clutches, he ponders how Leto himself would covet this prize. Perhaps if he nourishes it, it might reveal some awesome capabilities. Chun decants the elixirs into the visage's orifice, observing as it devours them eagerly with a luminous grin, manifestly relishing the repast. After a short, while the visage resolves to recompense Chun Bai in the most advantageous manner conceivable, by belching the hero appears quite disheartened and utters, "This item is not meeting its grand reputation." He speaks of how he recently offered it many elaborate lineage elixirs. For merely a belch, at minimum, it can process some respectable prizes. However, unexpectedly, the visage ejects a lump of violet ooze, resembling conceivably a diminutive, repulsive cerebrum or a sizable vile resin. Chun gazes at the debris on the surface. Deeming it peculiar, this object employs one orifice for consumption and expulsion, and he is irked that he must remove that presently. He retrieves the diminutive sphere, globular ooze, and perceives it is not mere refuse. He becomes astonished and inquisitive, and he grows elated when an explanation materializes, which is standard fiendish lineage core object elixir category. It declares this material is a refined extract of the fiendish lineage, and it possesses more potent impacts. Yet it demands greater energy for its application. Our hero is beside Meng Meng grasping a crimson parchment. He states he seemingly hastened to aid Meng Meng, and is yet to embrace the fiend stalker assignment. As he unfurls the parchment, it reveals a unique S-rank assignment for Fiendstalker that becomes accessible only upon vanquishing a genuine infernal entity. The objective is to venture into the void, eliminate 100 minor fiends and 100 debased devils, and subsequently depart the void. He then declares he's proceeding thither, but will not hasten this occasion, aware the void is perilous. yet still teeming with some truly excellent prospects. Ming Ming is reclining in bed, her head upon Chun Bai's thighs, who's propped up against the cushions. He secures the parchment, and she commences to stir, wiping her eyes and exclaiming for him, crying master. She embraces him, and the affliction incarnation grins, informing her that he's vanquished all the evildoers. The drowsy girl then states she yet feels frail in reality and desires to practice further. But he caresses her head and advises her that mere practice offers little benefit. She must concentrate on the routines he has previously assigned her. Meng Meng rises and informs him that she's exerted her full effort, even vanquishing creatures in her oniric plane, but is unable to seek out lairs by herself. Her mentor grins and proposes they resume combat, assuring there are numerous lairs awaiting exploration. Upon her progression resulting from this, Meng Meng leaps from her cot, prepared to journey to Jiangsheng without delay. Chun Bai seizes her arm and cautions her to be patient, recalling for her that regardless if she sprints, they cannot arrive at Jiangsheng prior to the subsequent month. He hoists her up, inducing her to flush intensely, then vaults through the casement, bearing her in his arms, instructing her to cling fast and keep her eyes shut, and to signal him should the wind's force become too overwhelming for her. He bounds across edifice ramparts, then amidst foliage in the highlands beyond Wuchen. They eventually attain the gateway of a concealed hamlet, and Chun Bai deposits his underling upon the earth. She trails him, marveling at how swiftly the vistas alter, and discerning there in a concealed domain that reveres fiends. As per the notification, our hero elucidates that the distinction between a hidden domain and a lair is the gateway only unobstructed. Concealed dimensions present entrance notifications, and fresh ones are exceptionally hazardous for the transformed men. Meng grins, affirming she will recall, and inquires if she ought to lure the creatures. Yet her mentor simply faces her and informs her this is no oniric plane, thus every aptitude is crucial, is more secure close to the gateway. Thus he requests her to remain there. Chun Bai then bounds away, receding from view, while Meng Meng observes his departure silently. As he traverses the vicinity, he boots and assails certain figures obstructing his course, surmising that the assignment has transformed. It no longer solely involves slaying fiends now. Presently, he must eradicate the fiend adherents and nefarious acolytes. He additionally notes no ancestry elixirs as quest recompense, on this occasion pondering if they become unobtainable. Thus he resolves to confront the main adversary initially. Upon attaining the main plaza, he discovers a gathering encircling a cult head with a mantle and rod. The chief bellows regarding an interloper, requiring an offering for the fiend deity. Chun Bai abruptly vanishes, materializes over the chief, and seizes him with his tendril energy, assimilating his physique. When the minions charge him brandishing blades, he repels them with a violet barrier. Believing he may yet utilize fiend ichor for advancement, he resolves not to show reservation, leaping and transfixing the surviving fiend devotees with his barbs, hoisting one of the cadavers aloft. The affliction leader discerns that chieftains are able to truly isolate ichor elixirs, and the caliber aligns with the chieftain's rank. Superior creatures are also capable of this, yet common creatures cannot, which appears reasonable to him. Chun Bai returns and assimilates each slain corpse en route, proceeding towards the hamlet gateway. Concurrently, Meng Meng is seated at the gateway, cradling her visage in her palm, pensive and deep in contemplation. She ponders if her mentor has already vanquished the chief, and considers all the regular and prime beasts nearby. She somewhat senses a little excluded, grasping she has accomplished nothing nor acquired any expertise. Even should Chun lead her to confront the chief, she will be entirely agreeable to it then. Then suddenly Chun Bai materializes, dashing and exclaims for her to ready her mightiest capabilities, the deadliest, and deploy instantly, comforting her that, although she is not at her peak capability, she will suffice with her mental acuity. Meng Meng swiftly replies, and while still seated, discharges a formidable, ultrasonic shriek that strikes all the fiend devotees pursuing her. Master notifications materialize for her, and she eagerly proclaims that she's attained rank 6 1/2, acquiring a plethora of attribute points. Our hero grins and informs her he too has attained rank 9. Ming Ming leaps up and embraces him, appreciating him for decoying the creatures and conveying her deep affection for him. Precisely, then an alert grabs Chen's focus. It is a visual communication from Song Ziqiang. He responds, but instantly perceives trouble is afoot. The figures on the display appear quite troubled. Thus he inquires what has transpired. They inform him they require his assistance, because an impish creature, professing to be the deity of trade, has arrived at their outpost. The phrase deity of trade instantly resonates with our sovereign. He queries Leto regarding the impish creature's presence there. In response, Song Ziqiang inquires if he recognizes the goblin. Ziqiang elucidates the circumstances at Zhangcheng to Chun Bai. She informs him that this individual, Lord Leto, encountered her after residing in the outpost for one rotation. Leto proposed to fund the metropolis by supplying an uncommon, a rank Argent metropolis construction directive. However, there is one stipulation. He desires the prime spot allocated for the Goblin Commerce Collective upon the metropolis completion and grants them perpetual immunity from levies. Upon learning the particulars, our champion understands the scarcity of advanced metropolis construction decrees. These mandates, acknowledged by the cosmic volition, arrive with numerous operational boons, and the pact appears to possess no actual detriments. Song Se-kyung concurs, yet there is a snag. The urban development decree requires immediate application. Our hero discerns that provoking a creature onslaught with this, a rank mandate, would be challenging for the outpost to manage presently. Yet he comforts his confidant that Hell return before a day passes to assist. Astonished, she inquires if he desires her to postpone the funding or approve it. Yet he informs her the capital is intended for her, as he's previously approved a separate arrangement from Lord Leto. Prior to terminating the communication, he recommends she offer Leto additional accolades and invoke his identity. For enhanced impact, she self-assuredly responds she will manage it and that he need not fret. Following the communication, Chun Bai accesses his repository and withdraws certain articles. Beckoning the drowsy girl over, he instructs her to select any gear that will enhance her bodily condition to the greatest extent feasible. Meng concurs, but inquires about the current circumstances. He placidly elucidates an emergent matter is occurring in Zhangcheng, and he must arrive there expeditiously. Chun Bai elucidates that he'll be journeying at maximum velocity, and that she will be unable to match his pace. Astonished, Meng affirms her understanding. Subsequently, she concludes outfitting herself with all available items, elevating her physique to well beyond 30, in addition to respectable safeguards. Bai regards her and remarks, "It is adequate for the moment." Concurrently, returning to Song Ziqiang's secluded manor in Zhangcheng, she rejoins Lord Leto to approve his funding proposal. Following her communication with Chun Bai, Lord Leto commends her for being competent and resolute, observing how truly striking it is that she succeeded in founding an outpost early in the cataclysm and managed myriad advanced individuals so adeptly. She modestly expresses her gratitude, yet includes that her talents are insignificant beside his, as the divinity of commerce. She deems it a privilege for the whole outpost to be selected. By him, the impish overlord esteems her humbleness and voices his conviction that she can transform the outpost into the premier metropolis. Domain for revolvers, he requests her to tend well to the Goblin Commerce Collective in all future endeavors. Song Ziqiang takes a seat and concurs. Then she remarks that an individual in their outpost administration has revered him for an extended period. When this figure learned of the collective establishing in the metropolis, they halted their expeditions abroad and are hastening back to the outpost with utmost celerity. Lord Leto grows inquisitive about the enigmatic figure she alludes to, pondering who could esteem him so profoundly. She divulges that Leto is well acquainted with this individual. It is none other than our esteemed Chun Bai, who not long ago obtained crucial funding from him. He is greatly taken aback at the mention of Bai's name. The allusion to our affliction lord prompts him to re-evaluate the initial funding and to adjust the challenge tier. Song Ziqiang, perplexed by this development, inquires if he is nullifying the pact. Yet conversely, Lord Leto presents an S-rank capital assignment. He was unaware Chun was also an administrator at the outpost, and opines that for a figure of Bai's caliber, this increased rigor is far more suitable. When Song Jiqing beholds the Auric Metropolis construction decree, she's astounded aware of an S-rank mandate's immense worth. Lord Leto is assured that if Bai returns punctually, they might even manage the creature onslaught that would ensue. Shortly, an official system alert materializes for Song Jiqing, presenting her the assignment. The objective is to ready for an onslaught, wherein all adjacent creatures shall be significantly augmented, and assault unceasingly for 5 full rotations. Should they endure this onslaught, the boon will be the establishment of a metropolis within a 10-kilometer ambit, acknowledged fully by the cosmic volition, along with an Auric tier Metropolis Construction Prize. The sheer magnitude and breadth of this S-rank assignment amazed her, as it utterly eclipses the A-rank recompense. Yet the inherent peril is also considerably amplified. The impish overlord queries if she yet ventures to approve the capital. Self-assuredly, she declares she will joyfully approve, confiding that with Chun Bai's assistance, no task is insurmountable 1 rotation subsequently. Upon the expansive veranda of the Manor Enclave, Song Zikyang calmly awaits Chun Bai's anticipated return. Upon his arrival, he remarks the voyage consumed more time than foreseen, as creatures had already commenced to congregate, and he was compelled to unblock a portion of the route. Song Jiqing voices solace that he returned without incident, and her companion, observing that Meng Meng had lost consciousness, conveys her to chambers that were readied for her recuperation. Song Jiqing placidly informs her mentor on the current circumstances. They possess merely 20 minutes ere the creature onslaught commences. Yet she comforts him they have made optimal preparations possible. They established 3 protective cordons, the principal one confronting Jiangcheng, and fortified the location with every conceivable protective safeguard. Within Meng Meng's chamber, she concludes the report. She is bearing an attaché case, and our champion lauds her for all her diligent labor. With an amiable grin, she nonchalantly notes that during recent rotations, they've been laboring intensely in the cloaca, delve, and eventually assembled the complete pestilence ensemble gear. She settles on his thighs as he appreciates her for all contributions, stating selecting her was among the finest choices he's ever undertaken. Song Yikyung retorts, asserting his selecting her was the most fortunate event she ever experienced. She concedes she was somewhat apprehensive regarding these matters initially, yet observing how he nevertheless succeeded to bring a young woman alongside, notwithstanding all the current occurrences, afforded her a measure of tranquility. Our hero, gesturing negatively with his head, swiftly dispels the misapprehension. Meng Meng is merely his protege, naught else, and her innate aptitude is quite considerable. She nearly approaches his caliber. He instructs his confidant to have her child attend to Meng Meng, and immediately upon her awakening, he requires prompt notification without delay. Meng Meng is vital for safeguarding the outpost, thus by no means can they risk disregarding her. Bearing the attaché case firmly, our champion and Song Si-kyung depart the chamber, prepare to confront the impending creature onslaught beyond the Dongshan outpost. Near the urban ramparts at the mountain's base, a colossal horde of undead of diverse forms and dimensions congregates. They are restless, eagerly awaiting the timer's expiration. Chun Bai, positioned atop the rampart of Senya, is utterly astounded by the immense magnitude of the S-rank metropolis construction onslaught. Previously, when he governed a different urban center, it was merely B-rank. Thus, this degree of creature assault is an entirely new echelon for him. The contrast is stark as darkness and light. As the counter diminishes with under 5 moments remaining, Song Zikyung initiates her efforts. She employs a young maiden with sonic conveyance capabilities to galvanize the assembly. The maiden's tones resonate across the entire enclave, echoing Song Si-kyung's pronouncements. They are poised to confront 5 suns and moons of unyielding creature incursion, yet the populace need not fret, for the ramparts are steadfast, the provisions are abundant, and the reinforcement is insuperable. She reminds them they possess myriad contingent members, with B-tier aptitudes, almost 10 A-tier or S-tier virtuosos, and a duo of the planet's most formidable SSS-tier talents. Triumph is assuredly within their grasp, and in 5 rotations they shall command the grandest and finest dominion. The young maiden concludes by invigorating the guardians, apprising them they will be awash in boons and price reductions once they withstand the onslaught. The multitude clamors with elation. Prepared for the ordeal, our champion pivots to Song Ziqiao, manifestly struck by how she animated everyone so effectively. She expresses gratitude and concedes that observing both Bai and Mengmei bestowed upon her the surge of assurance she required. Prior to them commencing their crucial tasks, Chun Bai proffers dispatching the young maiden to a secure locale, additionally lauding her for her sonic conveyance aptitude, as it might prove quite beneficial. Unexpectedly, Luli materializes on the scene, and the instant she appears, our champion inquires of her regarding the live transmission preparations progress. She affirms she adhered to his directives, selecting the most sophisticated, controllable imaging device from the cosmic volition. Chun Bai gazes downward at the creature onslaught and informs her she has performed a truly superb undertaking. Presently, they can commence the transmission, and Luli enthusiastically concurs. With scant moments before the creature legion assaults, a novel live broadcast designated S-tier, Auric Metropolis Establishment assault materializes on the advancement assembly. Creatures beneath experience a drastic metamorphosis, becoming larger and more resilient. Song Zikong becomes thoroughly perturbed and indicates how the creatures just received an empowerment. As the onslaught initiates, she laments not eliminating some previously when they were more vulnerable. However, Chun Bai foresaw this and opted not to intervene, as the current approach is to amass proficiency and currency by vanquishing these mightier creatures. Precisely then, Chun Bai propels himself skyward like a champion and descends squarely amidst the undead multitude. He possesses a stratagem with their characteristics amplified threefold. Slaying these undead yields triple the proficiency and currency. He seizes the cranium of one hapless undead and imbues it with a virulent contagion, ere he hurls it back into the multitude, akin to an undead projectile. The virulent contagion disseminates, rapidly inflicting persistent harm, while diminishing their core characteristics. Affliction Lad deems the aptitude respectable. The detriment is not substantial. Yet with its potent transmissibility and characteristic debilitation, it can render safeguarding the metropolis considerably more manageable. However, to his astonishment, mere moments thereafter, the undead multitude commences to recoil from the afflicted. That is when he perceives a psychic undulation emanating from within the onslaught. The afflicted undead congregate while the remainder stay aloof. This signifies the presence of an overlord. An undead overlord commanding the multitude. That is the reason the undead are not stampeding over one another. They are advancing in a coordinated fashion. As he dispatches some of the assaulting undead, he ponders the whereabouts of this concealed undead overlord. He deduces that locating the overlord will render managing the multitude considerably simpler nevertheless, given the immensity of the onslaught. Chun Bai is aware there exists more than a single overlord, and locating them will consume a duration. He apprehends that should he pursue the overlord, he will be unable to eliminate numerous creatures initially. Furthermore, if the undead overlord orchestrates a major assault, it will spell adversity for the guardians within the metropolis. On the contrary, should he not seize this prospect to find and eliminate the overlord, the undead approaching from an alternate vector will disperse his forces. By then it shall be even more arduous to depart and pursue the undead overlord. It appears he genuinely requires Mengmei's aid to resolve this predicament. Thus, as he materializes his barrier to intercept an imminent assault, he covertly desires for Mengmei to awaken imminently, concurrently within Mengmei's chambers. She gradually unseals her eyelids, rising to a seated posture. She observes Song Ge, who appears quite pleased to witness her consciousness. Mengmei appears apprehensive and queries her identity and her mentor's location. She swiftly dispatches a message to Chun by informing him Mengmei is conscious. Dreamy likewise conveys a communication to him, expressing remorse for losing consciousness and causing him anxiety. She states she obtained the details regarding current events from Song Jae. Regardless, she intends to enter the oniric dimension immediately to assist, and our champion responds that she need not hasten. He includes that he requires her to perform a task. He is about to delineate a category of undead, and she must locate it within her oniric dimension. When Mengmei peruses his delineation, she perceives it exceedingly meticulous. Then she informs Song Gae she is venturing into her oniric realm, so no individual should disturb her. She is truly bewildered that Meng can succumb to slumber so rapidly. Immediately after awakening within Dreamy Girl's oniric dimension, she's positioned atop a barricade, directly before myriad undead creature figures. She utilizes her aptitude Dream Weaver for telekinesis, obliterating all the foolish undead to their demise. She appears quite gratified by the profound devastation she's inflicted. She resolves it is opportune to seek the undead deity figure that her mentor had specified, and thereupon she ventures returning to the tangible plane. On the initial rotation of the defense, at dusk, Chun Bai alights atop the Enclave's barricade. After diminishing the undead's quantity, he encounters Song Ziqiang there, who possessed a hydration vessel for him. He requests from her the specifics regarding losses and harm inflicted upon the metropolis ramparts. She replies and informs him that owing to him, there are no reported casualties, merely a handful incurred impairments, and the detriment to the ramparts was not substantial, not nearly as severe as the harm to the undead. Naturally, while he is imbibing from the hydration vessel, the gentlewoman informs him he can be at ease and permit the others to maintain vigilance. Yet he voices his dissent. Our champion informs her the circumstances are not favorable. At the present juncture, seemingly, a colossal undead overlord, figure designated lord rank or similar, is still at large, and he is unequivocally dire news. Chun Bai apprises his confidant that only the augmented iterations of those undead materialize, and they are insignificant. He senses the principal undead is somewhere, amassing power and preparing to engage. Abruptly, Song Gae and Dreamy call out to their mentor. Chun Bai instantly requests Song Ziqiang to instruct Luli not to transmit live there. She promptly informs him Luli had previously relocated all the imaging devices and aerial drones. His rationale for this was that Dreamy's aptitude is a distinctive one. Consequently, he does not desire any observation of. Our contagion sovereign queries Dreamy if she observed the undead principle, yet she denies it. What a letdown. Although she did perceive a few energy variations each, one was quite profound, so she could only ascertain the approximate bearing from which it was originating. She expresses regret to her mentor for lacking any locking or pursuit aptitudes, yet he caresses her head and tells her not to lament regarding everything, as he is aware she exerted her utmost in locating it. Although she does possess some favorable tidings, she retrieves a chart from Song Gae and presents to her mentor, informing him that although she did not find the overlord, she did discover some highly dubious undead congregation points. Each site hosts hundreds of distinct undead for some purpose. She indicates a vicinity near the John Chen's agrarian market. There are 2 to 302 meter tall crimson-eyed portly figures there. Dongshan Plaza was teeming with some peculiar undead figures, lacking appendages or mandibles, and there was an odd throng of swift undead skittering upon the riverside transmission spire. The commercial thoroughfares of Ronghua are congested from end to end, with formidable undead possessing substantial appendages. Chun Bai categorizes these undead as the colossal glutton, the bulwark, the stalker, and the shrieker. These are all Phase 2 evolved undead apparently, and would prove a considerable nuisance to overcome given their multitude. Song Ziqiang states that the undead, in fact, are contriving to eliminate them all in a single maneuver, and she inquires of the sovereign regarding their current rank. He responds affirming they are all at minimum a rank 10. According to Dreamy's testimony, apparently these undead number in the myriads, and if they all converge upon him, the humankind possesses a prospect of prevailing. Yet Chun Bai is aware the overlord would not employ such tactics. He would compel the undead to disregard him and assail the metropolis instead, to perpetrate slaughter within if that transpires. Not exceeding 10% of them would endure. This revelation startles all the young women, and Z proclaims the undead overlord must be eradicated forthwith. She informs her superior that she is proceeding to investigate for anyone within the enclave who possesses pursuit capabilities, yet Chun Bai tells her not to be concerned, as he has already identified a suitable individual. This individual is revealed to be our very own awkward lad Han Xiao. He messages Han inquiring if he can discern energy variations and similar phenomena. He replies and informs him that psychic dominion is his specialty. Thus, discerning energy variations is his forte. Chun Bai informs him that in such circumstances, he would require a small service from him. Han queries him if it pertains to the live transmission, which our champion affirms, and he elucidates the predicament to him. The subsequent Sunrise Han, Xiao arrives at their enclave, extremely animated and keen to commence his duties. He states he did not anticipate it to be a vast enclave, as the transmission solely displays the ramparts. He queries our champion if he would be allocated a manor, should he opt to relocate here, and Chun Bai affirms yes, as there are numerous unoccupied manors he could select from. Atop the summit, he delivers his customary awkward acknowledgments, and Dream Girl inquires which creature they should assail initially, and our champion responds, stating they ought to proceed to the riverside spire upon their arrival. Chun Bai delineates the Shriekers as the undead posing the most significant menace to enclaves, as they are the sole undead capable of bypassing metropolis ramparts. He includes that the Overlord would unequivocally prevent their demise. Thus, everything hinged upon Han Xiao's execution. From that moment, Dreamy and her mentor take flight, abandoning the forlorn lad who lacks aerial capabilities behind. As they draw near the spire, Dreamy is assailed by the undead. They are seemingly excessively swift,